Hey,
It's live.
we're live.
Okay. And Chris is still not in here.
Welcome everybody. Let's fill in some airtime. um,
Go for it, Robin. You fill in the dead air here while I'll
oh,
work
oh
behind the
yeah, yeah.
scenes.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Troy. Yeah, I'll just stand in front of the people. Gotta go.
Tell some jokes or something. Yeah, you're good at that.
I once knew a man from Kentucky. No, was it? I'm sure there was another voice in there, wasn't it?
No, it might have been me.
Oh, you're a voice actor too. Very nice.
Yeah, no, not really.
That's actually me coming back. This is. We've got a echo, echo, echo.
You hear yourself?
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Let me just turn off. I know what I'm doing. There we go. Now it was playing to me as well, you see, of course, with a small delay. And now, yeah. Well, I mean, I personally would be liking to invite everybody who wants to come and have a chat about this, and whether you're from whatever side, whatever walk of life, come on down and have a chat. Tell us what you think. I'd rather it be an open invite today,
Yeah.
and see if we can actually get some people to discuss this properly. If there's anyone willing to discuss this properly. I mean, obviously, we've got quite a lot of people who just want to throw a lot of mud on Twitter, but I'm sure there's some people who'd be interested. Should we get somebody onto the Hangouts?
All right. I think I'm about to be able to get Chris in here. Let's cross our fingers. See, that's the same Chris Morgan. That's,
Oh,
oh, I sent him an invite.
yay, well done. I've got my jazz in the background, so I'm happy enough.
Oh wait, well, I think while we're waiting for him to. Oh, there's see, it says he's joined. There he is. Ha, finally.
You can always recognize him from his face there, look.
I know. So
Oh, I'm back.
stands out in a crowd. Hey,
Yeah.
Chris. You know what?
Who
I feel
stands
you
out in
from
the crowd?
yesterday. Your face.
Ah, thank you.
You like to be
So,
one of the people, aren't you?
Oh man.
what's on the talking block today?
Well, I was really opening up for an interview, or at least for a chat with anybody who's really willing to talk about the subject. Just trying to basically just push some chatter about it on Twitter to try and ask if anybody's willing to listen or talk. So yeah, it's at the moment it's sort of like, you know, who wants in, who wants to join in. Very similar to what you've done the other day.
Yeah, I mean, like, tweet it out, all that jazz. Um,
I've got the
uh,
jazz.
oh yeah, that's right. You have the jazz. Um, I've never signed into Twitter on my desktop, so I'm having a bit of difficulty. Um, I need to go grab my phone. I don't have my phone on me. Darn. Well, then I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys.
Okay.
Uh, so, what did I miss miss this afternoon on my end of GamerGate news?
Well, there's obviously have you listened to the Radio Nero thing?
No, I didn't.
That was quite informative, although it obviously started off like a sketch to Monty Python. You know, with some rather pretentious music on the front. I was sitting there kind of going, "Oh, are we going to learn about trees today?" And then, yeah, just basically just going through some of the talking points that have come up about this. I mean, as a, I mean, where are you on the political spectrum, mate? Are you a bit of a lefty, bit of a righty?
Bit of a lefty myself.
Bit of a lefty yourself, as am I. One of the things I really have been trying to get through to a lot of people that are stridently on the left, it seems, is that how much of a mockery they're actually making the left look like now with this. Can you see my point here?
No, yeah, I can, because it's like we're basically taking it to an extreme that only Republicans have done before.
Well, I wouldn't say that only have done before, but what we're talking about certainly in a closely historical sort of thing, yes. And what I feel like it's done is it's over the last 10 years it's hardened the left and turned them into this this antithesis of that sort of strident over the top right. They maybe that's the plan as such, in the idea that, well, you're not going to be able to win them over with common sense or discussion, so we'll go with vitriol. And nobody was really realizing that, well, they're not really winning you over with vitriol, are they? So why did you think it was going to work from your end?
So what exactly should we do with this?
What we should do with, well, like, as I've said, as far as the gaming community is concerned, you know, our job is really to rid ourselves of a certain subset of magazines that are essentially pushing for particular political agendas and all this sort of business. Once that's gone, that's, for the gaming community at least, you know, a 5-year reprieve maybe, or a 10-year reprieve from the next onslaught of people who have forgotten that this had happened. You know, like I was saying to one of the guys here, this isn't something that's just going to end. It's just going to wait until everyone's forgotten about it. And so,
yeah,
you know,
with this is they won't forget.
Well, look, well, you know, it's a generational thing. I mean, I can talk to you about things that happened 10 years before you were born, and you won't necessarily understand them. But we can both discuss things that were 30, 40, 50 years ago, can't we?
Mm-hmm.
These are slights within society as it is. You know, the whole left-right debate, the back and forth of male and female battle of the sexes. You know, all of this is it's you know, it's like the weather. You know.
I'm back.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
And I got a big old jug of water here. That's what I was missing. Just throwing off my chi.
Thank you,
No,
baby.
it's late and I'm considering us kind of breaking person, don't you worry.
Thank you, baby. My girlfriend's just making me a cup of coffee. And she says, I'm not your fucking slave.
I just want to make a coffee.
I just want to make you coffee.
She just wants to love you.
Yeah. Yeah, T2. But that's the thing. I mean, yeah, any of you guys in a relationship?
Yep.
Not really.
I love it when somebody says that. I'm not really in a relationship. Right.
Wait. No.
Let's dig down to the bottom of this
I am.
pit of
I'm in a
lies.
relationship.
I was going to dig on the person who is just not quite sure if they were. But yeah, it's quite fun. I would wonder how many of you know, you get this sort of accusation that you're some sort of underground dwelling fat white guy with a sort of like some sort of string vest on, throwing chips at the screen, kind of going, I ain't gonna buy this anymore. And now they're realizing they're actually up against, you know, sentient human beings who can organize a cogent argument and things like that, which is obviously not something they've been used to. And yeah, I wonder how many of these young ladies have actually got themselves into a particularly long-lasting stroke meaningful relationship. You must ask.
Wait, hold on. I kind of spaced out. I was typing on Twitter. I'm sorry.
You do that. You do that, Troy.
Sorry, my bad. That's my bad.
That was your bad. For shame. Hang your head.
I am.
Come on then, Chris. Tell me about your relationship, or not relationship, or not sure. Maybe, could be. Not. I don't know. Go away. Leave me alone. No, I won't.
Well, the thing is that when I say not really, I mean I'm really not looking for a relationship at this point.
Right. That wasn't the question, though, was it? That's an agnostic answer to, you know. No, you're
Well,
right. You know. Are you not a big fan of relationships? Have they been bad to you? Tell Uncle Rob. Come on, come and sit on my knee. What's happened?
there are not many guys out there that want to actually have a meaningful relationship, but they just want to fuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suspect you. Where are you living?
Illinois in the United States.
Illinois. That's
Yeah.
hardly San Francisco, is it?
Well, we actually have a gay.
You're more Brokeback Mountain, dude.
No, we have a gay neighborhood in the area. It's called Boys Town, but it's just that it's like a lot of them mainly.
That doesn't make it sound insidious at all.
Yeah, I could see that.
No, but
No.
actually, that has been a taint of generally the homosexual scene, isn't it? Really, it's just that that there isn't the idea of companionship is something very, very late in the day for most of you lot, because it's not required. There's no children to rear, you know.
Well, there are people that want to have a relationship, but they basically they're mainly looking for like the perfect person. You know, the person that doesn't fucking exist.
A companion. Well, you know, the thing is, and yeah, well, the thing with perfect people is that, like you say, they don't exist, but it's the same thing as objectivity. You can't necessarily get the 100%. Nobody ever can. And there's two ways you can go about that. You either give up on it completely, or you try to understand and accept that, like you say, like, you know, there is no 100% that's ever possible for anyone. And if they can accept you for being that 75 or that 80%, and you can accept them for being that 75 or 80%, you know, it's a rough with the smooth, isn't it?
It is, but you get to the point where it's just like if people are constantly asking you the same questions over and over again, you got to wonder just what exactly is everybody looking for now? Because I do have an example of this. There was a guy that I talked to quite frequently, and he told me that no one will date you if you don't drive, if you don't live by yourself, and you don't have a job.
Right.
At the time, I had a job.
So why is he saying this?
He's saying this because the fact that they basically like a lot of guys want you to take care of them.
Well, I suspect that's somewhat of a split. I mean, surely you've got a lot of guys who wish to take care of people too.
It is that's true, yeah.
So, hey, Robin, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm gonna let you finish your thought. Got a couple people on the stream, a couple questions coming in. I don't know if you guys can see it on your side.
Did you want to invite them in, or?
Can you guys see the Q&A tab on your side of the Hangout?
Okay, let's have a look.
I selected a question.
Q&A.
What you see that? Yeah.
I'm considered lefty. I'm in my 40s.
That's an older question. There's one I think about that.
When I was in my teens and 20s, old people were the ones trying to impose their views and morals, Amy Whitehouse type, through censorship and stupid campaigns. What happened? Well, the people that they were campaigning against are people like us. And we haven't campaigned to try and get kids to shut up and do as they're told. And so the kids that are growing up now wish to do it. It's a bit of a social pendulum swing as such. Once again, some kids who have had a very mollycoddled existence think that why the world is the way the world is because, well, it's obviously because of all of these terrible things that are going wrong. If we get rid of all these horrible things, then, you know, everything will be lovely. You know, it's people who live in a clean existence all their lives, and they think, well, if I just sanitize the planet, job done. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that did a pretty good job. I'm gonna mark that one as done. But 2 viewers.
Here, give me the link. I'll put a I'll actually put it on mine too.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Can you see down on the bottom where it says hashtag GamerGate 9/23 2 viewers? Do you see that part?
Yeah.
No, I can't. The person who has the control. Oh, I have a control panel, but.
He'll do that. You see that?
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Okay, I want to answer this bit that was saying I'm a lefty in my 40s, or was that somebody else?
I think it was the same person that just asked that question earlier.
Oh, right. I mean, I think he probably is echoing what I've just said about the principle of fair play that we try and dish out to it. When it comes down to it, there's always parameters that we have to live in within our lives. We don't like to be sort of corralled, do we? But there is a certain, what's the word? A certain wall to come up against. And this is essentially, as I was saying, I think we were saying this the other day, that we've got some kids screaming around the place, basically touching everything that they're not supposed to. And they're waiting for daddy or an older brother to turn around and go, no, that's not for you. And I think that's where the SJW movement are putting themselves in. I do sort of feel sorry for them because they have all this anger and they're all upset about the fact that the world isn't doing what it's doing or should be doing. You know, if you can imagine, if you do look at the adverts, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? If you live your life by advertisements and then you actually get outside to the real world, you'll find that you're somewhat disappointed. And, you know, once that happens, of course, the kids are sitting there kind of going, well, it's your fault then. I'm sitting there kind of going, well, I can only do so much. Join us, you know. You've got a certain breed of people who think that the world can be just made to be better, and it can all happen within their own lifetimes. That's probably where most of the troubles of the world actually comes around. Not from people forcing ideals so much. I mean, everybody wishes to force their ideals, but I'm talking about people who want to get it done before they're dead. Some people want to plant the tree and they also want to eat the apples all on the same day.
That's a good point. I like that analogy.
The impatience of youth.
Yeah.
And as you age, as you get older, you realise that it's going to take a little longer than this, kids. You just can't basically bamboozle your way through and expect it all to work. There's all this mess that needs to be cleaned up afterwards.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to... Yeah, okay, no, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, somebody said that they're going to pass on our conversation. Yeah. Sorry, that was an allowed. I thought that aloud. Sorry about that.
Yeah, man, it's no worries.
Yeah, just keep blasting out the invites. We'll be here for a while. So.
No, it was. I didn't invite him, but Um, Constantinos said that he said he wanted to pass on this.
Oh, well, I'm not a little bit surprised about that.
Well, he would have been under some sort of level of questioning from us, of course. Simply for the fact is that
Well, he came here and then said something, then went there and said something kind of completely different.
well, I wouldn't say completely different, but it was the fact that he didn't actually take on board what had been said, and then to repeat and to reiterate and to try and re-push. I felt it somewhat disruptive.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt it somewhat disruptive when we were on here before, but then again, obviously this person's taken an opposing view, but it seemed to be somewhat dulled by the same old, same old. Well, it's these guys being mean to us, so we're not going to talk to them. And it's like, well, then you're not talking to anybody at this point, because, like I said, there's always going to be some element that you can point a finger at and say, well, if you're not going to exclude these people from your group, we're not going to talk to you. And of course, well, if we get this across the board. This is across the board. We've got Muslims are scumbags. We can't stand them. Look what ISIS has done. Look at 9/11. You can't trust Muzzies. It's like, well, excuse me, but most of the people that committed these atrocities are dead, and they weren't actually necessarily speaking for everybody. They may have had a point, indeed. And perhaps we should have said to ourselves, hang on a second, why do they hate us so much? Yes. But instead we decided to go, nah, they're just evil, and they're associated with evil. And, well, this is the mess that we've got ourselves into. This is that particular frame of reference, that frame of mind is exactly why we're in the state that we're in right now. And I've talked to people from the right and left on this front. And we see these people who put this partisan, well, that group all behave like that sort of attitude. I mean, as far as somebody being a social justice warrior, what does that mean? What does that entail? It means you looking at things, seeing something that is socially unjust and doing something about it. And in some cases requiring you to, put your back up against it. If anything, that's exactly what people in the GamerGate movement are doing.
Yeah,
We've been pushed into a corner, and for some reason or another, you're complaining about getting your finger bitten off.
I kind of felt that yesterday when we were talking, is that we have become a bit of a social justice warriors ourselves because we were forced into a corner, and that's kind of the thing we have to do.
But here's the thing. Instead of us, we're actually getting shit done. Instead of us them basically saying they get stuff done, but in reality they only kind of made worse.
Oh,
well,
for sure.
That's where the jealousy kicks in.
Yeah.
Because we've just shown them exactly what to do, and they're not prepared to do it. They're prepared to bully people into doing it for themselves. That's generally. I've found this. This is we don't want to do the stuff ourselves. We want to guilt you into doing it for us. This is shame bullying, as such.
But again, yesterday, so we keep up with the emails. Don't go to the sites, and these people, they're zombies. They will just eat each other. They'll eat each other alive. I mean, what they did with Christina Sommers by burning her book.
Well, yeah, that just smacks of the sort of people that we're dealing with. I mean, I was saying to Troy, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah.
We were just laughing to ourselves, and we're sitting there kind of going, well, okay, then. So now you're going to have to prove that you're not some sort of social Marxist movement now.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, are you going to find some sort of Jewish second wave feminist and start throwing her into an oven next? I mean, how far are you willing to prove your point, ladies?
I just thought burning books, wow, that just. I get the censorship. I get wanting to censor this issue.
Well, it's not actually about a censorship thing for someone to burn a book. It's actually it's a terrible understanding of history, and B, it's somebody basically kind of going, this is what I feel about this book. I feel it's about as good enough for this isn't burning bras, let's say. That at least had some sort of connotation to it, at least. I mean, I'm sure most any feminists that are listening to this obviously understand that principle of the burning the bras. It wasn't against the fact that you don't like bras or wish to censor bras or wish bras to be taken away. It was, as far as some women are concerned, and only some form of oppression, which obviously it wasn't. It was a form of support. That's the thing, it's like, yeah, but it makes my breast look like this. It's like, not one man ever told you to do that. We've all seen those memes. It says, no lipstick, no makeup, no perfume. Well, you're not getting into bed with me, said no man ever.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's I've said this.
You're quite right. You're absolutely right. I think on with the burning of the bras movement thing as well.
I mean, I understand the connotation behind it. I understand that some people may find or feel that something is a form of oppression. But that doesn't necessarily make it so. I mean, do you walk into a crowded room full of people and sometimes feel a little lonely? Don't we all?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't mean you're alone, does it? You're surrounded by a bunch of people, surely you're not, if you look at it in its actual practicality of the whole thing. You feel alone in that crowded room. Why? Because no one of those people that's actually actively talking to you right at that moment. That is you feeling alone. The crowd is not oppressing you. Can you see my point of view?
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I'm sorry, I'm messing with settings on my computer here. It thinks it's tomorrow, so all my tweets are showing 23 hours in the future. Sorry about that.
You're a time traveler.
I must be. I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, man, if there's ever a thing to come back to, if time travel's real, come back and see me right now and let me know how it all plays out. But like Stephen Hawking's party went, no one came back.
Well, no.
Dead.
No, they wouldn't though.
Oh yeah, because it would be a paradox. Like if I came back, then I wouldn't need to come back.
Well, not even that. If you think about it, there would be rules. If the moment you actually had a time machine, the first thing would happen is that somebody would put some sort of rule and regulation on it. So one of the first rules that you would think to put is that there is no time travel to any place that has recorded history.
That's a good point. I've never heard anybody say that in regards to time travel.
Well, yeah, I'm a bit of a Sheldon when it comes to this sort of thing. I bothered to think it through. If you're talking about writing stories and things like that, you have to bother to think these things through. This is how some of if you are writing stories, you create the situation, invent a situation, and invent a problem with the situation, and then of course this actually filters through to your writings, and it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to develop the scenario. So yeah, I mean, if somebody invented the time machine, the first thing that would be done is people would kind of go, well, you cannot travel to any time zone that A, has recorded history, and B, hasn't had time travel invented yet.
I think I agree with that.
So in other words, the idea of time travel being invented would be your start point. You couldn't go back any further. You'd be, you'd be told, you'd have to have that set in that sort of way. If you want to go see dinosaurs and shit like that, have at it, Hoss. I mean, the idea of somebody turning around and kind of going, yeah, but what if I break this branch and this particular animal were to die and, evolution wouldn't work out the way it does? I'd be saying, well, you obviously don't understand evolution that well. You know, we're talking about it takes millions of years and millions of different organisms, and one or two of them dying by accident because you trod on it is going to make one terribly small hill of difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the causality things beside the point. It's impossible anyway. As I've said to you before, there is no such thing as time. It's merely an abstraction to measure distance and speed.
Yep. Let's get a little back on topic. I'm still posting on Twitter here, trying to see if anybody wants to join in. If anybody that's watching right now wants to join in, we'd want to.
Please do.
Yeah, we want Sean. We want to talk to you.
This is an open invite to anybody who consider themselves a social justice warrior, who would like to put a well thought out and at least well researched view upon what's going on these proceedings. Please do. You're in Twitter right now screaming blue murder at us. Now's your chance to do it live. At least try not to do that. But yeah.
Let me tweet that out. Just again, asking for people that consider themselves SJWs.
Yeah, we've already had one.
And it was great. Might have been the best time that I've had.
Well, you know, you remember when he was talking on that King of Pole, and he essentially just said, "Yeah, I am biased." And it's like, okay, well, how is anyone supposed to reason with this? You know, it's like I'm just going to insist my way no matter what. You're going to come into some bit of a struggle with that point of view. So yeah.
Man, I'm going like super slow on Windows here. I don't think I've touched a Windows machine in more than 3 months.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
See, I'm a bit of an OS fiend. I've gone through, if you can imagine, back in the
I'm sure
day
you're
when
a
you.
big Linux guy, aren't you?
Yeah, I do like Linux actually.
I
Because,
figured.
yeah, I'm a middle grounder, so you know, and I like to pick my own way, and I'm not a complete idiot. So as far as getting used to other operating systems, it doesn't really bother me too much. It's just something you always hold it in the back of your head. I know what it's like when you've got used to one particular operating system and then you've got to get used to another. You think, well, I'll use the experience that I've got in this operating system to translate to the other. But that isn't so. You know, you have to ask the system, you know, what it requires of you. Apple is terrible for that, as far as I'm concerned. It's our way or no way. Windows, I've always liked the idea, at least, and in Linux as well, is that there's more than one way to skin the cat.
Yeah, I know. I definitely agree. When like if a program does not want to play well on my Mac, I just like don't use it.
And it's, you know, it's terribly wasteful. You know, it's I mean, writing for Apple is a doddle, to be honest with you. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people write for Apple. It's not to do with the fact that it's, you know, it's better or worse or whatever like that. It's just laziness. It's laziness.
And profitable. Like the ratio to laziness to profitability is, I think, high.
But I mean, you know, like for Apple apps and stuff like that, I've had developers tell me about this. It's they're not that easy to write for, and it's like, well, yeah, you're a dev. You know, were you hoping that it would just be really, really easy?
Because then I would come to take your job.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point. You know, that it's.
This is why we have devs.
Yeah, you're not supposed to just basically take somebody else's engine, pop up a little graphic, and then go, "Hey, I make games."
Yeah.
I mean, it's just rude, isn't it? I
Yeah,
mean, if
it's
I'm
insulting.
I'm inclusive. I am very inclusive, but please, I mean, try. We include triers here. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, new games that come out, like I'll give them a try, and the games stand on their merits.
Yeah.
As everyone knows, I'm beating a dead horse here, or echoing what people have said before.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I'm not too worried about like losing this. Like you said, Robin, you know, we've already won. Um, if shitty games are gonna come out, people are gonna tell like, oh, this is a shitty game, I'm not gonna play
Hmm.
it. This same studio keeps putting out shitty games. I'm just not gonna buy games from that studio, and then I think we'll have pop-up studios that are like that are free from that, you know, free from that
Oh
creep.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's all very well and good. The problem is, of course, is that what they're doing is they're producing a problem that requires a solution,
Mm.
and the different, it's like having warm weather turning to cold weather or vice versa. It still requires a lot of rain. It still requires a lot of heartache and people's houses being blown over and all the other crap that comes along with it. And what a lot of people don't understand is we're not trying to save the game industry for ourselves. We're trying to save the game industry for everyone.
Yeah.
Because the moment somebody says, "Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my left-wing credentials and I'm going to utilize that in the games industry," well, it then suddenly empowers the right to do the same. And then what we've got now is a right-wing gaming, left-wing gaming, socialist gamer. It's like, fuck off, all of you, please. Just leave.
Wait, could you give me a title for a socialist game or a left-wing game or a right-wing game? Like just off the top of your head.
I can tell you one right now, actually. It's a game called Warface. Have you seen this?
Look,
It's a free-to-play game using the Crysis engine, and it's done from a more Russian/European perspective against sort of a more capitalist, crazy sort of, you know, uh, private armies coming into nations and taking them over, and you are that sort of counterforce. Have you never heard of
yeah.
Warface before?
Oh no, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, there's the story. That's actually this. If you listen to what the descriptions of the stories are and stuff like that, I mean, it's just to shoot them up, so
Yeah.
they're not huge on the plot, but they've decided upon this, yeah, in that sort of way. There's another game called Insurgency, for example, which is
Wait, it says team up against. I don't want to spoil things. It's a trailer, but it says team up against Blackwood. Is that like trying to say like, is that being like
like
against
Blackwater.
Blackwater?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
so it's in that sort of vein. The idea of people being political in their games is nothing new, okay? And no one has a problem with that at all. What I do have a problem with is if someone, for example, let's say if that game is extremely left-leaning, let's say that the developer is extremely left-leaning and the person reviewing it is extremely left-leaning. Are they going to actually even say anything about the fact that it has political connotations, for example?
Right.
They probably won't. Now, if the game that comes out is from a right-wing developer, and it might not even be that right-wing, it might just be a general sort of a game or whatever like that, but it has some tiny element of it that you could consider to be some sort of right-wing philosophy, whatever it may be. That left-leaning person might actually pick up on that and say, well, it's all a little bit like this and a little bit like that, isn't it? You know what we're talking about, kids. You don't want to buy that game. Not that I care whether a right winger or a left winger actually succeeds in the game industry, and this is my point. If somebody had said, if somebody, whether they be left or whether they be right, try their best to be objective about the actual game, whether it plays well, whether it's fun, whether they've done their jobs properly, it's up to us to decide whether we consider the left-leaning or right-leaning. I would be on the shelf when it comes to a reviewer reviewing anything by including its left or right-wing bias.
Yeah.
I'd find that shady.
Yeah.
If you see what I
I
mean.
think we all would. I think we all would think that was shady.
I mean, I suspect you probably find that a lot of film out there has a certain left-leaning or right-leaning bias.
Oh yeah, I mean when for me when I go watch a movie and there's a climate change narrative to it, it's not that I don't I don't yes, climate change is an issue, but don't force that as a narrative in the movie. I think it feels forced and
Well, no, I'm like I said once again, if somebody wishes to produce something of that ilk, you're instantly going to know that sort of what's going on there.
but you don't put that in a Captain America movie or something. You know what I mean?
Well, as I say, I'll be perfectly frank. The idea of global warming is neither a left or a right angle, and
No, it's a fact. It's a fact.
well, yeah. And the other problem with the right as well, the extreme right, is that they have done to global warming exactly what feminism has done to sexual emancipation.
Ooh, that's good.
In the sense, it's in the sense that, oh right, you don't believe in feminism, so you must be some right-leaning Nazi scumbag who doesn't understand women. You live in your basement somewhere and you just don't like women. That's why you're against it. Nothing to do with the fact that you're an egalitarian and you don't really think that equality is a perfectly symmetrical thing. And it's the same thing when it comes to people denying climate change. They just go, it's just some left-wing, wishy-washy, grubby-elbowed, hippied, rudderless idiots just running around trying to make the man lose his job. And we're sitting there kind of going, well, there's the losing of the life. I mean, one of the things that for me, when it comes to people talking about global warming, they kind of go, yeah, but the planet's been all right before. We've had some shizzle. I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, about 200 million years ago, before we were even here, yes. I mean, if the world was doing so well, could you give me some of the reports from all of the mega cities that were living next to tidal rivers? I mean, would you? Well, and they go, well, there weren't any reports back then. You go, yeah. Well, that's what we were all worrying about. The planet will be fine. Who are you worrying about? I'm no tree hugger, but I do understand the need for trees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
do know that they don't need hugging.
Hey, just another reminder to everyone that's viewing the stream. If you want to come in and talk, hit us up on Twitter. I'm Troy at GhostLev. Guys, if you want to plug your names, go right for it.
I'm RSOL-GTP, or RSOL-GTP, Global Terrorist Prevention. But yeah, you've got the questions window here. You can always say something down to the bottom in the comments section if you want to get yourselves involved. Speak out or forever be not heard.
Yeah, we want to hear from you.
What we do in life, echoes in eternity. I don't know.
Oh, is Chris still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What we do in live chat echoes in eternity.
That's right. Oh, hold on. I shall be right back. My phone is blowing up over here.
That's no way to get on a chat.
No, I know. I don't want to have a phone call on the chat.
Some people don't know what they're doing.
I shall leave the floor to you two for the moment, and I'll be back.
So far, I haven't heard from Chris. Are you there, Chris? Chris?
Yeah?
Ah, it's just you and me now, mate.
Alright. You gotta forgive my silence. I usually, if two people are talking, I don't like to butt in on them.
But yeah, I mean, I think we're really exploring the idea of one-sidedness more than anything else. If you've got anything to say on that topic.
Biasism?
Yeah, and how sort of people end up getting their the confirmation bias confirmed. Thank you, baby.
Oh man, let me turn off my Internet Explorer so my Google Chrome so I could actually focus mainly on this. Uh, my thing about biasism is that if you know that you can't be swayed on something, don't even try to get into an argument with someone, or else you're just wasting everyone's time.
But with that principle, of course, you've got, you know, I'm not going to be swayed, you're not going to be swayed, there's no point in us discussing it. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And with that, of course, becomes the danger of simple hard-nosedness. It doesn't really matter what you say to me, I'm not going to believe what you've got to say anyway because you're on the opposite side of the fence.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, I'm not really a political kind of person.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
well, carry on, I was about to listen.
I'm not really a political person. I usually try to stay away from the subjects of politics, religion, because I've gotten into quite a few arguments about that one.
Hmm. The interesting thing is politics is generally a lot more concerned with you. In the same way that if you don't speak for yourself, someone will speak for you.
Well, I mean, if I have to get into the conversation, then I'll have to get into the conversation. But it's just that it's I normally tend to not want to open up that can of worms because people will get heated.
Mm. But whenever anyone gets angry about a situation, especially in politics, that is an artifact of cognitive dissonance. Do you understand the term cognitive dissonance?
No, this is the first time I've heard it.
Oh, right, okay. Cognitive dissonance is the uncomfortable feeling you get with having two opposing ideas coming into your mind. It's the discomfort with this contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you a lot of confirmation bias produced to you in your life, and you've built up this, I like to consider it as like a house of cards that you've built up. I mean, people go through this in the earlier parts of their lives. They go, right, this is what reality is, and then someone comes along with a new bit of information that just completely destroys what they've got, and then they're sitting in a corner going, I don't know, I can't live with myself. And then they kind of go, right, I'm gonna get myself together. I'm gonna have to do this again. New house of cards. Another bit of information comes across, and they're destroyed again. And eventually, after a few wreckings, your house of cards starts to sort of sturdy up a little bit, and there's a few foundations that build on them. And this is obviously the most dangerous bit about confirmation bias, of course, is that once you've got yourself into that state, anyone coming along and saying, well, although I do like what you've done with the base here, there's this card. This card is just hanging out loose, and if you pull it, it's just going to go. Don't touch it. This is as close as I've managed to get. All right. Do not interfere with my paradigm of life. And of course, now you've got a person who is not only guarded about their house of cards. Certainly don't want anyone to blow it over. But there's still all these people out there blowing it over. So now what you have to do is get rid of them. If I don't have anyone blowing over my house of cards will stay. It seems obvious, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have, from what I've seen with a lot of the SJW scene, is people that are far too sensitive to the world around them, I would say. An element of folk that have got this sense that if somebody were to say something to me, I get this trigger, you know, I hear this, they trigger me. I get triggered.
You mean trigger warnings?
Oh my God. I mean, please come back to reality, kids. Right, if someone says something and you feel something from that, that is not their fault. That is your decision. Well, I'm very offended by that. I don't give a shit. Be offended all you like. Now what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to be even more offended. Still doesn't change what I've just said. You're going to have to say something logically in order to counter what I've said, so that I may actually have a look on what I've just said. This is a sticks and stones argument, kids. You've heard this. You know, everyone knows the rhyme. Say it with me. Sticks
And stones.
and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And I am living proof of this, because I've had every name called of me under the sun since I've been on this particular adventure. And so far, I'm still here, laughing at how easy it is for people to get upset about very, very little. Because all of these people putting this stuff out there were expecting me to get upset. They said it with that in mind. They were harassing me as far as they're concerned. And it didn't work. And in many cases, this really proves to people what the real problem is. You've got people that are easily upset going up against people who are easily not. And we're just looking at you kind of going, no, right, okay, you're going to be douchebags. We're going to have to clear the rough. So, bye-bye Kotaku. You know, bye-bye rock, paper, scissors, shotgun. You're gone. You're drunk. And everyone's sort of complaining and saying, well, you can't do that. They've got freedom of speech. They do have freedom of speech. They do. So do we. And we're exercising.
But when you take away others' freedom of speech, yeah, that becomes the problem.
No, well, no. That is their right as a private company. They have the right to censor whoever and however they like. The problem for them is they also have a customer base that they have to worry about. And they've just basically kind of gone, actually, we don't have to worry about you. So that's fine then.
No.
Now you do, though. Now you have to worry about us.
I think the whole list of, you know, the game Jorm pros is just a big middle finger to us as the consumer. And man, I was listening to someone else's stream and there was like an email that came out and like the leader of the group was like, hey, want to celebrate 4 years of you know, everything in here being not let out to the public, and we're all professionals. I think it was King of Pole. It must have been King of Pole. Yeah. He was talking about that, and you just kind of reminded me of it.
In the sense that we've kept a lid on you know, things for quite some time. Well done, everyone.
Yeah, you're
Group
professionals.
hug.
Oh yeah,
Right.
and a hug box.
Well, exactly. It's what's the word? There's two ways of being professional. You know, there's doing a professional job, and then there's acting professional. And PR, that's all it ever has been, is acting professional. That's your job, is to give people the impression that you're professional.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Well, PR has sort of melted into journalism for quite some time in most cases. And because obviously gaming is relatively new compared to, say, film or music or whatever like that, we've managed to stave off a lot of this. I mean, there is still people, you know, you're not going to get rid of certain things, and we're prepared to live with it too. Of people kind of going, oh yeah, this gamer's going to be reviewing a bunch of stuff, so that because they're a gamer and they're a reviewer, they're bound to get loads of presents, aren't they? They're bound to get loads of gifts and free offers, and you know, you can have this and have that offers and all this sort of thing from games companies. That's how these people operate. They're not arms dealers, you know. It's not quite the same thing. Okay. You know, if, that sort of level of bribery, you'd be thinking, well, maybe we need to investigate this. All that we've
But
ever...
the gift stuff, isn't that just like doesn't every genre of entertainment do that too?
Absolutely. The problem is, of course, is that most people have this thing called advertisement just at the bottom, or they say, "Thank you, Sony, for my free PlayStation 4."
That's the disclosure.
That is disclosure right there.
Yeah.
I've just got a present from this company. Isn't that awesome? Now, if this person then goes on, and every single Sony game that comes their way, they're kind of going, this is awesome, this is awesome, this is awesome, this is awesome. They're going to lose their readers. They're going to lose the people watching them, because they'll be going, this guy just likes Sony because they gave him presents. And they know straight away.
I'd like to see some examples of that. I mean, I'm sure they're out there.
You can look at Boogie. You can look at Boogie, for example.
Hmm.
Boogie is he's playing the game. He's a lovely guy. He's playing the game, as all of these other sort of reviewers do, yeah. But he's upfront about it. He's always getting freebies. He unboxes them in front of everybody. You know, do you think he's paying for all of this stuff?
No, but I think his YouTube views help him. Absolutely.
Not really, to be honest with you, mate. You know, you've really got to be pushing a lot of YouTube views to get really any money out of YouTube.
See, I'm naive about that. I know nothing about income through YouTube.
Well, why do you think half the people that are on YouTube have got a Patreon account?
I think they found another way to
fund themselves, because they're not earning enough money out of YouTube, because it's, you know, you get like, you know, pennies on the thousands.
Was CGP Grey? I think he said it best. Like, you know, the advertising fairy wants to control his content, so then he moved to a like subbable type deal.
Yeah. Well, no, it's up to you. I mean, it's just like with it. You know, we have the BBC in this country, so it's a subscriber-only service, in the sense that everybody in the nation pays a chunk to it. There's not a single advert on there, or at least shouldn't be. Although they still end up talking about Apple a lot. You know, it's they follow the news a lot too much, does the Beeb. But generally speaking, there aren't any adverts on there, and that's what people are happy to accept, that they're going to be taxed once a year for something that will not advertise at them. And it is a small opening in the swathe of advertised television that's out there, that is all compromised, of course, by the fact that it's advertising.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way things are. I mean, to anybody, you know, it's done. It's what is done. Did you want to watch TV for free? Well, yeah. Well, then you're going to have to put up with a few adverts. What did you expect? I want free TV and I don't want anyone selling me anything. Well, who's fucking paying for that then?
I do think it's you know, we're getting off topic, but it is kind of bullshit that you pay for a service like Hulu and there's still fucking ads in there. It's like, how greedy are you guys?
Well, I mean, this is once again, the other point, the other way is that at some point or another, guys, you've got to have some decorum. America is terrible for this. You've got an advert every 5 seconds. You've got an advert before the end credits. You know, you want to watch the final scene, do you? Oh well, just listen to these 4 minutes of adverts, and then you can get your last 30 seconds of the TV program, and then a minute and a half worth of credits. Thanks for coming.
David Mitchell did a good job of with the comedy group that he's with, doing like a skit, kind of like a spoof on like Pawn Stars over here.
Right.
And it's just like, you know, I'm here looking for a gift from my niece, and he's like, oh, you're here looking for a gift for your niece, and then an advert, and he's like, when we were watching, you know, whatever show, it's like Gary came in and was looking for a gift for his niece, and then it says, oh, I'm here looking for a gift for my niece, and it's like, if you take out all of that, it would only be 3 minutes of legitimate content.
Yeah.
And,
Well, you must watch some of the TV programs on sort of like these sites that, you know, they just basically let you just go through the entire series. And in the American ones, they're like 20 minutes.
yeah.
But in the British ones, they're like half hour.
No, I see that, and I know you don't watch QI, but if anybody out there watches QI,
That's a BBC, yeah.
yeah, it's a BBC
It's
one.
a long program, each one.
Well, it's 43 minutes.
Yeah.
And you know, it's.
That's called quality broadcasting, my friend.
I know, and that's why I watch it. Is Black Book like that?
Black Books? Yeah, Black Books is it was first showed on BBC Two.
All right, so I can kind of expect the same, lots of content.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm down. I acquired it and shall watch it.
But I mean, most of the episodes you see, say, like, look at, say, 2.5 Men, for example. That's a classic. You know, you can tell when the adverts would have come on for you guys because it all just blacks out.
You know what? I could do that for BBC shows and shows like that are in Australia and New Zealand. It's like when you know, when the commentator or the moderator breaks the fourth wall and talks to the camera, I can tell that was probably where they had cut, at least for them. I mean, I had a commercial, but...
But generally speaking, even on normal advertised TV, you get maybe 2 advert breaks in between. Because of the BBC. People would just get annoyed with ITV or Sky or whatnot if they just went over the top and just threw loads and loads of adverts at it. But even Sky these days has really sort of pushed that forward, and it's like, to be honest with you, I you know, you can say a lot of things about what's going on right now, but this all stems back from the sort of the Rupert Murdoch level of journalism, which is you're either in my camp or you're an enemy.
Yeah. Can somebody check chat and see if we have any questions? Not in the Q&A section, but I think people are commenting on like the YouTube video.
I'm looking at Q&A and we're getting nothing.
Yeah, no, nothing there. But like, if anybody's commenting on the actual the video that's like out on YouTube.
Nope.
Most people seem to be concerned with just throwing more crap at the Twitter wall today, it seems.
Oh dear.
Well, let's discuss this then at least. What's actually going on, because we've got Roguestar, which we're going to be talking to tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
No.
Oh,
Thursday.
Thursday, 2.
Sorry.
3 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Send me an email, goddammit.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, and Roguestar's saying exactly this. Keep in mind, our enemies are willing to sabotage career, censor en masse, and abuse their power. Show no mercy.
Yeah. I watch the stuff that
strong vitriolic stuff. You know, and we're talking about emailing people and asking their sponsors to maybe consider that the person advertising their goods is not necessarily the best ambassador for them. That's really what we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing, and this is what these people are terrified of. I mean, everyone's coming up to Twitter and they're saying, "Oh, you're a bunch of bullies. You're a bunch of this, that, and the other." And it's like, you've just come to us to bully us.
Yeah.
I mean, hello, welcome. I mean, you've obviously read a few passages on a newspaper or read a few passages in a magazine or an article, and you were over here angry at us. We get it. Now, please let me just basically just drop this truth grenade down your throat. Oh. And that's what our job is on Twitter. It's not for stepping up the vitriol. It's not for stepping up the anger and recriminations against social justice warriors, because it's, like I said, very little to do with them, and it makes things worse. It makes things worse because then it becomes a them and us. It becomes social justice warriors against gamers, which is not what this is about. Social justice warriors are merely the hired guns in this scenario.
You know, somebody had, I'm full disclosure to everyone. I'm here from the Reddit angle of everything.
Okay.
I'm on Kotaku in action, and I don't know if you guys are, anybody in the stream is familiar with knowyourmeme.com.
I've heard of them too, yeah.
If you look up GamerGate on Know Your Meme, someone had posted this on Reddit, but this is like the most unbiased and like objective thing that I've seen.
Yeah, Know Your Meme stream pretty good.
Posted. And it's like the most accurate, at least with overview and background. That's as far as I've gotten to. I'm probably gonna be post that up on Twitter, cause that's good. Wait, is the Wikipedia ant still there?
Yeah, the GamerGate ant's still there, yeah. But a GamerGate controversy, it's called now, for us.
Oh, it got re. Now, see, if I type in GamerGate, it just says GamerGate, and it's the ant one, still. But it says,
but it's called the GamerGate controversy now.
This article is about a type of ant for the 2014 game culture controversy. See GamerGate controversy.
There you go.
Oh man, so many. When's the last time it was edited? Of course it was today. Ah, man.
Ooh. Just for anybody out there, Blender 2.27 just came out.
Blender? Wait, what is that? I'm unfamiliar.
I could go on about that, mate. I'm a gusher when it comes to Blender. It's a freeware, free to use, free to do with whatever you like, sort of a thing. It's 3D compositing. It'll do green screen extraction. It'll do camera tracking. The works. I use it for all of my work.
Oh, I'm going to it right now. I'm looking at their website.
It's a wonderful tool. I just had a response from someone.
I'm watching this film. I actually like.
Is that the robots playing music?
This is
Wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty noisy thing.
That was loud.
This is experimental fashion film related by those people who do like professional things as well. And I would like the style of it. It's just this one person doing this weird thing. It's got a narrative.
Well, we'll have a look in a minute. I'm just going to go to the loo, chaps. I'm just going to mute myself. So if you want to fill in the air while you can.
Oh yeah. Ah, God, that was loud.
Do you have headphones on? Because
Yeah, I have headphones on.
Yeah, my ears pretty much feel attacked.
Sorry, everybody on the stream. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing. I got like sidetracked by like 6 different things here. GamerGate. Uh, if anybody that's just came in, the GamerGate description of on knowyourmeme.com is worth a look if you have the time or are bored of just looking at nothing happening on Twitter at the moment. Where's Leo at the moment?
He's been pretty busy.
He would be good to have on right now.
Yeah, somebody that actually does talk.
Leo fills a lot of like our downtime or not our dead air. Everyone watching is probably like, man, these guys aren't talking. They're probably just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. I'm like trying to check 10 different things.
Back.
All right, Robin, you go back to filling in the dead air there.
Is that my role in this? Robin Gething, air filler.
Well, if we go incorporated, that can be your job title.
Oh, cheers.
Right on.
I'm sure that that's really good for my resume.
Dead air filler?
Heck
yeah.
I'm not doing a very good job at the moment, am I? I got Maggie in the.
Sorry,
I know she's
talking to myself.
she's found a fashion film and now she's going crazy for it. She loves it.
This is actually concept.
I know.
Fashion?
Yeah,
Sounds like fascism.
No, she's not. She's quite anti-fascist when it comes to fascism, really, on that sort of front. She's not one to sort of stick to her guns on anything. She likes to sort of experiment in all kinds of things. So.
Yeah, but I do have opinions.
And she does have opinions. As you can tell, you can hear that she has opinions. You know.
No,
look at some facts and do some research, not just.
She strikes me as the person that always wants to be right, but knows that always, if you want to be right all the time, you need to be able to change your mind or change your opinion on something.
That is Maggie right there. Yeah, she wants to be right all the time, but she is willing to.
No.
Wait, you didn't even finish.
But she doesn't let me finish the sentence. That's right.
No, but that is frustrating.
Mags, everybody wants to be right. I was saying to him, You're not listening. You're not listening.
Throwing in some ideas, and I don't even know what he said.
Yeah, I was trying to explain.
You won't put the speakers on. I cannot hear it. And actually, I'm doing other things. Please don't just,
Oh man, I'm a terrible person.
You are a terrible person. Thanks for that.
My bad. You should still try to explain it to him.
I will afterwards. It's all right.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, she's sort of gone through various sort of stages in a fashion. She's gone through costume for like a comedy. She's actually she's very interested in new materials and looking for things that have never been done before.
Like,
smart materials and things like that.
That's cool.
So, we'd get into some rather heated discussions about, the possibilities, the physical possibilities of, like, having clothing that would, say, behave like a battery, for example.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I mean, I've been talking to some people who do. That can always happen with this is that the most studied of us often find that things are impossible.
It's okay.
But they don't necessarily are able to sort of break out of that particular regime because they know it's not possible. I know, I've been told it. And then that's it, isn't it? And they say, well, yeah, but you didn't go to university and didn't discover this particular thing. So, well, yeah, but I've found out about this. What I'm saying is that we could maybe translate it using this particular principle or that particular principle. And because it's never actually entered their educational sort of circle, it's never actually been discussed in that particular thing. They've got no point of reference to come from, so they just just dismiss it. And that's some of the dangers of people who rely too much on their own education. Education is not actually experience. Education is a fake experience. You know, the problem with a lot of it these days, especially, is they give people this false hope that the moment they've got themselves a qualification, that there's just going to be all these jobs waiting for them. And you have to sort of say to them, yeah, but there is somebody 10 years older than you that already has that. And you're going to have to wait for them to either die or retire before you can replace them, you know. You know, it's not everyone can be a marine biologist. I'm afraid you're just going to have to work in a coffee shop for now.
I mean, I could sit here all day and talk to you about, you know, the diploma mills that we have over here. I don't know how it is over there.
Oh no, well, the British are doing their damnedest to catch up. You know, because of course, you know, we'd like to have the best education money could buy. You know, in a few select schools, of course, and then you know, and then the rest of the universities sort of like just about manage with being overly expensive. But you've got it way worse than us. I mean, some of these universities, I think they've got a maximum of about £9,000 per year.
Well, I work at one. So
Yeah,
I
Maggie
know
works
from
at one.
the inside as well.
And I've seen some of the, you know, there's orders of magnitude in comparison over in America where it's 30, 40,000 for a pretty humdrum sort of a qualification at the end of the day, and you're having to mortgage a house for it. It's mind-boggling. But it turns over money. Got to keep them shareholders happy.
Yeah, it's a business.
Yeah, which is not really why it should ever have been one. You know, you know, people can blame the social ills. I was saying this to Troy. I was saying this to you earlier, wasn't it? Because you've got a certain right-wing leaning in your household, at least.
Yeah.
Is that this is what happens, guys, when the right forces a particular circumstance onto society. There is the blowback that they're not always particularly prepared for. You know, it's like religious schools. You know, they're insane, literally insane. Simply for the fact is they'll deny actual fact over fantasy. Simply for the fact is it would blow over their little house of cards.
Yep.
And then what do? You end up teaching children that, you know, Jesus rode a dinosaur.
And crocoducks walked around.
Oh man. Well, you know, have you ever had somebody who has no understanding of evolution at all say to you, they go, well, look, you can't show me a dog turning into a cat.
See, when people bring up transitional fossil type things, we're all transitional fossils.
Well, first of all, you can't have every single fossil ever created on the Earth show up in the fossil record. It's not going to happen. These animals have got to be very, very forward-thinking if they wish to be discovered.
Guys.
Like,
I'm actually going to head out.
Okay,
right.
mate.
But before I go, I'm going to say on my channel, like, there will be a talk with Roguestar from Roguestar Games. It will be at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Like, Robin and Troy will be there.
Yeah, everyone go to Chris's channel. I'm just doing this to like fill in some dead air between now and then.
Just having fun, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys have your conversation. I actually have to go take care of a few things, but I will talk to you all later.
Okay.
Right on, mate. Head out.
All right, I'll see you.
Take it easy. Yeah, I was just saying to you about the idea of somebody looking at the fossil record and expecting every last one to be discovered before they're able to believe it. Now I can understand that somebody said, well, I want 100% evidence. And it's, well, that's going to be a bit tricky with this particular scenario, because if you're looking for 100% evidence, you would need for every single animal born ever to think, now that I'm just about to kick the bucket, what I'll do is I'll just jump into this tar pit, or I'll hang underneath this loose rock that looks as if it's about to fall on me, and be buried alive underneath.
Mm-hmm.
You know, animals don't think like that. This is where these things are discovered. They're not discovered sort of literally burying themselves into the rock and just leaving themselves there. 99.99999% of all animals living and dying lived and died on a plain somewhere or on some open ground somewhere where it got picked apart by smaller animals, you know, cleaned off by flies and then crushed underfoot by large animals. You know,
Yeah.
I think there's a great saying that somebody says in that when it comes to people who can't take enough information, they need the whole lot before they can really make their decision. And it goes, there's two types of people in this world. There's one who can take disparate information and form a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
I've already given you enough information.
Yeah.
And then there's you.
I'm like, you gotta remember, I'm like half listening,
Yeah.
half reading.
If you were to say to anybody, for example, if you looked at some of the vases, or sorry, a vase, like from some Egyptian sort of, you know, dig site, and they pick apart the little bits of the vase together, and they sort of form the shape of it, but there's a few pieces missing because they couldn't find all the little bits of this pot. Are you going to suddenly turn around and think, well, that's not a vase?
Couldn't be. I don't have all the parts.
Yeah, I mean, the shape pretty much forms it. There's only a few bits and bobs missing, but yeah, I'd say that's more of a jug, or you know, it's probably some sort of, you know, tool for chopping down wood. You wouldn't. The inference is there, and this is, you know, the body of evidence. This is how it looks like. If there was a cat that turned into a dog in front of me, this would not be something that would confirm evolution. That would be what most of us would call a miracle. If that happened, I would be praying at this point.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah.
That would be nature not doing what it's supposed to do. So it's when you're talking to these people, this is what we mean by confirmation bias. I am going to make up a straw man and then attack it. You know, I think when it comes to that sort of thing, this is where we've got with GamerGate, of course, is that we have people who have just put too many straw men on the camel's back.
Sorry, I'm typing. Oh, wow, it's a good thing I didn't say that.
See, I was expecting quite a lot more people coming on for this. It seems quite a bit quiet.
Wait, can you explain to her what I said now?
Well, he was just saying that you're a person who wants to be right
All the
but
time.
you're all the time, but you are willing to discuss it and possibly be wrong.
For me?
Yeah.
Yes, but what the reason
That's what he said about you. The problem was.
Oh no, I wasn't. Yeah, but I didn't hear what I was saying. I couldn't hear what he said, and you were kind of just saying.
And I was about to say
No,
it.
but I didn't agree with you, Robin. On one point, you say that I'm a person who doesn't stick to her guns as such. Which, I mean, what do you mean by that? And on
what I mean is that when somebody sticks to their guns, they'll just sit there and
on certain
fixate on their target no matter what.
But I do that on certain things.
No, that's just called concentration. We're talking about topic.
Yeah, even with the topic.
You do not stick to topic.
Oh, okay. What topic can you give me an example of a topic?
Oh, don't go down there.
That's the thing. You can't just not include me in a conversation and then say something.
I was not including you in the conversation. I was talking about you, not to you.
Well, but I'm in the room and you're talking about me in the first person.
Tell her that we love her. Or that we think she's amazing. Us gamers.
I'm not upset.
No. All I was saying was that when I'm saying that you're not one to stick to your guns, what I'm saying is that you're willing to change your mind if you're given the evidence
Yeah, but okay.
enough evidence to suggest that it
Of
could
course,
be.
that's called keep having an open mind.
That's
Nothing
being
is set
open-minded.
in
That's
stone.
what I mean. Conversationally, sticking to your guns means that it doesn't matter what
Okay,
is
I've
said.
got few moments that I'm just like really flaky.
Yeah,
And
that's
No.
no. You're just prone to interrupt.
No, it's terrible thing to say.
Now you've done it.
Argue a lot.
No, but we do argue a lot, of course.
Why not?
But that's what
Not
honest
like-
people do.
Not just that we scream at each other for the
Yeah.
sake of it.
Yeah.
And arguing and discussing things.
And you find out what wrong and right is that way.
I'm not gonna agree with you just because you're my boyfriend. If I don't agree on you.
Yeah, she'll have a go at me alongside somebody else, you know.
Not like that. Again, that almost sounds like I'm some kind of a bully, but no.
No, you're not. No, I'm not picking on you. I love
No,
you. You're my one.
From the outsider's point of view, that might look like it. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
With us, we know that, but maybe he doesn't.
Have you got that? Are you clear?
Can you put the speaker?
Look. What?
I don't know either.
Okay.
What?
All right, moving on.
Put the fucking speakers on.
Tell her it gives too much feedback.
Yeah, it does. It just gives too much feedback, man, because that's the problem. So really should be getting a few more people involved in this. Really, I'd like to have us to have a proper open discussion.
I know. I like I said, anybody that wants to come on, like, tweet at me. I'm at Ghost Lev, no underscore or anything like that, and LEV as Lev, and Ghost spelled the normal way. I'd glad to have you on here. We want to hear from you.
I hate this phraseology of social justice warrior. I mean, it's like National Socialist. If you hear that, you think, okay, you're for your country, you're for sort of social things. That sounds pretty good, yeah? Until you say it in German, and then it all goes wrong. Nazi. Oh, whoa, hang on. And it's the same thing with social justice warriors. It's when people call them cultural Marxists or whatever like that. Whether it be true or not, the connotations are there on either side. Oh, this is just innocent. I'm just for social justice. Everyone's for social justice.
Yeah.
I'm for feminism. I am for equality. Well, so are people who are for equality. You don't have to qualify this with the word feminist in order to be for social equality. What feminists are for is women deciding what's equality. That's what they're after, or at least feminists deciding what's for equality. I mean, that's the oxymoron of it when they say, "Oh, we're looking for equality for women." It's like, well, what about everybody else?
As long as they're women.
Or at least as long as they agree with us.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's when somebody kind of goes, well, I'm against how you're doing this. I'm not against you. But once again, this is the House of Cards thing. They've built themselves up this House of Cards that I'm some
Don't
sort
blow
of...
on it.
Well, tough. I've just walked past it. I'm going to disturb the air.
It's going to come down.
Yeah, if it's that pathetic and weak, perhaps it needed poking. I mean, it's like with a lot of kids that have grown up that thinking that bullying is wrong. Right? Yes, it is wrong. But don't forget that it's fun. This is the bit that people don't understand about people who get bullied and stuff like that. Kids don't bully other kids because, they've had a terrible childhood. Their parents bullied them. They just know what bullying is. It's just part of life. No, they bully people because it's fun to bully kids. It is fun for a bunch of children to stand around a smaller one and get them to cry.
Yeah.
It's fun for them. Because they're little psychopaths. That's what kids are like. Now, if you go down that route of basically mollycoddling the bully and making the bully think, obviously something's wrong with you. You've had some sort of hardship and difficulty in your life. In many cases, they're just a douchebag. People have fun, torturing animals. They do.
Hold on. It looks like Kaz is commenting on the video.
Okay.
If Kaz, if you're out there listening, I'd love to have you on here, man. So
You could maybe discuss with us why you felt as if that it was all right to threaten, or at least what was it that you said to the guys? Like, I'm watching.
don't talk shit.
Don't talk shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's like I said, it's not really for you to decide what they say. And if they wish to talk shit about you, mate, you're just going to have to get used to that. You know, it's thicken that skin up. If you wish to come on and talk shit about us, I suspect we will respond. I mean, that's just the way things go. I mean, we're just on an open forum here, and there's no fisticuffs flying. What does it matter to you? Some people have got their egos resting on this, and this is the big mistake.
Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me. He hasn't replied yet.
Hmm.
I'm gonna see if I can send him an invite here. See if he shall come on. Do, do, do. Do, do,
I
do.
think we just beat the 1,000,000 mark.
Oh yeah, we did.
Congratulations, everyone!
Yeah, congratulations everyone. GamerGate, million tweets.
Way before Christmas. That's the 1,000,000 tweet mark.
Oh, see, Kaz says he wants to come in and join. Yeah, let me give me a second here. Let me work on getting you in here. Robin, do you still have the chat from yesterday?
Do I still have the chat from yesterday?
Yeah, or not the other day when we were doing the stream.
I didn't record it.
No, I know you didn't record it, but it isn't like if you go to Google Plus and go to your sidebar, can you see the one that all of us were in?
No.
Hmm.
You trying to find the guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
If I
that.
type in his name, it won't come up. It won't come up for me.
It looks like it. If he wishes to speak, then he can speak. We're not really people to.
No, I want him in here, and I'm trying to get him in here.
You're going as strong as want, do you? Okay.
Hey, wait, Kaz, if you can hear me, hit me if you still have that Google Hangouts thing open, or if it's still in your recent Hangouts thing, ping me there, and I'll bring you in. I'm trying to type your name in, and it.
Yeah. I think I've got it here. ORFANOS. Sorry.
Yeah.
ORFANOS 58.
I know. I put that in, and nothing. Nothing seems to be up. I'm gonna give him a minute to reach out to me. Cause if you want to do it on Twitter,
It's best for you to obviously say something to him on Google Plus.
yeah, it's better to do it here. So I'm gonna give him a minute. I'm gonna go to the restroom. And if people want to tweet out there that Kaz is gonna come back on, and have any questions for him,
you can either tweet to me or Troy, and we'll try and include you in the discussion.
Yeah. And we're keeping it civil. We're not attacking each other.
Oh, here we go. What's this?
Nothing like that at all. So.
He's trying to ring me.
Okay. See if you can you add him in, like you did, Chris?
Let's see if we can add him in.
All right. I'm gonna be right back.
How do we add you? So we're on that one. We want to add another person. What's his name? ORF. Yeah, if you want to. NOS. There he is. There you go. That should be invited to you now. So just waiting for him to come online. And we're sitting here scratching our bits, waiting for something to actually happen. At this point, I'd like to break into a song, but I can't think of any, so I won't.
Just adjusting going on.
I could play some jazz, yeah, I could. Like jazz. Cool. But I say this to anybody watching, I don't know how many or who is, if you just want to tweet to me on, my name is Robin Gething, you should be able to find me easy enough. There's not many Robin Gethings out there, thankfully. It would have been crowded otherwise. Yeah, we'll pop you in and we can just discuss this thing. As I say, it's for me personally, this is really more to do with right. Alfonso, I am inviting you to a hangout. We don't need you to invite me. We've already got a hangout running, so I'm going to decline this now. Oh, you've declined it. Okay, I have added you already to this hangout. So it should be something like that. Let me get the. If you click on the link now, you should be able to go in straight away. So it's just me. Still just me. There he is. You're on.
Yes, I am on. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
What did you have to say, mate?
About the whole conversation over there.
You've been listening, yes?
What?
How long have you been listening for?
Like right now, we just started listening.
So please, say what you've got to say, mate.
Oh, about the whole conversation. I think that well, first, my English is not the best, so I try to answer.
Pretty good, mate. Your English is much better than you say.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I tried to respond to. I think I tried to respond to too many questions at the same time, so I started to mumble. I guess that was the problem.
Well, you know, we've got time to clarify that now.
Okay. So, and what do I start?
Well, I can come to you from my position at least, and then you may be able to respond to it.
Okay.
As far as I am concerned, when we talk about social justice warrior as a concept, that is not really what we're here to discuss as GamerGate. The GamerGate thing is about mainly about collusion of journalists who think, regardless of their political bent, that it's okay for them to use and utilize the media for their own ends. This we find unacceptable in the gaming community.
Okay. Mm, I guess I can see that, but I was talking to and reading a couple of tweets from people from this side, and they say yes, there is a certain problem with how journalists do their job in the gaming. But the problem is that every single person who sees GamerGate, the problem is that GamerGate still has that negative stigma that
Who do you
follows
think made that?
comments.
Let me just suggest this to you for a second. We are talking about a problem in journalism. People who report facts, apparently, who are saying to people that the people who are against these journalists are bigots, misogynists, and should be kicked out of the gaming community as a
Hey,
whole.
Robin. Sorry to
Hello.
cut you guys off. I'm back. I want to bring one more person. They hit me
Yeah,
up on
bring 'em in.
Twitter. Kaz, thanks for coming back on.
Okay.
Really appreciate you being here.
But you really need to get off of that subject of the idea. Well, you've got some nasty people involved. It doesn't really matter. The actual crux of this is the fact that there is an element within journalism that on all stages, if you have a look at normal press news or normal say movies or TV or whatever like that, there is a certain element of people out there that wish to utilize this medium for their own political ends.
Political.
Yes, political ends.
Right. Wait, political like
Whatever their politics may be. Like I said to you, you're talking. You've come into this after hearing information from the people that we are against.
yes.
Now, if you're going to just listen to the information from people that we are against, are you really thinking that you're going to get a clear representation of us from people who obviously don't want you to have a clear interpretation of us?
I guess that's a fair question. I mean,
I try to
guess,
make them so.
I really like listening. Well, I guess the problem with me is that I really like listening to people who are on my side, so it kind of encourage the things that I believe.
But that also is very dangerous, is it not?
Yes, it is. And that's the problem. That's what I was
And
trying
you
to.
displayed that the other day on that King of Pole interview when you said, "But I'm biased."
Yes, I am biased.
Well, yeah, and what you actually do is you now just throw yourself out of the debate with that statement, because there's no. If you were to say, "Well, I'm on the left," "Well, I'm on the right," and well, there's no point us talking then, is there? Why are we discussing this? Is if you're not going to listen to me, I'm not going to listen to you.
Hey, sorry, Robin and Kaz, to cut you off. I wanted the new guy here to introduce themselves and let him know that he joined.
Definitely a cosplayer.
Oh.
Yes, definitely.
What's your favorite movie?
Yeah, I'm basically Pytil at Energy Beam Turbo on Twitter, and I just wanted to come in and just say why I joined up with GamerGate.
So speak, sir. We're all ears.
So I'll let you guys finish your conversation you're having right now, then hopefully I'll pipe in.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, as I was saying, it's merely a ground rules for debate, really. That what I'm talking about is that to say, okay, we've got some nasty elements in your side of the wood. It's been told to me by the press, and we're saying to you, the press are lying to you. They haven't. A certain element of the press have an agenda, and they are pushing that agenda out into the gaming community at large. For someone to turn around and say, well, everything that they've said to me is what I believe, and I believe them because they agree with me on other issues, we are now in a very dangerous loop. For example, do you love your country?
Yes, of course.
Do you consider yourself? Do you consider yourself as, say, a socialist?
I don't know what a socialist is.
Somebody who would say, think that we should all look after each other, and be, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so if I were to call you a national socialist, would that be okay?
You mean a person who cares about people inside the country?
Yeah, in their nation, yeah.
Sure, I guess that makes sense.
Well then, if would you like me to call you a National Socialist in German?
In German?
Yeah.
Why? What?
You're a Nazi.
Yeah, that's.
You're now a Nazi. Now you see how things work with just the way it's phrased and just the way it's termed.
Yeah, but Nazi, it's
a National Socialist.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Like, if you only hear one side and you don't hear the other side, there's going to be a problem.
But then again, what's in a name? It's just a name. Now, if I were to say that person's a Nazi, they're a this, they're a that, and the other, whatever like that, and you never said, but this person is just a socialist, they care about their country, it's a slightly different way of saying it, isn't it?
Yes, I guess I can understand that.
So,
for me, I try to hear the other side, like I hear, like I said, videos and stuff. And
but by saying I'm not going to agree with you because of my own biases means that you're not actually listening. All you're doing is hearing.
I guess I can understand that. It's just I guess the reason why I can't take out that bias in this situation is that because of the negative stigma. It's like if it wasn't for that, right, I would have been more understanding. I would have been.
Then what you're suffering is a lack of objectivity. You are refusing objectivity as though it is something that is unobtainable.
Well, being completely objective is very difficult.
Completely is slightly different from being. If you can imagine, nobody is perfect, are they? So let's all be completely imperfect?
Well, I guess you can't be completely perfect. I guess you can obtain to be perfect.
But you could always try.
Yes, you can always try.
Indeed. And now the problem is where this kicks in, because if you do not try to be objective, you will never actually obtain any objectivity at all. To not even bother is to basically throw your own logic out of the window.
Yes, I can understand that. But if we're going to be very as objective as possible, then if we, I guess in my position, if I try to understand GamerGate, I would have to try to understand why GamerGate was created in the beginning. And if
I can explain that pretty quickly. I can nutshell that quite easily for you. Gamers, almost generationally speaking, from the year dot, have one particular thing that they don't want in their lives. All of you people. In most cases, people in the gaming community are happy to play with each other. They don't give a damn about your politics. They just want to shoot you in the face. Okay? In other words, we're not really interested in having the gaming industry as someone's political football. You've already got it in films, you've already got it in magazines, you've already got it in books, you've already got it in pretty much every other walk of life. The one thing that made us that little bit more special than you lot was that we didn't try and put our personal politics into it. Now, I'm not saying that anyone can't make a game that is political, or a producer who has political bent to try and put their own political leanings into the manufacture of their own game. But for example, would you like it if somebody who was a socialist and had socialist sort of views wanted to make a game that was obviously in a socialist view, and the backers turned around and went, we're not going to do that because we're conservatives? Not because it won't make money, but they would say no, conservatives. How would you feel?
I don't know how I would feel.
You'd be I would say you would be a bit annoyed as an artist when you have decided to do what you want to do, and then to have somebody to stop you doing what you want to do because it is not politically expedient.
But there's a reason why movies and comic books and TV shows there's a reason why it has been leaning more. There's a reason why there's been an agenda, and it's because
People are too pussy.
no, it's because they're trying to be more inclusive. They're trying to bring more bigger audience. If you only cater to the audience that you already have, then the audience that is outside won't be able to get in.
Okay, so
Don't watch that show.
let's have a look at the statistics, shall we? And then you tell me that gaming isn't inclusive enough. When apparently 46% of people who play games are women. Right?
Correct.
You can't just use those statistics one way and not use them in the other. So for you to say that women are not being included in games would be erroneous. The fact that women have been creating games pretty much since gaming began would also suggest that to be wrong.
Yes, women have been.
And
women
would you
have been
like?
creating. Yes.
Would you like inclusivity everywhere?
Yes, I would like inclusivity everywhere.
Okay, so would you say that women should be given equal respect and responsibility in every case?
Responsibility, like
in every case,
like equal
to men.
Equality, yes,
to
like
men.
Equality. Yes, of course. To equality.
Okay, so by what you've just said there, just simply by being blunt with it and not actually using any sort of nuance, I can now use your logic to say that you are in favour of forcing a woman to abort her baby.
Why force?
Very, very easily. Very easily. If you are a man and you and your girlfriend have sex and she becomes pregnant and you want the baby, she doesn't want the baby, what happens?
Well, it's not force if she's the one that's deciding.
Yeah, but just say, what would happen? Who would decide?
It would be the woman.
Okay, now, if she does want the baby and you don't, who decides?
I guess
it's
her.
still her again, isn't it? Now,
yes.
That's the problem. That is not equal responsibility.
Yes, but men don't have to get pregnant as well. It's one of those cases where
then we okay, and now we can use the other end of that spectrum and say, well, she should have kept it between her legs, then, shouldn't she? Can you see? Well, you aren't supposed to fuck, then, boys. Well, then she's not supposed to, and then we're back to that once again. This is the difference between feminism, yes, and equality. Equality is for everyone to have a fair rap, but it doesn't always match perfectly. It is what we would call asymmetrical.
I will have to disagree.
Still fits, but it is asymmetrical. I, as a man, as a person who is for equal rights for all, am not advocating that at all. However, the problem is that there is an inequality there for men who, if these irresponsible children, which most teenage pregnancies are, because, well, it's teenagers and they're irresponsible, a girl is given full right to decide what a man should do with his child. With his child, remember. It's not just her child.
Understand that we're talking about a woman's body reproductive system. Like, you can't control what she does with her body.
That's right, we can't. In other words, it is having to be asymmetrical towards the woman. There's no way to get around that. In other words, it's called sexual dimorphism. Sexual dimorphism means that women and men are different.
We're talking about sexual reproduction. Yes, of course, men and women are different in the sexual reproduction.
This is sexual reproduction. Well, here it comes along again. There are other things that women and men are different at, and of course not. Of course not.
Okay.
Are you? Please tell me how women and men are exactly the same, apart from the fact that one of them gets pregnant and the other one doesn't.
You understand that we're talking about reproductive system,
I've
comparing
stopped
it
that.
to
No,
being.
we understand, both of us, that there is sexual dimorphism within the whole sort of reproductive bit. We don't have to worry about that, but there are other avenues of sexual dimorphism apart from that. I believe you've just said that there isn't, and I'd like you to back that up.
What? Let me understand. Are you saying that women are dumber than men, or
No,
they can't
no, I'm not.
say no?
You're putting words in his mouth.
Or are you telling me that women are different than men?
I'll say it again.
Apart from her.
I am saying that men and women have differences that are not just about reproduction.
Okay,
Different.
can you
I didn't
list?
say better or worse. I did not say better or worse. You said that that was not so.
Okay, and so can you list me those things that are different?
Well, there are many things that are different.
Okay.
Structure, for once, we've got different bones. We have different muscle structure. We have different brain chemistries. We have different wants and needs.
Wants and needs.
Yes.
Oh,
Like a woman wants something different than what a man wants?
Oh, indeed. First of all, for example, a heterosexual man is generally quite attracted to a heterosexual woman. A heterosexual woman is generally quite attracted to heterosexual men.
Okay.
Can you see that those two things are different? Those are different wants and different needs.
Wait, but you just said that a man, a straight man, and likes a straight woman, and a straight woman likes a straight man.
Yes.
What's the difference in that situation?
Well, if I was a straight man, I wouldn't be looking to have sex with a man.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
I'll say it again, shall I? If I am
Robin, I think you cut out there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If I am a straight man, my lustful wants, what I will actually be sort of attracted to, would be a woman. A straight woman will not be attracted to a woman. Those are two separate, different needs. They are compatible with each other, yes, but they are two separate, different needs.
But then you can put it in the other way around, that a straight man is not going to be attracted to another straight man.
That's
Exactly.
right.
Then a straight, it's like, I don't really understand how you're putting it. Are you saying that like a man is going to like a woman, but a woman is not going to like another woman?
If a woman, if you can imagine, we're talking about two people, one in a relationship with each other, for example, yes?
Okay,
Now
yes.
that is the same thing, yes. However, they're both coming at this particular situation from two separate bases of need. I want a woman. She wants a man. Can you see how
Yes.
that is sexual dimorphism?
Let's talk about the different
You
ones.
mean that they're attracted to the opposite sex?
That's right. It
Okay,
is
I can
similar. It
understand
is
that there's
similar, but it is different. Men have different
And
properties to them than women do.
just so we know, we're talking about straight women, not
I'm not
gay
going to go
women.
down that road yet. We'll keep it simple for now.
Okay, I can understand that, they have different sexual needs.
Okay. Well, there are other differences in sexual dimorphism, for example. Generally, women, certainly girls, and I've been around children quite a lot in my lifetime. I also was a child, and have noticed that girls generally tend to talk more. They tend to talk to their friends a lot more. Boys tend to run around a lot more. They tend to be more active and running around. Now, I'm not saying every, but you must understand that exceptions do not disprove the rule.
Okay, I can understand that there's a difference between a sexuality difference between a man and a woman. From reproductive systems to the way their body is structured. That is understood.
Mentality as well, through brain chemistry.
you have to really very clearly define that part, because are we talking
Okay.
about like a person who two kids, a kid, well, a boy and a girl who are passing through puberty. They do have difference, but they are also passing through puberty, and they're going to have difference in their experience.
Even from day one, the differences between boys and girls become prominent.
Okay,
From day
yes.
one. From day one. There's been studies done to actually to find out whether this was true about sexual dimorphism in a very early age. It was found that generally a baby that was a boy generally tended to concentrate more on, say, mechanical, object-driven images, whereas a baby girl... Are you outside?
No, wait, I'm going to change places.
Okay. Would anyone else like to chime in?
Chime in against you, or everyone's mic's muted.
Everyone's got an opinion, dude. You don't have to take a position. Just take your own, isn't it?
I mean,
Oh, by the way, guys, if you couldn't tell, I'm back.
Okay, cool. How about Mr. Cosplay?
Mr. Boba Fett.
Yeah, what's up, Bubba?
Maybe he's not
He's
there
in
anymore.
listening mode at the moment.
Yeah,
He's probably just rearming. We ran out of ammo. But does anyone understand this principle about sexual dimorphism and how little girls and little boys do actually have different wants?
I mean, you're preaching you're preaching the congregation to me.
Well, yes. Whether you agree or not, I'm really after whether you understand it or not.
Yeah, I see where
Yeah,
you're
it's
coming
understandable.
from. I work in the education, so I see all the differences between both genders and how everyone acts differently.
Yeah.
So
But
I get
there is the problem that a lot of people have at the moment with equality of outcome over equality of opportunity. And they were hoping that those things would match up. And it's very upsetting for feminists who were thinking that the moment the equality of opportunity came around, the equality of outcome would happen. And they found that hasn't happened. This is where where doctrine gets interfered with the most pesky of forces, which is reality.
Okay, I'm back.
He's back.
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, we were talking about very, very small. We were talking about baby kids before they've even been told what gender they are, before anyone can even explain to them what gender even means, and they're just basically just babies on their back, sort of hardly able to open their eyes virtually. But the things that they are willing to concentrate on, in other words, it's a very, very early sign of what interests them, and early on. The boys are interested in the mechanical, the object-oriented things. But when those are passed to a girl, they are more interested, on average, in general, not exactly down the line, but on average, more towards faces and people. This is experimental science, guys. You can go and find out about this. I believe the guy who actually did this one is a brother of Sacha Baron Cohen, which is the guy who did what was it called again? He did a bunch of films.
Juno, yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
You know, a load of ridiculous comedy programs where he went over to America and just took the piss out of you, just pretending to be a gay guy, and he was also, all that sort of thing.
That's yes.
Yeah, but that's his brother. That's his brother.
Hey, we're getting some comments,
Borat,
and I kind of want to keep us on track and move back to
But
Because we're going kind of down we're going down the rabbit hole.
I'm really actually leading to this, to the crux of this, is that reality always wins. And this is the bit that a lot of people who have a certain indoctrinated sort of look about them are missing. And it's that, hang on a second, the thing that I thought was true didn't come true. Well, it must be somebody's fault. Rather than looking at reality and going, oh, hang on a second, I was wrong. This is where we're putting ourselves into this. There are plenty of girls who are really into gaming, and there are plenty of boys that are really into gaming. And you know, the boys that are into gaming that don't really know much about gaming and are just getting into it because they think it's cool at the moment, they don't get a lot of sway with gamers either. You do know that, don't you? I mean, it's like people who really love their games, they love the stories, they've gone into all to this trouble, yeah? We're actually not too keen on people coming in and just trying to act cool around it. You know why? Because our entire lives have been trying to avoid those people.
Okay, for example, you know, we have, you know, we do have women who are game developers, who are writers, who are who like to play games.
Yeah, but it's mainly asset builders in the when you look at the statistics for people in games development and making games and stuff like that, it's mainly for asset. So there are a lot of good artists, people who do. I mean, I've got people. I know people in film. Lady Kat Harris, she's an absolute star, and she's she does effects for film and things like that. But it seems that generally speaking, the ladies don't necessarily want, and you must understand this, they don't all necessarily want to be leaders. Not all men want to be leaders. In fact, very few of them do. That's why. For example, I'll give you a simple example of this, really. If you have a look at the amount of people in the games industry as a feminist, and you go, well, there's not a lot of women in the games industry, but there's a fair few, okay, but not a lot of women leaders. Okay, and you go, I can instantly kind of go, yeah, but there's a buttload of guys. It's obviously a bit of a guy thing. No wonder there's so many guy leaders. The fact that there isn't that many guy leaders may be down to the fact that there isn't a large population of women to choose from in this front. Now, you can easily turn around and go, well, that's because it's so exclusive. That's because it's the women.
Yes, it's because it's exclusive. It's like right now,
which is
for a woman,
total lie. It's a total lie.
No,
it doesn't exclude women. Do you know who it excludes? Feminists. Cool. That's who it excludes. It includes annoying women.
No.
I'm afraid so, mate. I'm afraid so, because just sit down and play a controller, could you? I don't want to talk about this, but no, please. I don't want to hear about how oppressed you are. I just want to play my game. Can you understand that sort of attitude that somebody could have to you, man or woman? I don't want to hear your political bullshit. I don't want to hear it. We're just playing games here, kid.
I think I understand the point that you're making, that you just want to play games and don't want to hear people complaining about them.
No. It is not that. I'm happy for people to complain about games. I've been hearing people complain about games all the time. Mainly, a lot of, in many cases, women for many years who thought computer gaming to be somewhat unsexy. They preferred to go out with the guys who had the cars. Now, suddenly, as gaming has suddenly got a bit of cool and sexiness to it, they're all sitting there kind of going, well, you're stopping me from getting into it. So there's no one stopping you from going into it except you.
No. I think there's a misunderstanding. Women have always, from the beginning, been playing games. Like, from the very beginning, there has always been women who play games. But
Some, but not all, not the majority.
Not the majority. Okay, that's right. The majority, I think, is still the majority of the people or men who play games. But then again, that's the problem. Like,
the majority of gamers tend to be men, but it is not the majority of men that are gamers. You must also understand this. Not all men think that computer games are sexy and fun.
I think I'm going to disagree with that. Like, the reason why people tend to say that long ago was because, yes, with the whole politics saying that, you know, games cause violence, there was a lot of negative stigma about the games. But right now, because, you know, gaming is mainstream and a lot of people play games, it actually has a good stigma. But because we want more people to be more, well, the gaming community more inclusive, there has been
You're a gamer,
bit of,
yeah?
no, I don't
Are
call
you a
myself
games
gamer.
developer?
No.
So you're...
But you called yourself a gamer yesterday.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
I
no,
heard
no,
you.
hang on.
Hang
He
on,
didn't
hang
say
on.
that. I remember what he said, and he said he was a games player.
Yeah, a video game player.
Okay, then.
Yeah, like, I play games. Yes.
And what games do you play, sir?
All of them? Do I list all of them?
No, just
Well,
say like your
say your
top two.
faves.
Top
Oh
two.
man, I really like video games. When I was a kid, my dad bought me a 64. I had like 20 games there: Super Mario 64, Super
Sexist.
Smash Bros,
Yes.
and
That's-
Star Wars.
Sexist.
Yoshi. I love Yoshi.
Yeah, sexist
Mario
again.
Tennis.
Actually, the Yoshi one's more against animals. Actually, you know, you're terrible. You're a terrible human being.
Yeah, those are all sexist games.
League of Legends right now. I like Hearthstones, Dark Souls.
So I've got to ask you a
Demon's
question.
Souls.
Why aren't you a sexist pig?
I think that,
Why are
like,
you
like I
not
said,
why are you not a sexist pig? You've been playing all of those games. Why aren't you sexist?
I think there's been like a misinformation about when somebody criticizes those games. Like, it's okay to criticize those games and say, like, okay, you know, there are some problems, there are some stereotypes, but you can still enjoy them with no problem. I think that people from the GamerGate think that from our side are calling every single person who plays those games
Well, I can
sexist
say
and
this. I
misogynist.
could say this to you actually. That Yoshi, for example, it's a lovely game. It's actually really well built and everything like that. But it does actually get played predominantly by Nazis and white supremacists.
Yeah, you have to actually give me
No.
statistics.
I can show you the statistic. Yeah, there's loads of white supremacists that absolutely adore Yoshi. It's like they're going to actually be making Yoshi their mascot for the KKK. They're going to put a little white hood on him, and they're going to just be parading Yoshi around as like the main sort of like we can't stand the blacks sort of thing, because you know he's not black. He's yellow. They're happy with those sort of colours. It's just the black colour they weren't really into. I mean,
Like,
when
well,
you hear that, do you think I was being serious?
No.
Do you think I should teach that in a school?
No, please
Do you
don't.
think would it be all right if I were to actually just at least send out a few of my videos explaining this to school teachers who actually are thinking that? Is that all right?
You will understand that you just compare Nazis with Anita Sarkeesian.
No. I actually was comparing myself as one.
Like I said, like, okay, first of all,
Misogynists play Mario because they want to keep women down. You know?
do you have a statistics?
No, and that's the point. Neither does she. But she wants to put this out in schools to people. She's going on these little talks and trying to get her little mates involved in it, like you.
Okay, so I can ask you a question. Why do you think people still put that in those, you know, in the schools and still believe her if you think that she's wrong?
Because I'm not the one who believes her.
No, but I'm saying, why do you think they believe her?
Listen and believe. Listen and believe. Did you ever think that school teachers can be idiots?
Coming from an educator, and there are idiots in the school district.
Yeah,
there are idiots everywhere, folks. There are morons about us. Believe me, they're bloody everywhere. And they're easily led to think silly things like this. And I'm afraid, sir, you are in that realm right now, that you have been led down a little hole. And I'm trying my best to explain this to you, is that let's say this. Anita Sarkeesian is not a social justice warrior, and she's not really much of a feminist either.
She's a feminist.
No. I didn't say she wasn't a feminist. I said she wasn't much of one.
Well, she is much of one.
What? No. Well, then I'm a feminist.
Yeah, I'm a feminist too.
Yeah,
let's
same
all-
here.
Okay, so describe me what a feminist is.
If that's your definition of what feminist is just, well, I say she is. Well, then I can say I am. You at least back up your claim as to say why this third world froth of feminism is feminism.
Oh, you want to believe? Well, because first of all, feminism is about equality between men and women.
No. That word has already been taken by the word equality.
No. Feminism is not equality.
Why does it?
Right.
Why is it called feminism then? If it was
Because
called
you would say
equality,
because feminism
is called
is a
equality.
social movement that was created long ago. I don't remember.
Now we're getting somewhere. So in other words, it's got nothing to do with the word. It's something to do with somebody's social, political ideals.
Yes, I can understand that, but still,
Okay,
it's not gonna make people go against it because it is a good ideal. It's about an idea that where men and women have the same equal rights and are treated the same.
Equality, already done. Egalitarianism, it's a word. Look it up. That's what it means.
No, it means, and I've researched that word, and it means that there is already equality. Feminism thinks that
it doesn't define that there is already equality, sir. All
No,
it does state, equality means it means equality for everyone. The word itself, it is not it's not like a country. It's not something that is affirmed. It means that,
Well, I guess in that point we have to agree to disagree. I think feminism is the correct word.
No, well, you can agree to disagree that 1 + 1 = 3, but I'm still going to correct you on this.
Well, we're talking about the name of a movement, and the name of a movement.
Yes, which is trying to appropriate equality.
Appropriate.
That's right.
So you're saying equality is wrong?
No, sir. What I'm saying is equality stands on its own. It does not need to be qualified by this color or this creed. It does not. Equality for racists. Equality for scumbags. Equalities for nice people. Equality for everybody. That's what equality really means. Equality. Yeah. Everybody gets to say. Everyone gets to put their shoe in. I'm afraid. And it's messy.
Feminism is about men and women. It's like about men.
No, it's about women and men. It's about women and men. And I'm sorry if you have not met enough feminism in your life. Obviously, certainly from my end.
I think there's like a misinformation right here. Like I think that people think feminism isn't needed, but feminism is needed, and the word is also needed. I think there was a discussion with Emma Watson that said like a lot of people try to, say that feminism is a bad word or it's not needed, but it is needed. It's like you say, well, why don't we just change it for equality?
Everybody, hold up. We have somebody that wants to join in the stream, so I'm going to send them an invite when they pop in. If we could just give them a second to introduce themselves and then carry on. All right, go ahead and continue.
Well, I was just about to say, what is wrong with second wave feminism?
Second wave feminism.
That's right.
I don't know what the second wave feminism is. I think
your lack of knowledge of these things is what is actually betraying, my friend. Right?
Isn't it supposed to be a conservative movement?
No, my friend. Second wave feminism is the bit where they were talking about equality. Third wave feminism is, oh shit, we're still feminists. And I'm bored.
No.
What can we do now?
Okay, let me look it up. Second wave feminism is a period of feminist activity that first began in the early 1960s in the United States and eventually spread throughout the Western world. There became a movement strong such as Turkey.
And me of my generation were right there with them. You're talking to somebody who is actually an egalitarian and into actual equality.
Overview. Okay, so what does the egalitarian have done for equality?
What has egalitarianism is about equality. It's about
but
equality.
what have you done?
What has egalitarianism done? Well, it started second wave feminism for a start. It started black emancipation. It started people actually talking to people that are Chinese and not calling them Ching Chong Ching or whatever the hell their name is. It asked people to say, hang on a second, you don't need to call that guy nigger. It's unnecessary. That's what egalitarianism was about. Hang on a second, just because that person believes in that religion, it doesn't mean you have to oppress them. That is what egalitarianism is about. Just because that person is a woman, that does not make her worse than you. Just because that person is a man, that does not make them worse than you. That is egalitarianism. Feminism is the female twist because, for some reason or another, we have a certain group of people who like to get into groupthink and clique baiting. This is and now let's bring this actually round to us and what it actually is to do with affecting games and gamers. Here's the trick. Here's the trick that nobody seems to understand, is that feminism, or at least this particular branch of feminism, because this isn't actually true feminism, it is a branch, a little offshoot of feminism, an extremist of feminism. Only in ideal, not in behavior, or at least from what we've seen, yes, in behavior too, because we've had people threatening others with their jobs. Actual, real harassment. Not somebody just basically kind of going, I'm going to kill you on Twitter, but actually people finding out names and addresses, ringing up people's bosses, telling them that they're a misogynist pig, or even worse, to try and get them fired. That is real harassment, and that is coming from the people that you are defending.
Okay, now I get what second wave. Okay, there's a problem here with the second wave feminism. With it.
Not
now I understand
enough?
why. No, now I understand why feminism, like modern feminism, is third wave feminism. Second wave feminism is not feminism at all. It's like it was for equality, but as I'm reading more and more articles about it, there is like this like a really kind of big difference, and I guess it goes to that second wave feminism, as I'm reading this article, is about white women, middle-aged white women, and third wave feminism is about every single woman. And I think the second wave and then the third wave are actually very connected. It's just like a progression or an evolution from the second wave feminism. I think second wave feminism did a lot of good things in its regards to be a good movement. So
you're saying that it was to do with white women and white women only. You really honestly believe that?
As I'm reading here in this article, it says that.
An article, and, right? Okay.
Yes.
Well, now we're at the facts of the matter, aren't we? And who's produced this article, sir? Let's see where your bias has been confirmed.
Wikipedia.
Right.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the whole history. It's like I said, the second wave feminism. It was good, and it proposed a lot of things.
Could you just say the sentence where it's talking about just feminism for white women only?
Okay.
I mean, this is obviously after riots and Malcolm X. This is all after this, yeah? This is just for white people. You're sure about this?
Well, let's read it. It says first wave feminism, which lasted from 1840. Holy shit! So that's 1920s. Also dealing with women's rights as a whole, it was largely just concerned with getting women the right to vote. It also had ties with the temperance movement. Second wave feminism that lasted from 1960 to the 1980s. Its big focus were on equal opportunity in pay, employment, and reproductive rights. The third wave feminism rose after the 1980s.
And what is it nagging about now?
What largely differs from the first and the second wave was the third wave feminism attempt to be more inclusive of a wider range of women. First and second wave feminism were both largely movements comprised of white, middle, or two upper class, able-bodied, cisgender, straight women. Although black women and lesbians were significant contributors to the first and second wave feminism, they were largely ignored by other feminists.
Wait. You can't see it. You can't see that I'm saying that's how bored they are now.
discrimination against within the movements, and ask to value their identity as a woman over any other identity as they might possess. The third wave feminism attempts to be more inclusive to different women and to work on solving issues faced by a wide range of women, and
Yeah,
not
it's
just
much more
problems
inclusive.
faced
No,
by
no, you're
white
right. It is.
middle
It is
class
much.
women.
It's much more inclusive, apart from if you're a white cis male. Yeah. You don't realise that we're once again getting to the point of saying, well, we're here. They're basically suffraging for no one. That's who they're suffraging for. You've just had Not Your Shield. I didn't start this. I didn't even post on it. I never really ever used it. You know why? I ain't black. I ain't a woman. So I'm not going to do that. But there's plenty of them out there that are not happy for feminists, white women, to be speaking for them. Can you understand that? If this
I
is
understand, but I
third
have
wave,
to disagree.
if you are defining third wave feminism as feminism, because
Yes, it
second
says
wave feminism wasn't feminist enough for you.
no. It's like feminism was for women's rights, but it, like I said, like it reads here, it ended in 1980s. So the new third wave feminism was more about
Branching out,
including,
yeah?
yes, branching out,
Branching out.
including.
That's right. In other words, what happens when a company has been doing the same thing over and over again and everyone gets bored of its product?
First of all, there's a lot of issues still to resolve with, women's rights. It's not like
So why
we're
bother?
in
So
an
why
equality
bother
state.
branching out? So why bother branching out when you've got all these other problems that need to be sorted out for women?
Because you have to branch out to solve those problems.
Well, no, you don't,
Like,
because now
yeah,
you're making those problems worse.
no, you're not. You're trying to solve those problems.
Well, they're not. This isn't solving a problem, is it? By the looks of it, it's caused somewhat of a problem.
You mean the GamerGate issue?
Certainly. Do you think that this is down to gamers? Do you think we were the people that wrote these articles?
I understand why a person would be angry if somebody calls them that they are dead, but you also have to understand that gaming
Forget
culture.
anger. Forget anger, my friend. We're not talking about anger, and we're back to the crux of the problem here. We are talking about collusion. Collusion in media, where people who have a similar political view decide to taint the media in their own image.
Mm, uh, I do disagree with that. I think we're going to. I
Disagree
think
all you
right
like,
now.
but that is the crux of this issue right now. This is what we are doing and why. It isn't to do with being anti-feminist. It isn't to do with being anti-women. It's got nothing to do with feminism at all. However, the people that are on our list, some of them happen to be feminists. And lo and behold, all they have to do is go, wah! And in you come. White knighting to protect these women from these nasty misogynists. Not realizing that you've been suckered.
Okay, I think right now I want to hear. I think we've talked a lot too much, and I want to hear from the person who is wearing like the Star Wars outfit. I think like we can continue the
Yeah,
conversation,
go for
but
it. I'll eat me soup.
yeah, to the person who or Chris. I don't know if Chris or Troy wants to chime in.
Oh no, I'll let the new guy come on in. Let him speak. I actually, before we do get in, if everyone wants to plug their Twitter handles, I had a couple people asking about people's Twitter handles. I'm at GhostLev, no underscore. It's just GhostLev altogether. So if you want to follow me, that's it. If anybody else wants to plug theirs, go for it, and then we can continue.
All right, let me go ahead and plug my Twitter real quick. Mine is PiedTill at Energy Beam Turbo.
Chris?
Well,
I'm just gonna say the name Lovely Bitch Budding.
With underscores in between everything, obviously.
Yeah.
I had a hard time finding new.
Okay.
All right.
I have a question for Kaz.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Because you know what, I'll let the question. I'll let the question simmer. I want the new guy to talk because he's been really patient throughout all of this.
oh, you want me to go?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on ahead, man. The floor is yours.
All right. Let's see how I can make this short and sweet as possible. All right. My issue with why I decided to, join up with GamerGate is because, what's going on, the labeling. I cannot stand the labeling of stuff I did not do. I mean, how can you call me a misogynist when I never done that stuff? How can you say gamers are dead? Let's look at all the labeling. This is driving me nuts.
Mm,
It's not part of the
okay.
gaming world.
Yeah, and then you have the political factor coming into gaming now. And I deal, as subbing in education, and I'm tired of political correctness coming to everything. I already deal with it in the workplace. I don't want to deal with it when I'm playing video games.
Okay, I think I can respond that question. I can respond that question very simple. Okay, I'll divide it in two. First, why do people think, why is there a negative stigma with the whole gaming culture and why people are saying the gamers are dead? And I think this goes back way back to like first of all 2012 or more, or when Anita Sarkeesian was trying to do the whole Kickstarter thing. And the whole problem with that is that every single time that there is a woman who is trying to voice her opinion, whether it's in the game developing
An
or
idiot, sir.
whether it's somebody trying to criticize something in the company, they get heavily criticized, like just harassed and attacked, and because of that. And so we have this gaming culture where if there is anyone who is a woman will get attacked, and people say, well, it's not about attacking women, it's about solving this issue with the whole corruption. But then you go look back and say, like, there has been corruption in the journalism. In 2012, I think somebody got fired from it because they took money. This year, or I remember last year, Total Biscuit promoted a game for money, and you see those issues coming up from all of this time, and then you question,
How do you know
why?
that?
Huh?
How do you
Because
know that Total Biscuit did that for money?
Total Biscuit admitted it through Twitter.
There you go. That's the difference.
He admitted it.
But he admitted it because everybody was giving him shit right now, today. And the
Actually, he
problem
was
is that
talking about this product himself, and he has actually explained that every time he's on those, he explains that what his sponsor has given him. He explains what his sponsor has done for him.
yes,
Yeah,
but
full
it's
disclosure.
still unethical. And the problem is that Gamergate was
That bit
never back
isn't.
in. Wait. It was an unethical. And the problem is that in 2012 there was no Gamergate. There was no people harassing or talking about it or saying why is this happening. And every single time that there's a man who does this sort of shit, there is no backlash. Only when there's a woman, even speaking her mind or even try or even suggesting that he's gonna speak her mind, there is this harassment. So
And
when
who told you this?
uh, like I said, we have proof of that in the media.
No, no,
We have
no, no. Answer the question. Who told you this?
every single person, YouTube's,
I didn't
Twitter,
tell you this.
uh,
Neither did I. You can't
journalists,
say every YouTube.
bloggers, news, every single papers. There was
Ah! Now we're
everywhere.
talking about massive media collusion, and you're telling us that the news is telling you that we're arseholes. Isn't that
But are
odd?
you telling me that harassment is wrong? I mean, harassment is okay?
You
Are you
can't.
telling me
There
that
is
we're doing the
No.
harassing?
That's the problem. The problem is that there is a negative stigma. Like I said before in the chat,
Yes,
in the
given
chat,
to
that
us by games journalists who
no,
want to
given to
cover
you
their
by the
art.
whole community. The whole community is having an issue or problem. Then if it's not resolved right now, there's going to be like the gamers' identity is going to end if it's not resolved right now.
Good. Go. Get out of our playground. You weren't invited in the first place. You don't
The problem
understand us. When it comes down to it, my friend, What you don't understand is that you are basically being played. People are lying through their teeth to you, and you have believed them. And now that you've believed them, you cannot get around to the fact that you've been duped. That someone has fooled you.
But the problem is there is evidence. That's the problem. It's like it's not someone that just tells you something without having any proof. It's that there is a massive amount of proofs that suggest that.
Are you saying that there isn't a massive amount of proof that I've been harassed by social justice warriors since I've been on this?
The problem is that
I've got plenty of people telling me to kill myself. So what? What does that prove?
The problem is that men and women do get harassed, but the problem is that it's not equal.
Let's ban it then. Let's ban all harassment. Let's get rid of it. See how that works. Oh shit! No one's saying anything anymore.
So you're saying that the only reason why anybody would say anything was to just like the only way people can communicate is through harassment?
If you wish to feel harassed every time you say something stupid and someone tells you what you've just said is fucking stupid, then yes, there will always be harassment, because harassment is not what someone does, it is how something is perceived.
No, I think the harassment is when somebody is trying to intimidate someone to shut up. For example, if there's a troll
you mean
on
like
the internet,
going around to their bosses and telling them that they're misogynist, you should fire them?
Or actually attacking their families.
Wait. Misogyny is somebody who's trying to, harassment is trying to intimidate someone. For example, if it was just trolls on the internet, just telling, oh, you are dumb, then it would be fine, because it's just one person insulting someone. When somebody is trying to attack you, trying to dox you, trying to take your phone numbers, trying to hack your bank accounts, trying to do all of this stuff just to shut you up, threatening you with bombs, threatening you with all of these things, then it's not just somebody being a troll, it's harassment, especially
when I'm the victim of harassment because somebody tried to hack into my stuff.
Hey everyone, let's give each other time to talk and explain their points.
Right, okay, now guess what you've done? You've gone straight back to the same old tired argument that I said to you at the very start and at the very start of the last video, and which you've been going on and on and on and on. Well, yeah, but they've said some mean things to us, so she...
It's not saying mean things. Remember, it's not saying mean things. People are trying... For example, Zoe Quinn, her nude pics of her were leaked out. They were harassing her.
By her!
Wanting her to die.
I was the one who did that!
Showed it on porn.
Hey,
you have it for porn.
Let's not talk over each other, guys.
Well, it's like the guy doesn't. The guy's uninformed. He doesn't actually know his position before he starts.
I understand. Let him finish his thing and then go. So we're not talking over each other and making just noise.
The problem is that GamerGate. If GamerGate wants to be about journalism, then they have to get rid of this negative stigma that there is. And
the problem is, get rid of a negative stigma that basically we keep getting attacked with left and right. I'm sorry, but that makes no sense.
Right now, for example, one way would be nice, would be pretty much everyone to stop attacking every single game developer who is a woman, or any game developer.
Nobody's attacking game developers that are women. We're just attacking the ones that are corrupt as hell.
Look, mate, if you keep on going on about the fact that people are being harassed on the internet, I mean, you're never gonna get anywhere with anybody, because this is not what it's about. You wish to just keep on insisting that. All you're doing is showing people that they're right. Actually, you are very easily manipulated by images and text. You are so very easily manipulated that you should actually be a complete misogynist by now, from all of the Mario that you've been playing. I don't understand that you're able to be you think, I know, you imagine yourself to be this free-thinking individual person, but I have to say to you, mate, you have a confirmation bias coming out of every pore. It won't stop with you. It won't stop. All you're doing, you literally, I just had to explain feminism to someone who was saying that they are a feminist. And then, what you've done is, you've gone to the wiki, and you've just tried to just sort of skip down and try, now I've spotted something I can use for to make my point again. Yeah, it was mainly white women. And it's like, dude, You just don't get it. You don't get just how easily propagandized you are. And until you do understand that, you're going to have some very difficult conversations in life. I'm not saying this to win an argument. I'm saying this to you as a person. Your confirmation bias is deadly to you.
Okay, so I wanna end up finish my response to Garcia. Okay, the reason why people are telling you about that, and is because they're, like I said, negative stigma, and because there's been too many cases where women have been harassed in the game industry, that this stigma has been attached to every single gamer. And yes, that is true. Not every single person, not every single gamer attacks these people, but because those people do exist, those trolls, those harassers do exist, and they have a very big, loud mouth, they make every single other person look really, really bad.
Hey,
And you're back to the same point.
Hold on, wait, everybody, hold up.
I have to interrupt this guy because he's saying the same thing
on.
over and over again.
I'm making this is a technical question here. Constantina, do you have any headphones that have a mic in it? Just because of the amount of background noise that's coming through.
No.
No. Okay. Well, sorry everybody in the stream. I asked him.
I think he's Mr. Rainbow.
Hello. Hello all.
Anybody that's that high pitched background noise, if that's whoever that is.
Yeah,
I think my
background noise. Plug in headphones.
I have plugged in headphones, so.
Let me see. Sorry everyone that's watching. I'm gonna be doing a test here real quick just to see where this noise is coming from.
I think it's Mr. Rainbow.
Yeah, I think my mic isn't that great.
Yeah, just mute yourself for now, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I guess that's my response.
The same response you started with.
Well, that's how we view it. It's like.
Well, yeah, you've got one view and you're unchanging with that view. This is really the problem, is that you're unable to take new pieces of information and add them to what you've actually got, because of course some of this information may destroy the paradigm that you've built for yourself here. I'm sorry to blow down that little house of cards that you've got there, my friend, but it needs a blowing. At the moment, yeah, you're basically saying that we don't like the gaming community because, well, there are bullies in there. Well, then you're not a big fan of humanity, my friend, because guess what? There's loads of that about. You actually, this is the one thing that feminism has, third wave feminism has got wrong, is that generally third wave feminism has this idea, and it is an idea. It's not a very good idea, and I'll explain why. Is that men have been told from early age, buck up. You don't need to show all your feelings. You don't need to do that. You don't need to that. You need to be strong. You need to stop using your emotions to get what you want out of life. And the boys have gone, all right then. The girls, throughout their lives, have been going, feel away, darling. Go mad. Go crazy. Scream the place down. It's all right. It's what you're supposed to do. And now they're coming to the point of saying, boys, we need you to be screaming the place down. And some of the men have gone, no, you don't, darling. Because guess what? Men, when they get angry, when they get upset, they break things and punch people in the face. This is why we ask boys to behave themselves. We go, no, sunshine, we're not going to have you fighting and scratching and breaking things. You have to have some control. Now, some little girl screaming up the place is just noisy, but she's not so dangerous. Ladies, if you'd like to be taken seriously, you have to be taken seriously by being serious, and you have to leave your emotions at the door when you're making a decision. That is that. This is one of the problems with third wave feminism, and this, as I say, is not really third wave feminism. This is really a bit of froth that is spurting out from it as it dies, because it is dying now, as most religions do on the internet.
I doubt it.
Oh, doubt away, sir. I'm sure you would.
I mean,
Yes,
as I say,
like I said,
you're going to have some sort of rude awakening, some sort of understanding that's going to give you some sort of paradigm shift in your life for you to be able to understand that. Maybe you're just going to have to remain as, you know, in some sort of state of being pussy whipped for a couple of years, and then you'll break out of it and kind of go, what the hell was I doing? I don't know. I don't care. It's up to you to decide, mate. But I'm just telling you, you're wrong right now, and you'll be right later on, hopefully. I'm hopeful for you. I'm not angry at you. I pity you.
I think there's a really negative stigma about expressing yourself,
There's
and
a
I think
negative stigma attached to feminism, mate.
no
Because they're
feminism.
bullies. They're bullies. They are guilt bullies. And
No,
this
feminism is
yeah,
a
oh,
good
yes,
thing.
it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. If it was a good thing, you and I would not be arguing about it right now, would we? Something is
Well,
awry.
well,
Alright,
then
guys,
again, we do have different
hey,
points.
guys, let's take a second. We're starting to make just noise again.
Like I said,
Let's
take
just try
the
to keep,
position.
let's just try to keep comments. You know, make your statement. Let the other one rebuttal to it, and let's keep it civil. I know
Okay.
Constantino, I'm not saying anything against you. It's kind of hard for our side to keep some composure.
No, it's fine. I understand. So
I have this acceptance towards reality, that's all.
When you have two people in different sides, it's gonna be heated, of course, because there's different opinions. I don't know.
There is
I don't know
different
if-
opinions, sir, but you do not get to decide what the facts are. That is the difference. If you're going to talk about opinion, then be my guest. But when you start to tread on people's toes when it comes to facts, some of us have learnt a few things too, and you cannot rely on other people's ignorance of those facts to win an argument.
Okay. So I don't know if another person wants to chime in to, I don't know, ask a question or express
Okay,
themselves.
yeah, I'm going to ask you this, okay, Cos? All right. Without using the terms harassment or feminism, I want you to answer this one simple question. Why do you think we are mad? Why do you think this is a big problem with us?
You mean the whole GamerGate issue?
Without using those two terms, without using harassment or feminism, why do you think we are mad? Or basically, or in any of the states we are in?
Why do you think you are mad?
I want to know. Yes, I want to know. Why do you think we feel
Why
the
do you
way
think
we
we're
feel
here?
without using those two terms?
Okay, let me see. Without using those terms.
Without using those two terms, yes.
I guess I'm gonna take the words from another person, from another social justice warrior.
No. I want you to use your own words. Don't use other people's words. Use your words.
Okay, my words.
Yes.
Oof, okay. Let me.
This is how you interpret understanding. This is how you interpret, you know?
Hold on. Yeah, Kaz, put it in your words. Like, why do you think we're mad? Without using feminism and harassment.
Okay. Without using those words. It's like a bit difficult. Okay, let me see. I think you're mad because things are changing, and because when people are, very comfortable in one position, and then there's some change in it, they get afraid. They get worried that change might be bad. And I think always change is always good, especially in this industry.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, hold on, Chris.
I got this. I got this.
Go for it.
Okay. This is the thing, Kaz, is that we want change to happen. I'm going to use Robin's term by actually saying that the forest fire is basically going to get the trees. Did I use that right, Robin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We want change for the better. We want people to be equally represented. Fuck! We want you to make games. But this doesn't mean that we fear change. For the past few years, we've been getting our shit kicked in by people who are basically taking the piss out of us, by basically exploiting us, by telling us that we are wrong for something that we don't even do, and then basically people to say that we are misogynists because we don't agree with you. Do you see a problem with that?
A problem with that. I think, well, first of all, if you're not a misogynist, then you shouldn't be feeling bad because you're not a misogynist.
But why do I need to be
Yeah, but
called
Alf,
something?
you're a misogynist, though, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're a misogynist.
No.
No, I know you are. I'm absolutely
Why?
sure that you are.
Why do you think I'm a misogynist?
No, I don't need to answer your questions. You are a misogynist. How do you feel? How do you feel?
Yeah, what do you think
A
about
little
that statement?
Yeah, we're a little puzzled too.
Yeah.
No, I think you're mad. I think there is some anger.
Hey, look. This is the problem. Nobody's answering our questions. If you have a look at Miss Sarkeesian, by the way, when you look at the Sarkeesian thing, do you just look at the Kickstarter page and see, look at all that terrible hate? Do you not know what she was doing before her Kickstarter campaign?
You mean like...
You don't, do you? You don't know. And this is the problem. Your lack of knowledge once again has tripped you up, my friend. Go and have a find out about this person before you back them up. Otherwise, you might end up in some sort of cult of personality problem.
I will have to disagree with that heavily.
Of course you would, because you might end up breaking your little paradigm. And this is the problem. My friend, let me advise you on this. I am 37 years of age. I have had many, many different ways of looking at the world, and I've had every single one of them destroyed by reality. Don't be afraid of it.
Again, I'll have to disagree with that.
Okay. I have another question for him, if you guys don't mind. All right. You know how these people talk about how there was no positive roles in gaming, right? Yeah. Like, do you know this? Do you agree that there's no positive female characters in gaming?
Wait. Who says that?
Basically, the people that we are against, saying that there's no positive female characters in gaming. That basically they're all tropes of basically different things to make men look better.
I agree that there are some tropes, but I also agree that there are now starting to make more games where women are being seen in a more positive light.
Now let me ask you something. Let me ask you this. Do you know who Roberta Williams is?
Roberta Williams?
Roberta Williams, yes. Do you know who Roberta Williams is?
No.
Okay, then. Roberta Williams was a female writer who created the game, the King's Quest series. Robin, if I'm missing something, please chime in. She created the King's Quest series, which basically went on different adventures throughout different lands. The thing was that yes, there were tropes in that, but the thing was that they were important to the plot. They even had their own times to actually be heroes. So when you say that there was no good females in gaming, have you really done your research? Because with that said, that just seems like there is a lot of just the term cherry picking.
But it's actually coming from a position of ignorance. You are assuming that these people know what they're talking about. You have assumed it. You have assumed that this person has done their research, which they haven't. You have assumed it. If you'd have actually watched any of the videos that were countering and every single one of her points, you would know at least half of what you could be talking about right now. But you've not watched that because you've been too busy getting all emotional about the fact that there's these mean old misogynists picking on some girl. You've fallen for a trope, my friend. The damsel in distress trope.
Well, the damsel in distress, it is a trope. But I think
which is very relevant to today, isn't it?
Yes, okay. Nothing wrong with having a stereotype or a trope. Is sometimes that's how the game or the story is made.
Works on you.
I think the problem is that people think that when people criticize a game, they're saying that there is something wrong with the game. When people say, okay, there's this trope in this game that perpetuates something, there's nothing wrong with liking that game. There's nothing wrong with playing that game. The problem is that we have to be critical about the things that we play, so that later on that we can create better games, we can use or try to avoid using those tropes. Or if we use those tropes, then we can create.
With that being said, how exactly can basically people create good games without basically having to shoehorn things that weren't into the actual perspective of the artist? Because this is mainly the issue, is that you're saying that the artist's perspective is wrong, but how can the artist really branch out and create better things when basically people are basically forcing them to change his perception of it?
Because art is always criticized, whether it's movies, paintings. There's always going to be criticism about those arts. There are some things that is
okay. I can counter this. Do you think that criticism, if it is politically motivated, should be allowed to be taught in schools?
You mean like if the videos of Anita Sarkeesian are allowed to be in those schools?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, let's say, what about a game which describes Anita Sarkeesian in a bad light, for example? Would you accept that to be for people to be playing? I mean, it's just freedom of speech, isn't it? It's a criticism of Anita Sarkeesian, so it should be all right? Or is that now thought of as harassment?
Like if somebody makes a video about Anita Sarkeesian in a bad light.
A video game character about Anita Sarkeesian portraying her in a bad light. That's what he's saying.
Like, well, can you give me a more specific example?
Well, we could do one with, say, Jack Thompson, for example. Do you know about this chap?
Jack Thompson. Isn't he the conservative who said that games made violence and we should ban them all?
That's right.
Okay, so I kind of know a little bit about
Can you imagine anyone making a game about him? Maybe some sort of beat 'em up where you beat the crap out of him all day. Would you agree with
very
that?
Mean. No, I wouldn't. That would be very mean. That would be very disrespectful.
Well, why weren't you picking up the phone when that happened?
When what happened?
Well, people made a game about the guy, about how much of a pain in the arse he was, and they put him into what was it, Mortal Kombat, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, it was Armageddon, yeah.
Well, I have never heard that game before.
Once again, you are lacking so much knowledge of this subject, my friend. It is laughable.
But then again, using that example, I can also say that it is wrong to make a game where it is with Anita Sarkeesian, which is portrayed wrongfully. Like I may have never seen that game, but if
so let's have a look at, say, Nazi Germany, for example. Should we stop making games that may portray Nazi Germany in a bad light?
Well,
what about the Russians? What about the Russians? What about the Americans? There's some people in this world that do not like how America are doing their deeds. Should they be stopped? Because, of course, it upsets the Americans. Should we stop somebody speaking in an English accent that isn't particularly English, and the English think, that's not a proper English accent, we can't have that, I'm going to write to my MP.
Well, the problem is that you just compare a Nazi and Nazis who committed genocide on a whole entire race.
Hey, not according to some people. Not according to some people. This is the problem, my friend. You remember, we've got all these different points of view. Well, not all are correct.
So you're saying that the Nazis are correct?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that I'm not going to stop, let's say this, I'm not going to stop some Nazi sympathizer making a game that sympathizes with the Nazis. I'm not going to stop somebody who is an absolute staunch, total lefty nutcase communist making a game about, for the people. I'm not going to stop them doing it. I'm not going to stop somebody making any games. I'm not going to interfere with their creative process. What I am going to do is I'm going to interfere with journalists who would rather decide for you what you should and shouldn't be viewing. I will decide for myself. That is what journalism is supposed to do. They're not there to decide for us. They're there to decide for you in your political leanings, by the looks of it. They're there to decide to you what films you watch. They're there to decide for you to not think too much about the subject before jumping in, it seems. But they're not going to decide for me. Can you understand that principle? I do not need to be told. I'm a
I can
human
understand.
being. And guess what? I played Mario. Don't hate women.
Hey guys,
What a shock. What a shocker.
I wanna-
I've ruined the research.
everybody, I just want to
Are you
welcome our new guys into the stream. If you want to take a second to introduce yourself, I think Morningstar and
Somebody
Captain
else jump in,
Legend.
please. I need a drink.
And yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself, guys. And if you want to plug your Twitter, go for it.
Okay. I'm the Mad Night Hatter. My Twitter is @the Mad Night Hatter. I also run the channel Chaps Central.
All right, Randy.
All right. Well, I'm Lane. My Twitter is _seventh_ protocol, and I'm just here to ask a couple questions, really.
Right. Who would like to go first?
I would, but I won't.
Yes, right. You've done enough talking today. No, but any of our new guys that hasn't had a chance to speak yet, want to give them some time to ask cause questions because you guys came here directly for that, and yeah.
Is Kaz the guy that we were? I guess again barrage with questions here.
Yeah.
Yes, cause. Yes.
Kaz. Okay. All right, Kaz. My question to you is, GamerGate was mostly started, well, at least the movement itself was started by, journalists calling gamers, misogynists, all these sorts of terrible names. Wouldn't it be beneficial to the journalists if they just kind of took it back and say, hey, we apologize, we were wrong? Why hasn't that happened yet?
Well, because right now, okay, I guess that the main reason is that the main problem with GamerGate is because one, a lot of people in GamerGate want different things. Even if they make an apology, there's gonna be some people out there who wanna say no, that's not enough. I want these people to be fired and lose their job because they're not qualified to do this.
Right.
And then and that's the problem. There's gonna be some people who want this, some people who want other things, and because there's not a clear focus, it's like it's like a massive group that doesn't really know what they want because there's too many voices.
Right, and well, based on my experience, and I've been hanging out on the whole GamerGate feed for a while now, and my number one thing I'm seeing is that people just don't appreciate being called names. Now, you would probably knock out a significant portion of the movement if you just simply said, "Hey, we are wrong. Just say something other than just carry on a narrative like, hey, you guys are all misogynistic assholes."
I think
it's really fanning the flames if you think about it.
I can understand why people we would be more frustrated by this, but I think that things to calm down first, just like let the anger just calm down before.
Well, wait, how do you expect it to calm down if you how do you expect it to calm down if you're not acknowledging the concerns?
Because there's too much rage right now. There's too many people.
Well, yeah, all it would take is a simple statement from a key figurehead that released one of these articles that said gamers are dead and we are all misogynists, whatever. It would take just one. It would take a few tweets from these people to to simmer it down a little bit. Then maybe we can have a real discussion.
But
why hasn't that happened?
Well, you also have to understand that there's a lot of people people inside the GamerGate who are tweeting a lot of bad things to those.
Right. Of course. I mean, there is some people that are maybe there are trolls.
There is always that kind of 1% in every 100%.
Right. There are trolls that don't represent the majority at all. And for whatever reason, we're latching. I mean, I see the opposition latching on to this minority and touting it as this is what GamerGate is. There's a bunch of misogynists that hate women, whatever. It's stupid. I mean, when there's clearly a whole feed of people with legitimate concerns that are completely ignored. Why is that? Why?
Well, how can I say this? Well, it's kind of complicated, I guess, because this hasn't been the first time that this issue has popped up.
Okay.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Didn't you say that GamerGate didn't start like 2010, 2012? This is like,
What?
but you said that there was nothing like GamerGate within like 2010 to 2012.
Wait,
So
wait, wait.
you said a little while ago that GamerGate, something like this, didn't happen before. That this is like this is only like the first time that this has happened.
This is the first happening.
It is.
No, I'm talking about this whole like right now. Like I said, the reason why nobody wants to talk about this is because this is not the first time that this issue of misogyny and sexism has happened, or harassment.
Shut up about the misogyny, sexism. You're just going around the same circles.
All I'm hearing is circle jerk.
I'm a circular reasoning Nazi. Every time you do it, I'm gonna come down and take a giant shit on you.
Interestingly enough, I was going to ask Cos about the relationship between the third wave experiment, if he's ever heard of it, / George Orwell's 1984, and the SJW movement, and how similar to the INGSOC in 1984 is to, say, the logo and the motto for, say, the Twitter account @NationalNow.
I have never heard about that group.
Yeah, good luck with that question.
Yeah, like I don't even know how to respond to that question.
You've got to remember that this man is not coming from a full knowledge perspective here.
Yeah. Good point.
Well, going back to my original question.
I was being nice.
Yeah.
Going back to my original question, why? I mean, it just seems like such a simple thing to do. Why hasn't anybody come forward and said, "Hey, maybe we're a little rash, wrong," and accusing absolutely everybody of this? That just seems it just seems so stupid to me. Why hasn't that happened?
Well, I'm gonna take a guess, and I think that if somebody does talking, then the people from the inside might not like it.
Well, why, like what? Are you guys so tied to the narrative that you can't use reasoning? You can't just say, "Hey, wait a minute, this might be wrong." What's up with that? Seriously,
it's a danger to your narrative.
I mean, it's just so beyond me. Like, wait a minute. We said something that is clearly rash. We generalized, which is kind of a naughty word in your circles. What? I don't get it. It goes against all forms of logic here. Help me.
Like people don't wanna talk about the situation. I guess.
Do you realize the fact that you're not talking about it, not acknowledging it, is the problem? It's the reason why GamerGate is not going away. It should have been over weeks ago.
Oh no, I must correct you on that, my friend.
Okay.
Let's be honest here. We're not going away. And
No.
The reason that they're not speaking to us anymore is because they've got nothing else to say. They've used pretty much all of their ammunition, and now they're just sitting under a desk.
My argument is GamerGate as we know it today would not exist if they have taken certain steps. Had they apologized for certain words that they said and maybe adjusted their tone. Otherwise, GamerGate would not be here. We would not be here talking right now.
Yes.
It would not it will not last for months on end like it's gonna do now.
But then again, GamerGate is not...
thank you.
Well, how can I say this? Like, right now, I think that people are trying to wait for it, just, everything to calm down before talking.
See,
and I think that the reason why they're waiting...
That's your problem. You're waiting. Don't wait. It's not going to simmer down. The longer you wait, the worse it's going to get.
The higher the fire rises.
You've got people at the door right now, Miss Antoinette.
Miss Antoinette. Okay, I get that reference.
And they're all demanding cake.
Ah, yes.
It was actually brioche, like a sweet bread, actually, not actually cake. By the way, they weren't. Yeah, it wasn't blancmange or anything,
I should have known that I studied history, so I should have known.
Hey, Laughing Man, turn off your camera.
Turn off your camera.
I think
Nobody wants to see your ugly mug.
I think there's going to be a huge fight between the GamerGate and the journalist, to the point where in this side I don't think they're taking you seriously, and they're just going to wait because.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Wait. Let me finish. I don't think for them you guys are going to be capable enough to do something. I think that's my perspective, because they're saying like, well, this has been going up for a month and nothing has changed. So why would it change in next month?
All right, everybody. Wait, everybody.
Okay.
So so you're saying that us as gamers, we're not going to do anything about it? Is that what I just heard? Did I hear
don't think that
correctly?
We're doing.
It's already been a month. It's already been a month.
I know, but let me just, for everyone that's watching, I would never normally do something like this. I'm not one to do a live stream. I would rather be playing video games right now than taking 2-3 hours out of my day to do a stream and have people on here. But this movement, Kaz, you have to understand, has kind of forced my hand. Like, I feel like I need to be here and get these people together because of censorship, because of the mislabeling of gamers as a whole. Like you said, you play games, so you're a misogynist. Like, that doesn't make you feel good, does it?
It's just not every like I said, that phrase is wrong.
Right, it's wrong.
No,
But-
like I said, like
Well, no. The phrasing is something like this. Oh, don't take what I say as seriously, but you're all misogynists. I don't really mean it, but you're all terrible misogynists. I'm not really meaning it, but this thing here, that this makes you misogynist. And by the way, just because you don't think it's misogynist, you really are. You just don't realise it.
Yeah,
no,
like,
I think that the reason why
It's somewhat sort of like kind of going, kid, you don't know what you're talking about. And I have to say to Miss Sarkeesian, kid, you don't know what you're talking about.
and when we say
we're adults and grown-ups here.
Yeah, and when we criticize her, she's saying, "Oh, I'm being oppressed because I'm being criticized."
For being a woman.
she's not being
for being an
criticized, she's
idiot.
being harassed.
No, not for being an idiot. Not for being an idiot. No, for being a woman. And then she gets you lot to come and harass us.
No, the problem is that there's a difference between somebody criticizing someone, somebody telling, okay, I think you're wrong because of this thing that you're saying, and that's fine. Every single person deserves criticism.
We have not had that opportunity, my friend. We have
But the
not had that
problem is
opportunity.
that there's people who harass, who try to intimidate by telling them.
Back to the harassing again.
That's the problem. That's
If
like
I'm-
the main issue.
correct,
Going on about harassment.
Boogie
You're
298.
hiding behind harassment.
The problem is not going to go away.
No,
That's right. We're not going to go away. We're going to keep on
This goes back to
harassing.
my original point of, like, oh, the 1% of trolls. You guys are latching onto that so fucking hard. Why? You know
Because
that's
it's not 1%.
No, it's not the case. Why does a minority represent a majority? If you spend even 10 minutes, like even 5 minutes, on the GamerGate stream on Twitter, you will see that's not the case at all.
Without
Why?
blocking us.
Why do you latch onto that? Why?
Because harassment is a bigger issue than journalism integrity.
Wait, what? Reality? It somehow
Journalism
doesn't
is
take
harassment.
what? What? I let me understand you for a minute. Please repeat that.
Okay, right now, there has been, like I said, that word again throughout a lot of years. And for them, I think everybody's just fed up about it. And this is almost like everybody's telling this group of people, the gamers, or the people who are inside this group of gamers who are trolls, telling them that it's too much. It's like, it's enough. We get it. You don't agree with this person,
then.
but
Leave.
you don't have to
Fuck off.
attack this
Get out.
person personally.
Bugger off. We don't
But the
need you.
problem is that these people
Don't
are
come in here and
doing-
tell us to change our ways. You can change yours by going and doing crochet or something. We don't
We're
really
like
give a damn
sitting
what
in
your
our
hobby is.
little security office without you animatronic SJWs coming along.
That's the problem. That mentality right there is the point where that's the problem that we have, like a crash. Like, games
That's
will
right.
change.
Yes, we have what people think is a clash of ideologies, when in fact, social justice warriors are a clash of ideologies. This is the problem. They're not they're mismatching in their colours here, I'm afraid. You think,
Well,
we're just being nice to everybody. Well, you're not being nice to everybody. You're basically saying to the gamers in the world, yeah, we want to be more included in your games, and we're like, well, come on in, join the fun. And they turn around and go, yeah, but you guys, you lot, you're gonna have to leave. Well,
You don't have
go
to
fuck
leave.
yourself.
You
well,
don't have to
You
leave.
can go. You can go. You're not a gamer. You're not interested in the thing. You don't make any games. Guess what? Some of us are. Some of us do. And we will tell you what you can bloody watch because you're not going to tell us. If you don't want to play our games, then go.
Robin,
here's
hold on, Robin and everyone, let's keep our voices down. Remember, and Cause, please don't mistake our civility for weakness or anything like that.
No. Like I said, this is a different
I'm doing it for everybody.
There's always going to be heated discussions, so it's fine.
Yeah.
well,
How
here's
can we have a discussion when you keep avoiding the question? I just want to know.
Wait, okay, repeat it again.
You're avoiding our questions by basically deflecting them with other things.
When did
Yes,
I
you
avoid
are.
your question?
I can't answer that without we talking about the harassment first. That question's very good and everything, but really what it's about is to do with harassment. It's got nothing to do with journalism, it's to do with the harassment. It's the fact that this woman is being beaten up by you people verbally online, and she can't get away from it by, I don't know, leaving the screen for 5 minutes.
It's like you
Stuff
understand
like
that
that.
harassment goes more than just somebody telling you something bad online. It means somebody doxing you or somebody hacking your account.
Okay.
It's perfectly acceptable if you're a social justice warrior.
Yeah.
So you're saying that hacking is correct, is good.
Yes, it is
So they-
perfectly correct if you are a social justice warrior. This is
Wait,
the
wait.
paradigm we're living in.
You can't say hacking because saying hacking is bad is like saying a hammer is bad. It's not. That don't use that.
well,
Let's go to
doxing in itself is
Zoe
not
Quinn.
hacking.
Zoe Quinn
Let's
is one
get
of the
that out
people
there right now. It's
Right.
not.
Zoe
think-
Quinn is one of the people that you are defending, and she has actively doxed.
She has admitted on Twitter.
Yeah. So please, sir, if you're going to basically say, "Oh yeah, we don't like harassment," well, you sort of do. You only like it when it's on your side of the fence. In other words, if you agree with that harassment. Now, I'm sorry, but if you do not think that everybody who gets harassed should be basically, that one of the things you've got to remember is when somebody says something stupid, there are people out there that may want to point that out to them. Now, when you've said something stupid and 1,000 people tell you how much of an idiot you are, you've got to remember that they're not calling you an idiot. They're just describing how.
Well, okay. So
Now,
yes.
As I say, the problem is when someone is, say, Zoe Quinn, for example, and sees someone that you consider to be a competitor of yours. And what you do is you say, these people are misogynists, these people are meanies, you need to go get them, boys, you need to go get them, girls. And what she does is she calls her contacts, releases her hounds on a charity,
No,
and
I
they
think you're wrong.
sick 'em. Well, you can think I'm wrong, but that is the facts of the matter. You haven't found out that, so you don't have an opinion on that. Your opinion is invalid due to your lack of knowledge of the situation. I understand that, so please disagree with me all you like, but you must have to say, objectively, you have to disagree with a point of view of being ignorant. If you have all the facts to hand, you probably wouldn't actually be in here defending them. So you agree, or this is the thing, my friend? You've got too many people. You've got a lot of people playing on your ignorance of the situation, and this is why we don't want these people in games. We're trying to bully out the bullies. You just think we're the ones bullying. We're just bullying back. You're talking to people who are gamers. Most of us, especially in our late 30s, have experienced bullying in regards to our hobby, literally, to our face. Punches, kicks, names called while we were school kids when it actually mattered and it actually hurt. Now that we're grown-ups and adults, we can spot a bully a bloody mile off. And we come down on them like a ton of bricks. You call that harassment. We call getting rid of the turds.
Well, can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, go.
Why do you think that the journalists and the bloggers don't want to have talk with you guys?
Well,
Like, what is...
let me chime in on that one. because I had a talk about a couple days ago with a fairly prominent feminist, and she was really cool, whatever, and we kind of touched on an interesting topic. We all want a lot of the same stuff. We really do. I mean, when we get down and talk about it, we're all on the same page. We really are. There is a serious language barrier in place that prevents that discussion from happening. And when people say, like, oh, you're a misogynist or, whatever, the message gets lost. And not without proper discussion does the real intentions and real context really come out. And if,
Turn your video off, dude.
I think sorry?
Oh, your mic was picking up.
Turn your video off, mate. You might be able to get a bit better bandwidth.
Oh, sorry. All right. Well, like I said, I think there's a serious language barrier. I mean, everybody's shouting all these, feminist talking points, which is fine. Many of them line up with what a lot of people think. But it's spoken in such a way that it comes off as accusatory. It comes off very apprehensive. I think there is another way to go about this and actually, get your message out there without people, lashing back at you. Right now, that's not happening.
Make games.
Exactly. Like I see the number one thing that I see out there right now is I see all these people complaining about, how women are represented in games or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, how many of you are making games right now? How many of you are making what you want a reality? So far, I see none. Why should we bend to your will? Make your game. Why isn't that happening? Is it too hard?
I don't think that's what. Like I said, I think you're. How can I say this? There's a misinformation. There's a miscommunication between that statement, and I think that there's a lot of negative stigma that people have put on with the word feminism, or the things that feminism wants in video games. Like I said, like nobody wants you guys to leave.
Third wave.
Third wave.
Okay, third wave feminism. Okay.
No, I don't. Is anyone here in disagreement with second wave feminism? Just to get this out of the way.
No,
Equality between men and women. I'm all for that.
Yeah, most definitely.
So now we're
talking. I would like to point out. There you go. You just deflected it.
Right, and here's the other thing. Have we got anybody here who is white or black? I'm white.
I'm white.
I'm white.
I'm white.
Yeah,
I believe I saw somebody black there on a video at one point.
Yeah,
but I think
Laughing Man left.
All right, Laughing Man left. Okay. Is there anybody here straight? I'm straight.
Hold on. Laughing Man wants to rejoin. Speaking of him, I just saw his comment.
Okay. Has anyone here at all, at any point, I believe we do have some people who are homosexual as well as heterosexual here.
How you doing?
So far, we've not excluded anybody on the thing due to the colour of their skin or to whoever they actually fancy. Now, if a woman were to come on here right now, do you think we are going to tell them to go away? Do you honestly think that we would be are going to do that?
Not you guys, but the trolls will.
The trolls.
Well, the trolls.
They're the ones.
Back to the trolls.
Oh, the trolls. Okay, we're going back to minorities again.
This is
why?
The circular reasoning we were talking about. Leave the harassers behind. We are talking about the issues, bits of froth that come about from issue. Okay.
Well, right now, this is you can't detach this issue with the other issue.
You can't. We can. We're trying to. We're showing you the way, but you are refusing to go with us on this because you are scared that once you've actually got out of that little bit, suddenly things will start making sense, and you're terribly afraid that what you might have thought may be incorrect.
No, I don't think I'm incorrect.
Well, of course you're not. Of course you're not. Exactly. And so I ask you, if you're not afraid of that, let's take away the bullying aspect of this and have a look at it on its actual face value about journalists colluding in many, many publications to push one singular political ideal over all others. And that includes king-making, buddying up, people deciding that this person can go in, this person can't. That is what GamersGate is about. All you have been talking about since you've got in here is talking about the propaganda that those same journalists are spouting at you.
So you guys are for journalist integrity?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Okay, so
Most
let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
very much so.
Okay, because there's like, okay, I found a Tumblr page, and then this person is from the Social Justice Warrior, my side, and he points out 5 things that they said, like, well, if GamerGate is supporting is for journalist integrity, why haven't they done these exact things? So I'm going to ask you. For example, the number 1 says, if GamerGate supporters are concerned about the hidden impact of backroom deals, why wasn't there a similar outrage over PepsiCo pervasive relationship with the video game advertisements?
Oh, there was.
Yeah,
was,
Dorito
Really?
Pope. Remember Dorito Pope? Jeff Keighley?
Dorito Pope.
Yeah, Dorito
Good
Pope.
tap.
This is just the first time you've heard of it.
Doritos Gate. There was a whole entire scandal about, Jeff Keighley promoting Halo 4, wasn't it? And sitting next to Doritos and Mountain Dew.
Yes, but he wasn't
Yes.
a woman. That's why he didn't hear about it.
No, the reason why this guy didn't get attacked or harassed was because he was not a woman. That's the problem.
He did go. You don't
No,
realize.
no,
You don't realize. You don't realize.
Like,
no,
you don't realize
you
the
don't
difference
get-
between
You don't get it.
somebody-
You don't.
Jeff-
You don't think he got exactly the same treatment, my friend. He got the
Jeff
same.
was made a laughing stock. He was like, there was threads on NeoGAF. It was going everywhere about it. They put
There are
Photoshop.
pictures of him wearing Pope
No, I'm not
outfits.
talking about I'm not talking about
Pope
people
hats
saying that
and
it was wrong. I'm
Dorito on top of his head.
talking about why wasn't there a GamerGate in 2012 when that happened?
There was. It was Doritos Gate.
Like this magnitude, like this
Yeah.
level. Like we're
Did
right
this
here.
man? Did this man take over 8 publications and print out that you're all fucking arseholes and I hate Doritos?
No,
I think we've got our point.
but that's not the same. What I'm saying is
No,
there
it's
was
not. It's
never-
bloody huge.
It was
It's
never an outrage for
massive.
I guess 5
Eight
weeks.
publications, all 8 publications, all at the same time, doing exactly the same thing. You don't see this as a problem.
About what? Are we talking about?
And we're not talking. These are 8 opinion pieces. These aren't people like laying out the fact. Oh, there's a new game coming out. Oh, there's the new iPhone. We're talking about basically saying, yeah, about 20% of the population of game players, the ones who actually, in some cases, make the games. Play the games more than anyone else, the people that actually buy most of the games. Just because you make up a large percentage of the population of games players does not mean you're the games buyers. And also, we are one of the people who actually make the more interesting games because we have the knowledge base behind us to know what's been done before. These people you want to throw out of gaming because of some feminists who have decided to use a bit of trollery to piss off a couple of people in the gaming world, and then use their, well, from what I can see, their retaliation against them. This is not. Let me just describe this to you. Anita Sarkeesian is not a threat to gaming in any way, shape, or form. She's a threat to feminism, definitely, because
No, she's not.
Oh yeah, she is. She's making
yeah,
it
she is.
very
Definitely.
stupid, very stupid
No.
indeed. Yes, she is. As far as Jack Thompson has made conservatives look stupid, she is making the left look very stupid. And I'm talking as a lefty here. This is
No,
dumb,
I
and
think
it's
she's
making us.
like I said, like there's a lot of criticism, and I think there is wrongly placed. I think that Anita Sarkeesian is actually doing a lot of good things, and she's a very smart person. And I
What
hope
has she done that's
that she
good?
continues.
What has she done that's good? What has she done that's good?
You mean actions in video games, like things?
No,
in video
just
games?
actions, actual things that are good. She's done a lot of good. You said a lot.
Yes, for example,
that means
the
there's got to
whole-
be a good list.
Of course, there's the whole the video series about stereotypes in women in video games.
Well, that's fed a lot of children, yeah.
That was very good. I think she helped in the game Last of Us in the character. In the character.
Her
she
game
was against-
for Naughty Dog doesn't validate that at all. Keep that in mind.
And of course, she's making still, um, I guess, trying to take that stereotypes of women and criticizing criticizing those
Okay, so
stereotypes.
My
So
question to
slut-shaming-
you. My question to
slut-shaming
you.
women on computer games, essentially.
My-
That's
No,
good.
there's no slashing. There's no
Yes, she is.
slashing.
Well, my
No,
question to
she
you is, okay, why isn't Anita Sarkeesian open to criticism? Why isn't her chat open?
Why is she
Harassment,
criticizing
harassment,
people
harassment,
who are,
harassment,
There's
who are
plenty of
laughing
criticism
at
out there. There's
every
plenty
time?
of evidence that
Guys.
that suggests that she didn't properly research this topic. Why hasn't that been done? Why isn't that open?
May I give an example of her not researching topic?
Sure, most definitely.
She said she was talking about Princess Peach and Princess Zelda, claiming that they're the damsel in distress. Sure, in many games they are. However, she fails to mention the many games, and the specifically case of Princess Peach, there was Super Princess Peach, where these female characters were the main feature characters in the game, saving their normal protagonists. So, for example, in Super Princess Peach, Peach was saving Mario and Luigi. How come she didn't mention that in her Tropes versus Women video on damsels in distress?
because it's only from a woman's perspective,
No,
or at least
because
a
it's-
feminist perspective.
No, it's because it's not. It's not. You have to understand that a stereotype is something that is done heavily over and over again. We can go to the movies, and we can go.
Which is exactly what she's done.
Wait, we can see movie horror tropes. For example, there's going to be a lot of criticism because there's a lot of horror movies that does the same thing over and over and over again. And if you do that for a decade or 2 decades, it's going to become lazy writing. For example, there's that the horror trope where you have a couple of teenagers who go to an abandoned.
No, I understand your point. I want you to describe
wait a
why
minute,
it's
wait a
lazy.
minute, wait a minute,
Why
wait
is
a minute, wait a minute.
that lazy? Why is it lazy? Why is the damsel in distress trope lazy? Because it's overused.
Because yes, it's overused to death. It's like if you see the same type
Have
of
you not
movie
played games
or
before? Have you not played a game before? Do you
Have
realize
you even
that
has
the
he even Tetris?
like I said, like there's nothing
games
wrong.
require you to do something. It's like a chore that you're asked to do with someone. You do
Like I
realize
said,
that, don't you?
Hey, Robin,
Like I said-
Robin, may I?
Go
Because
for it.
I want to ask you something about this. When you bring up horror movies, basically about how all the tropes they say in there, are you aware that there are several parody movies that make fun of those exact tropes, and they know it's there, but they make fun of it because the fact that they know it's silly. Do you know that those exist?
Sure, yes, that's the reason why it's called a trope. It's a stereotype.
Okay, but basically what you're saying is that they don't they've done this for like 2 decades, but I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of parody movies where they do talk about those tropes.
Yes.
So,
Yes, of course.
so in other words, that argument is invalid because the fact that it's like they understand where it is, they understand that that's silly.
Yes.
Okay, now there's that. All right.
Okay.
Do you remember what I said? Because you talked about the damsel in distress trope, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to bring up the fact that, remember when I talked to you about the King's Quest series?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to bring up King's Quest 5 here, because this basically has the point where it talks about the damsel in distress of it. There is a character, her name is Cassima. Cassima gets captured by 2 different occasions. However, instead of her being helpless, in one instance, she actually says, "I only need a small means of defense." She stabs the person who kidnapped her, and only to save the hero. So, in other words, that trope is not really beaten if it's done right. I will admit it is lazy writing. However, you have to look into the fact that there are actual really good tropes, really good times when that exists.
Yes, I understand that. That's that. I think that's the reason why there's a miscommunication. Is like there's nothing wrong with those tropes. There's a reason why they're called tropes because sometimes it fits the narrative. Sometimes people do really enjoy those tropes. Some people who are just getting into gaming, they say, okay, this is a trope. This is the first time that I'm seeing. I don't see nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that trope. It's just that it's always good to understand that it is a trope, and there's always going to be a little bit of criticism. So when somebody says, "Why is this a trope?" and then you can go back and say that. I think that the reason why people are angry, or well, yes, angry with, or saying that Anita is wrong, is because people are thinking that if you use that trope, then you're automatically a misogynist. That's not true. It's like there is this exact trope about a woman getting captured, and then the main hero goes and saves her. It's a trope. It's something that happens over and over again, even in movies. There's nothing wrong with that. You can enjoy that. The problem is that it's always good to understand that that trope does exist, and sometimes it gets a little bit lazy. So instead of, if somebody says, okay, I'm going to create a new game that doesn't fit that trope, then you can use this trope, this criticism, to create a game that doesn't fit that trope, I guess. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with enjoying it, with enjoying that game. Like, I enjoy a lot of tropes and a lot of stereotypes. Like, for example, though, like I said, the horror movies, I like that stereotype of horror movies where they go and they just kill people. I like, it's lazy, but I still enjoy it. But I recognize that there is a
So wait, stop you right there. I got a question to ask. Why is violence less of a problem than representation of women?
Because what? Wait, what?
Okay, sorry, I may have cut out there. Why is violence less of a problem than representation of women?
Well, violence.
You're okay. You just said you're okay with watching people get slashed up, but
yes,
representative women, you draw the line. Why is that? Why is that a thing? Let me educate me.
You're right for women to get slashed up, yeah?
I never said that I draw a line. I'm saying that there is a trope.
But you just said you're okay with violent films, though.
Yes, I like violent films. I like explosions. I like people.
Okay. Why is that okay over representation of women? You're okay. You're saying that you're okay with depictions of humans losing their lives.
Yes.
Versus depictions of women.
Mutilation, yes.
Why? That seems a little lopsided. But can you explain your reasoning?
Well, I guess violence goes both ways. Like, I don't know. Like, I think the reason why there's not a problem with violence is because violence doesn't. Yes.
Wait a minute. Did you say that there's not a problem with violence?
Why is there a problem with violence?
Well, have you not seen the Middle East recently?
We're not terribly keen on violence in life in general.
Like, I'm referring to slashing movies or horror movies.
Okay, so wait a minute. I don't understand it, because there are logical viewpoints that talk about how horror movies can be bad. Fuck, there was actually, there's a lot more protests when it comes to the horror movies than it comes to video games.
Yeah, they'll ban violent video games before they'll ban guns in America.
Hey Robin, isn't there a list of like movies that are banned that you cannot own in the UK?
Well, that sort of censorship it's become pointless because, of course, it is.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because the fact that it's like a lot of those movies that were on that list were horror movies.
You mean?
Well, some of them were actually anti-Christian. One of the ones that was banned in the 1970s was a film called A Life of Brian. Does anyone know about this?
I know The Life of Brian.
Yeah, The Life of Brian. The Life of Brian. There was plenty of talk in the media about this sort of thing, and it was to do with people who were saying this, and the Christians, for some reason or other, weren't too keen to have somebody playing a Messiah, and they thought it was disrespectful. They thought it misrepresented Christianity.
I really enjoyed that movie.
Yeah, and you know
why?
Listen
here, he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
Yes, exactly.
Like, I really like that movie because I really enjoyed that movie. It's a really great movie.
But you're actually anti-Christian for liking that.
No.
You don't like Christians because of that. That means that, you know, the moment you see a Christian, that you're just going to hit them. You know?
Okay, so I just want to ask this. So
can I just say one thing about this particular thing before we start? Misogyny is the word. Misogyny is a hatred for women. It's not something sort of like, women, they're a bit stupid. No. Misogyny actively hates women. Misogynists are rapists. Yeah, those people. Now, if you use the word misogyny for some slight, like somebody kind of going, I'll just go back to the kitchen, some crap like that, yeah, you actually bring that word to a new level. You taint the word. You make that word not mean what it actually means anymore. And what you end up doing is people say, oh, he's a misogynist, and they just mean, he's probably just sort of like sick and tired of bloody feminists.
All right.
You can
Robert,
see how that word can be perverted.
Robert, I'm sorry to
carry
cut you off. I have a couple people that want to get in this stream. If there's anybody that would like to volunteer to hop out, because we're at capacity, I would greatly appreciate it. There's a couple people in comments that want a certain someone to come in here.
Well, I'll hop out in a sec, but if I can say something as indie game dev first.
Oh, yeah.
Gas the kites, race war now, Hitler did absolutely nothing wrong.
Is that the intro to your new game? So is that going to be your new game being developed very soon? It's going to be a big seller.
Yeah, it is.
Why not Stalin Simulator?
That's called Red Orchestra, man. That's already out.
Ah.
All right. So, who's gonna be hopping out? Do want to thank you for coming in. It was great to have you guys here, and I might have you back on later this evening if you guys still want to come back in and we're still doing this.
I don't know who's leaving.
Anybody want to hop out just for a little while?
I leave it.
Excuse me. Hello. Hey, I've been quiet this entire time. I just wanted to ask one question the entire time. Just wanted to wait.
All right, I'll give you the 30 seconds to do your question, but I really need someone to hop out.
I was just gonna say, I'll just ask my one question, then I can hop out for you.
Yep.
Okay. This was gonna be directed at Kaz. Exactly. From your little rant on Kinopol, where you went towards the gamers are dead, I was just curious, why would you say an entire industry based around them, an industry that involves...
You sound really fucking autistic, holy shit.
$6.2 $6.2 million or $1 billion. Why would you say it is dead?
Well, it's very simple. Like I said, again, that word that I guess Robin doesn't like. I'm gonna say it, and it's because of harassment.
Harassment.
Exactly. It's like right now, I think the gamer identity right now is going to die, and it's going to be replaced by a new identity, something more inclusive.
The entire community, simply because of harassment, is going to die. It has over $6.2 billion.
Like an identity.
So many different things is going to die simply because these people said, "Oh, we're misogynists, that's all. We're going to die now." So the entire gaming is going to go off.
So journalism might die.
What I'm saying is the identity, not the real people, not more like the identity or why people call themselves gamers is going to die, and then it's going to be replaced by a new identity, something more inclusive, something like game. Right now, a person who calls
gaming is really inclusive.
No, it isn't. That's the problem.
Yes, it is.
No,
it
isn't.
It's very inclusive because
wait, hold on.
We're all saying yes, and you're the only one saying no.
We're all gamers here. We identify as gamers, and we.
I am not a gamer.
Only people with like literal autism identify as gamers. What the fuck?
Like
I'm identified. That's like saying I'm a foodie. I like food, so I'm a foodie. That's fucking retarded, dude.
Like you said, the only people who call themselves gamers are people who work in the industry or play a lot of video games, and they self-identify themselves as a gamer. Right now,
those aren't the only ones that self-identify as
gamer. I play video
gamer.
games 8 hours a day, and I don't identify as a gamer because I don't have autism.
I don't. Well, okay. Was he referring to me or to you guys?
Us, it's all right, but we can take it.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Like I said, like the gamers is never going to die, for example. But right now, it has to change what the name of the gamers means. It has to be more than somebody who just identified themselves as a gamer. It has to be every single person who plays games is a gamer. But right now, that's
Isn't
not the
that
case.
what it already is?
But they're
No,
not the
that's not the
games
case. That's the
makers.
problem.
Yeah, because you
Isn't
don't
even
make games.
Isn't even a casual gamer a gamer? Isn't
No, that's the reason. Like
the
the
Daz
reason
a
why
gamer?
people call casual gamers was because people say, well, you're a hardcore gamer, you're a real gamer, and
Well,
there's those casual
Can
gamers.
I just
Wait.
basically correct him on this one? Because basically what you're saying is that you want to get people who are very, very interested in gaming, a lot of them, by the way, who are actually the creative end of gaming, you want to get that bit out. Is all this
No, not out.
creativity really annoying you?
No,
You want to
not
round them
out.
all
Like,
up
change.
and pretty much
You'd
kick them
rather
out.
have people who don't actually like games to make games.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is change the meaning of the word gamer. Right now,
Wait. Time out. All right,
Now
so
we're
we're talking
into
about
argument.
casual versus hardcore gamers. What exactly is a casual? Like, am I playing Candy Crush on my phone? Am I playing Super Mario Brothers? Am I playing Call of Duty? Am I a pro level Quake Live player? What am I?
I think
What is
it?
Define it. Define
Well,
casual gamer, at least for me.
Okay, casual gamers are people who casually play games, like not every single day and not every single time. It's people
You
who
just
don't
used
take-
casual to describe casual.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Is
And those are gamers.
no,
They
that's
are
the problem.
self-identified as gamers, and they're included in it.
Exactly. I mean,
There's gamers, and that's split up into casual gamers, hardcore gamers, professional gamers, and game developers.
Shows you how inclusive we are.
No, that's not the problem. I
And if
guess
you go even further, there's the adventure gamer, there's the first-person shooter, the RPG player, and all this other stuff.
But again,
It's a sandbox
like I
player.
said, the gaming
And
community
PlayStation
and the
player.
gamers are identified as right now as pretty much a boys' club. Pretty much every single person who is in
Yes,
this little
yes,
bubble.
it's identified
And
as a
that's
boys'
the
club,
problem.
but by who?
Hey, can
By
I
you
ask a
guys.
question
By
to
the
the Swedish
people who
guy?
play games.
Why do all Swedes have such fucking like why are you so fucking autistic and social justice warrior? Like, what the fuck is wrong with your country?
Yeah, let's keep it civil. Let's keep it civil.
No, I'm dead serious. I want an answer to this one.
Now that one was aimed at you.
Okay, me.
Yes. So now you're allowed to be upset because you've been offended. Ready?
Okay, now. I didn't understand the question.
That's all, folks. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is
Allow
wrong with
him to
you?
repeat.
Oh, okay, now I understand.
Okay, well,
like
I'm
I
going
said,
to
right
help
now
out now for you.
like I said, the gamers, there's a bad stigma around it about harassers and
there's
misogynistic.
not.
and-
There's a bad
knowledge,
stigma
my friend.
around it.
What stigma
of
though?
knowledge.
Like, where are you pulling
There's no
that
fucking
from?
stigma with normal fucking people talking about video games. They're just weirdos like you in fucking
Where?
shithole third world Muslim countries like Sweden.
I'm not gonna go away until
I love that reference to the UN report right there.
He's from the third world
Guys.
Muslim country of Costa Rica, I believe.
Yes, let's not start with the name column. We don't need that in here. I know.
Nigger.
You
No,
may
no, you
wanna
comment.
do
But
it.
seriously, where are you pulling these stigmas from? Like, were you in a bad online game and somebody called you a bad name? Is that where you're getting this from?
Well,
I mean, if you play Call of Duty, people make fun of my mom every day. I mean,
well, that's wrong.
Whatever.
You should be,
I
that is
make fun of
completely
you.
wrong.
I mean that's it's
Call
wrong,
of
but
Duty.
it's
Seen
part.
it? You
It
seen
comes
this,
with
Mum?
the territory. It's
No, that's
it's-
wrong.
it's there.
Nobody should insult your mother. That is completely wrong.
I mean, have you not played an online game ever? I mean, this has been there since the dawn. It's been there since the start.
Like I play League of Legends.
Oh,
Trash
guys,
talk
look
is
out! He
the-
plays
trash
League of
talk
Legends.
is there.
Guys, he plays League of Legends. Look out! Got a
Like,
real
League of
fucking
Legends.
hardcore dude in here right now.
And you play that game, there's gonna be
Mate.
like at least 3 assholes that you have to play with, and they always
Trash talk comes with any competitive activity. Period.
not if they're gonna leave the fucking
It
game.
doesn't have to be civil. It's just there. and it's a thing you have to deal with if you choose to partake in a
In life.
competitive activity or life
Have you-
in general.
This
Have
is
you
the
ever
thing,
been
my
in
friend.
Japan?
You have to
Maybe you
catch
should
up with
just
the rest
mute
of
the
the world.
chat and just get rid of the chat when you play games.
You can't
Exactly.
get rid of the chat.
You can mute
You
people.
can.
Yes, you can,
You can
but
mute people, you
but it's not
All the
really.
text on computers, you can ignore it all. You just
You can't,
block it
because you
out
have
and
to
play the
communicate.
video game.
The problem with League of Legends is that you have to communicate with your other teammates because it is a 5 versus 5 team. It's not you cannot win the game alone. And the problem is if there's one asshole over there who just
Well,
gets mad
and you
and
ignore
rages-
him.
Here's my argument to that.
Specify
Here's-
League of Legends.
It's a bad game.
Here's my argument to that. Hear me out. All right, you're talking about team-based games. If you're
Yes.
serious about winning, you would form your own team. You wouldn't play public games, and these people
Yeah.
are all like-minded.
Like-
And you
I have
would, and
another
then
point.
you would have real communication. You would then proceed to properly win because you actually have real communication skills. This
Let
does
me-
not happen
I mean,
in public
Super-
games
Super
ever.
Classic is epic with
Ever.
public game.
Here we go, dude. Here's the real crux behind it. I have pointed out a few times that you are a little bit ignorant of the situation. Well, this is the good thing for you. You do ignorant very well. Ignore them. That's the point. You need to exercise your ignorance a bit more towards others in that way, rather than saying, well, I'm not going to find out about you and understand you. I just want you to change to be like me. I'm afraid that you're going to be basically setting yourself up for a lifetime of disappointment. I just thought I'd let you
With
know.
that one planet on Spore, you will never be able to terraform to T3.
Use your ignorance. Use it. Embrace it.
Hey, I'm
Like
just
I
reading the comments here. Can I give a shout out to CC Raymond? You can blow me, you worthless whore.
Okay, guys. Let's
What
just
the
be
fuck?
simple about this.
Holy shit. Okay, okay. I want to refer to the League of Legends really easily, really fast. There are 3 categories. One where you can play alone and with random people. Second, when you can partner up with another person, or you can go team-based 5 versus 5. The problem is that when you play with 2 people, or there are 2 people in one group, there's always 3 other people who are gonna get angry. And most of the times when somebody rages, and starts shouting names and starts saying you are this and you're that, it's like it rages you, and you start to do the same thing. And the problem is that eventually one of them is going to log off, and there's going to be 4 versus 5. And that is in League of Legends. There's actually a big, kind of a big problem with that toxic community that they've actually tried to resolve. It's like you wish you could tell this guy, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit, but you can't, because if you do that,
online.
you can't.
Play EVE Online. Play EVE Online. Play it for a year. Play EVE Online for a year. Go down to low sec.
please do.
And all of this.
Go
all
into
of this.
low sec and learn how terrible life is.
Yeah,
Seriously.
and then,
I don't
all of
wanna
this
leave
will
that.
feel so much better.
I want to
will
play a
feel so
game
much
where
better.
nobody is telling me like, you fucking noob, you don't know how to fucking play, go die.
Tetris.
Then play a single player game.
Go play
Tetris
Monopoly,
is for you, my
fucking
friend. Yeah.
loser.
Tetris is for you. If you're looking,
Play single player games.
welcome to Earth. Yeah, this is what it's like, dude. It's a madhouse.
No.
You either get used to it or you sit there whining while
You
everybody else
adapt
is
and
winning.
overcome. It's really that simple.
Yeah, we're always going to be
It's-
here. It's annoying, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, tough. Get used to it. Get your shit together, kid. It ain't going to
Not
change for
unless-
you.
Not unless the other person is going to leave the game, and then it's 4 versus 5.
Not.
That's
And
a
they're
fucking
not.
I leave the game for you, though. That's my.
You're
that's
the one
my-
leaving the game and leaving these people in the lurch, matey, because you're getting all upset about getting called some names.
No, they're
Yeah.
leaving me.
They're really mean, guys. They're really mean.
The internet is
Well-
a very rough place. You got to adapt to it. You got to
Yeah.
have a thick skin.
No
I
kids
don't want
allowed.
to- I don't want
If
to
you
adapt.
want your kids to get
Take
upset on
it.
the internet, ban them from the internet. That is the deal.
I don't want to adapt to a place where everybody is just shouting mean things to each other. I want a place
Right.
where everybody.
But that's
That's
real life,
right
though.
now.
That's life. That is the real world. Not
Stay in your
everybody's
living
going to be nice to you.
Yeah, we can't
Yeah.
all sit around a campfire and sing Kumbaya all day.
Hide
Well,
under
we
the
can
cover, my
try.
friend.
This is
I
why
try
we
to be
need
nice.
set aside Sweden with fucking Muslim immigration, because this is what Swedes
Oh.
are. You're fucking human garbage.
I don't
Okay, now
I don't
that's
agree
Sweden
to
jokes.
that, but you know. I'm not going to prescribe to that particular outlook on life, but I'll allow it to be said. I don't care. The guy's not really hurt anyone by saying it. It's just words, and that's really all it is. Can we say it together, guys? Sticks
and stones
may break my bones, but words will never harm me.
never hurt me. Oh well, what a chorus!
The quartet from hell. The team from hell.
But it's an old nursery rhyme that somebody seems to have forgotten. Same as the people in Oklahoma that have obviously not read The Three Little Pigs.
I'm from Oklahoma. Screw you.
Well, guys, you know there are things called bricks. That's all I'm saying.
My apartment's made out of brick. Does that help?
I don't know.
Is it still there?
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, then it helped.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's my input on the whole League of Legends. I just don't like when people are mean to each other and they rage quit.
Yeah. As
Okay, I got a question.
Rage quit is common and it's hilarious.
Wait,
No, it's not hilarious. It's fucking
Making
annoying.
people rage quit is a strategy, my
You're
friend.
the one who's bitching about this, and you're the one who's fucking leaving. What the fuck is wrong with you? How does that click in your fucking head that that's what you're actually supposed to do? Like, what the fuck?
I'm not the one that's leaving.
Rage quit, the troll wins.
God, you're fucking.
Gentlemen, if you can at least be a little bit more roundabout with your insults, it's much better. It makes
Okay, I'm gonna say it one more time. People who rage normally quit the game. So you're playing with a team of 4, and then you have to play against a team of 5. That's what I'm saying. It's like if the person is going to rage, that is bad, and it's just
Nobody
weird.
gets complaints. Everyone rage quits. It's unfair on you. So.
Just get more friends.
You're still talking about team games. And if you're serious about a team game, if you're interested in a team game, you would form your own team, not just do matchmaking or public
Grab
games.
some of your social justice warrior pals, make a team, and go off and have a fun time.
Exactly. You had to deal with the trolls. You want to deal with all that BS.
You can come and kick our
You
ass.
would be dealing with like-minded individuals like yourself.
Hey
and
guys,
you
can I say
would
something
win
here?
games.
Hey, can I say something here?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. I am probably the only homosexual in this room, unless somebody says otherwise.
No, I'm pretty sure
you're the only one willing to admit it.
Thank you. Well, here's the thing about this, Gus, and you have to really understand this. I'm called faggot all the time on different games.
That is wrong. That is completely wrong.
However, this is the thing between the two of. This is the difference between you and I here. The difference between you and I is that I actually realized something. They're not really being offensive towards me. They're just trying to get a reaction out of me. So basically, I get so angry that I lose my game. That's the thing. It's only a tactic.
You've been trolled. You've been trolled. You have probably replied to that guy.
Competitive games also involve the level of psychology.
In my life. Please stop.
I mean,
calling you names is completely wrong, and I hope that people.
Okay, wait. Let's branch off from video games for just a second, because I also happen to play a competitive pool at the local bar. Now, it isn't a quiet, complimentary game of pool. Like, everybody's not nice to each other. People are going to try to get inside your head. They're going to try to psych you out. They're going to call you names. They're going to tell you suck.
That is wrong.
All as a part of a tactic to help them win. Anything to help you gain the advantage is a legitimate tactic. There is no rule against recon. Well,
it's very dirty.
Life. That's life, man.
Hey, you're from Costa Rica, mate. We've seen how you guys play football.
But yeah, okay. I mean, any competitive activity involves a mind game. It really does. And I'm also going to use that to my advantage. That's the way it is.
But if you use that and they do use that, then it's gonna create a toxic environment.
What? How so? I mean, after I finish that pool game, regardless of what he called me or what he said, whether I win or lose, I accept that I lost because I was not the better player.
Because he didn't keep his shit together while someone's just taking the piss.
Like I said, taking name calling
like
and
I
doing
said,
all
you're
this stuff.
autistic and you're a Muslim. Go drink bleach.
Whoa, dude.
Whoa.
Everybody, hold up.
Oh,
Food.
Okay,
Wait,
but I just want to point out something about.
Chris, hold up.
No,
Gary,
this
I
isn't-
gotta
this
kick
isn't
you
COD.
out, man. We can't
This
have
isn't
that
COD.
keep coming up.
See you in COD.
Anybody, nothing like that. So we just can't have the name calling going on. I'm sorry.
You
But
can't
no.
have the name calling going on. We want to look really professional here at GamerGate by donating to feminist
try
charity.
Try something better. Try something.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a little more than that for a reaction.
Well, for example, okay.
He left. But no, like, okay, let me go back to my original point. Like, all right,
Wait, can I go
you're
back
not
to what I was
okay.
saying?
Sorry.
Wait, can I go back to what I was saying about the difference between the difference between basically the how to handle trolls?
That's just how you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. You put it out of your mind. It's part of the game.
But you don't want to be playing in a game every single time where you have to face that.
But you have to
Because
understand this. If you there is a part to that victory as to when you actually beat those trolls that actually they use those terms. Look, I can call okay, Mortal Kombat. I play that a lot. I get called faggot all the time. Like, that doesn't bother me. What happens is it bothers them more, is because basically when I cut their fucking head off, they get angry and then they rage on me and call me faggot over Xbox Live. Seriously, there is a fun victory thing to that.
Yeah. Do you ever get accused of hacking or cheating or anything like that?
Yeah, that's the
Exactly.
thing.
That is the ultimate.
I love that.
That is the ultimate compliment if you get accused of hacking. That is beautiful. I love it.
Not even a script kiddie.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that there is a really great sensation when you beat those people who call you names and you prove to be better than them.
But the thing is that
And you are trying to destroy that.
Sorry.
You are trying to actively destroy that part of the game.
Feeling.
That is not just it's not just about winning in the game. It's about winning in your mind and winning over yourself and being in control of your own emotional self-worth. One of the problems is that we've got a lot of people here who seem to think that everything else in the world is making them upset, and they're not prepared to look at themselves.
But you can also feel better just by winning. You don't like the whole toxic community is wrong because
That's what I just said.
Are you not okay with competitive gaming?
Would you
prefer that go away?
Brazil? Would you not like to beat Brazil, no matter how dirty they were? If they played the game clean, would you feel it was less of a victory than if they played dirty and you still won? Would you not feel even bigger a victor and like the better man, the bigger man?
For example, Dirt never called me a fucking asshole and leaves the fucking game. Like Dirt is Dirt. Is the place where you play. And what I'm saying is that you shouldn't.
Nobody's called you an arsehole.
Yes.
Has nobody called you an arsehole?
Yes.
Who's called you an arsehole in your life?
Every single troll when you play games.
Can you remember their names? Can you remember their names?
No, fuck them.
Well,
no.
how come? If they were that much of an absolute disaster to your self-worth and self-being, you should have these people's names. You should have it written down in your little shit list somewhere.
You should be contacting the FBI and then tweeting about.
If you were that offended, if you were really that offended by them, but you weren't, you just went, it's just some kid. And that's what it is. It's just some kid trying to rile you up. If you got a 5-year-old going, you smell in front of you, what are you going to do? Take him to the cops?
Like I said, you can. I understand that you can just ignore the trolls, but it would be better. And it would be more inclusive if there was not a toxic community where everybody.
So if you exclude the trolls, you would be more inclusive.
It would be better if people were more respectful to each other.
So you're talking about denying a basic. You're talking about denying a basic emotion, which is like a competitive emotion. Like it's me versus you. I mean, I'm not going to be. I mean, sure, I will respect you, but at the same time, I'm not going to be. I'm going to do everything that I can to win. If that includes getting inside your head and psyching you out, I'm going to do it. At the end of the game, I'm sure I'm still going to shake your hand and say, "Hey, good game." But you're talking about denying like a whole set of emotions there. How do you do that?
Because you don't want to control your emotions. You want the society to control your emotions for you.
Like I said, like being in a toxic community is never okay. It's like people can ignore it, but it's
Then
never
leave.
okay.
Okay,
Then leave. If you don't want to be in a toxic community, you leave it. That's how it works.
But if the gaming, if the game developers want more people to play that game,
Okay,
then they have
okay,
to.
okay, okay,
And
okay.
then-
I'm gonna ask you something. When you start up a game, I'm going to use like Call of Duty for example. Do you not see the warning that appears when you start up the game? Online interactions are not rated. So basically, when you play that game, you understand that this is going to happen.
Yes.
So what are you saying is
Have
that
you played Star Trek?
Star Trek, no.
Right, Star Trek is not so keen on people using swear words.
Mhm.
They have guidance, they have safeties, so someone can turn all of this off.
Well, for example, I can give you one game which is very competitive, which has no problem with the toxic community, and that is Heart of Stones, which you don't get to type or chat anything that you want. It's like you can give a
Oh,
message or a generic
So
message
no,
to the
no
other
social
player.
aspect.
Don't you
You know,
mean
there's no.
Hearthstone? Do you mean Hearthstone?
What?
Hearthstone.
What game are you talking about?
Hearthstones from
Hearthstone.
World of
Okay.
Warcraft, from Blizzard.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay,
and for
yeah,
example,
yeah.
if you want to talk to somebody in the community, then you just go to a forum and talk. But when you're in the game, where you're competitive, where you're competing with someone, they remove that chat, and you can just give a generic like "I'm going to
You know,
beat
the-
you" or
Remove
"Hello."
your chat. You can
What?
remove your chat from any game. You can remove chat from pretty much any game, so you never see it. You don't have to look at it. You don't have to read it. You are actively going up, reading the text that's on there. You don't have to read it.
Like I said, it depends on each and every single game.
Well,
indeed, it depends on each individual person.
Hearthstone's interesting because it's strictly a 1v1. It's not a team game. It requires no
Exactly.
coordination. It's solely reliant on your individual skill and your setup.
Yes, that's why I
But
like it.
other games, let's take for example League of Legends, Dota,
Team Fortress 2.
Counter-Strike, Team Fortress, anything that requires a measure of communication to be successful is suddenly moot. I mean, if you were to subtract the communication element, you fail, guaranteed, because you can't carry the team.
Yes, that is completely true.
So how do you address that?
How do I deal with that? How do I deal with that in the game?
Yeah, most definitely. Do you just ignore those games, or do you how do you deal with that?
Like I always try to tell my teammates like I'm doing this or I'm doing that or I'm going to go and help this specific person. But then like I said, every single person is just. Have you ever played League of Legends?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay. It's one lane, one, and there's 3 lanes, and everybody's fighting with one lane. So if one is going to help one person who is like the top lane, and when that is happening, the middle lane is getting completely destroyed, and my teammate is just getting destroyed. He can't do nothing. He feels frustrated. So what normally people do is they lash out with their own teammates, which is wrong.
And that's usually the first. That's usually the first stage of failure in those games.
Yes.
The moment you lash out against your team is the moment you lose.
Yeah, violence is not encouraged in video games, but people get violent when they lose.
I think and people need to learn that it's a competitive. It's competition. People get passionate. That's kind of the thing with anything competitive that you do.
Yes, that is completely true. But we also have to be respectful when
Have you seen any sport? Have you played soccer? Have you played football?
Yes.
Everyone on a football or a soccer field. I'm speaking as an American, mind you, as an African American. I'm saying everybody on that field, they are known as a trash talk. They heard every insult, every spew, but why don't they care at the end of the day and still shake hands? Because they know it's a freaking game.
Yes, like
it's part of sportsmanship.
And at the end of the day, they know it's mind games. if you're reacting like you are saying that it's wrong like you are now, you're falling for it. I'm talking as a and I should know this. I've been playing fighting games since I was like 8 and competitively since I was like 15. It's part of it's not only just part of if you're gonna try to get out of gaming culture, you're gonna have to try to get out of sports. You're gonna have to try to get out of anything competitive. It's 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 a part of competition. It's sadly the spirit of competition, whether you like it or not.
Okay, I do understand that. I understand that people get emotional, and that is a normal reaction. But it also has to be moderated, so it doesn't, it
It
doesn't
is moderated.
become like rage. It doesn't become completely rage.
Why does it have to be moderated? What harm does it does? What harm does it do unless it's coming to something like hacking or doxing or something personal that can actually physically harm you? How is it of any harm? Especially if, like you said, it's with friendly people.
Because it creates it how can I say this? It affects the person emotionally. It affects the person when they play the game. Like every single time that
Right.
they're going to play the game, it's going to become always going to expect people to be angry and rage, and you shouldn't expect that. You should expect your teammates to be respectful, or at least show some a little bit of respect.
Well, that's where my argument comes in. Like, if you're serious about these team games, which
Get better
if you start,
teammates.
with real teammates, like people that you
Let me
would
solve
form
this
your own.
right now. Let me solve this right now.
All right.
If you don't like the people that you're playing with and they're offending you, leave.
Gamer logic right there.
No,
Yeah.
you can't leave.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Who can't? Who?
Yeah, there is
you
a quit
from leaving?
button. It exists. It's there.
There's a quit
Who
button,
stopped
and in
you
some
from
cases,
No.
even a report button. A magic button called a report button.
I know what you're trying to say because he's trying to say that if you do quit, you do get a little penalty in League of Legends.
Yes,
I play
yes.
League of Legends too. But here's the thing: after you're done with the game, don't call them back. Don't bother with them. Meet new people. Meet a group of friends that are peaceful, that do share your points, that don't want to spend their days arguing. If you're going in the game with random people that are horrible, don't bother with them. If you don't like their attitude, you don't have to bother with them at all.
Well, I guess in my case, I do like to play with different types of people, and I guess I like
Including
to.
ones you don't like.
Then you should expect that
Everyone.
there are assholes out there. It's the way of life. Assholes exist. How do we get rid of most of them? Ignore them.
Kenny, you're really quiet, by the way, mate.
I'm quiet because I'm actually downstairs. I'm actually just trying to not speak too loudly. But
All right.
I turned him up a little bit.
But yeah.
You're a pro gamer, yeah?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you do?
Huh?
Well, describe yourself to us, mate.
Oh, I'm actually working. I actually work mainly tech support, and I'm also an aspiring dev. I'm actually going to school right now for computer science.
That's us.
Yeah.
Right on, dude.
You're saying you're a pro gamer, yeah?
Yep, I'm a pro gamer.
So what's your experience been in the competitive field with games?
I've been playing fighting games since I was like 5, and I've been actually just been competitive since I was like 16, 17 years old. I'm used to spews of insults and such like that because I'm used to that trash talk of just pure competition. So are most of the women who are also in the fight in the FGC.
Yeah, I know a lot of women who like the fighting games. Are you more of the cartoony type fighting games, or are you sort of which is your weapon as
Even
such?
though right now my favorite game is King of Fighters 13. And I don't
Heavy
think I
on
need
the
to
cartoon graphics.
Yeah, I don't play a game for graphical fidelity. If a game plays well and looks good, it doesn't have to be graphically outstanding. Just play good and looks well. And if I'm playing anything else, I do want some semblance of a story.
So did you want to play a fighting game where they make sure that every single feeling of each individual protagonist is looked after?
That isn't pop.
That's right. So in other words,
Mm.
the problem for you, my friend, is what you're asking for the gaming community to do. And by the way, you're talking about people who either, as we say, play professionally. Some of us make artwork for it. Some of us do programming. Some of us do this and that. What you're asking for us to do, really, is to switch the gaming element off of gaming.
Not
No,
even the game. No, not even the gaming element. Just pure competitiveness between men.
well, okay, I'm gonna give you one game that does this really well. Okay, maybe it's not a competitive game, but the idea is really interesting. Yeah, the game is called Journey, and in the game Journey, you can go and play with another person,
I
but you
love
cannot
Journey.
but you cannot communicate. So there's kind of this mysterious, I guess, bond between the two players.
Oh,
With
that's
their
the thing. Sorry to interrupt you. You're saying
okay.
that you don't like the competitive background of games. That's fine. Single player games exist. You don't need to communicate with people to play games. It's
There's amazing games like Skyrim.
Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VI, which has an amazing female protagonist, in Terra.
But I guess the problem comes in that, I do like the game mechanic of the MOBAs. I do like Dota and League of Legends. I like the game aspect. I just wish that it wasn't so toxic. I wish it wasn't so, like, if you commit one mistake, every single person is going to just call you on it.
Get better.
Just rage on it, like just
Get
rage,
better.
complete rage.
Get better. Get better.
You can't. Okay, you have two options. You have two options,
Not
really.
even to get better. Not even to get better. Just find better people to play.
Exactly. Build your community, network. There is a whole internet out there with people just like you, who think just like you do, who probably play the same game you do.
I don't play with any of these people. I can't stand in it.
The internet is a vast monster. There are many people of many different views, many different personalities. I think we call him in HN, we call him Base Hot Wheels. You know what? One of the things that he said that really hits me when it comes to the internet, you're just behind the keyboard.
Keyboard and a handle.
Yeah, your race, your religion, none of that. Leave that out the window.
Never mattered in the first place.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
That's fine, buddy.
Yes, I guess that's what I guess that's, in my perspective, what I'm asking. I guess it's too much sometimes to ask for it, but it would be nice if that was a place where there wasn't too much touching. Yes, something. Yes, where there wasn't.
Can I weigh in on the competitive trash talking and stuff?
Yeah.
Go for
All right. What I think, while I also agree that it is, like, I don't like trash talking, but if you're going to be playing the game regularly, you're going to end up with people that don't trash talk unnecessarily, or at least people who are with you.
Exactly.
And you're going to go into the games together, like, cooperatively, and you just start building up those bases.
And that's the best, and honestly, that is the most fun thing about these games. When you do gather your crew, and you do gather all these people that you know and you get along with, that is the fun part, because now you're sharing the fun with others.
I actually want to say one other interesting thing from playing online games is that actually this whole trash talking phenomenon only happens in English-speaking circles.
Oh yeah.
I've played Japanese games and I haven't seen it.
In English circles, it's very common, mostly because, I'm sorry if I offend any Americans, but let's face it, we kind of have a bravado about ourselves.
Oh, just a touch.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
We have a bravado. We have
Asshole.
That's kind of our thing.
That's part of our culture. That's what we are. I mean,
Well, in
Go
my
to New York.
games,
Go to New York. Trust
Yeah,
me.
so essentially you're saying, America, please stop. Good luck, sunshine.
And that's actually another interesting thing, though, is when a Japanese gamer comes into playing with Americans, oftentimes they get into that as well. Even though when they are playing games with Japanese community, they don't do that.
That actually
From
goes
what I've seen.
deeper. That actually goes deeper than to what Japanese culture actually is.
Yeah,
Japanese,
you should have seen them
Japan
in the
is actually
football.
probably some of the most inclusive, probably some of the most inclusive people you will ever meet. They tend, because of their isolationist views. I mean, because of their isolationist area, they really take in a lot of culture from other areas without context.
Yeah, I found that I'd spoken to a few people who were sort of, anti-GamerGate or whatever like that, and I was talking to them. I've been to Japan, and I found them really nice and inclusive and stuff like that. And this very same person was saying, "Oh yeah, they're ever so racist," and I didn't really see that.
Don't get that. Don't they can be, but that's people.
So everyone can. I mean, if we take this to a conclusion, for example, did anyone see how the Japanese behaved in the World Cup?
yes.
Did anyone see after they just lost a game, they cleaned up after themselves? They did
Very respectful.
yeah, exactly. So in other words, what we really need to do is nuke America, and then suddenly they're going to be polite. Can you see
I'm not
how?
saying that.
But I'm just, I like to make a comedy straw man once in a while. That was one of the first things that I thought when I saw that. I thought, well, obviously America needs to be nuked.
Well, for
I want to
example,
say
in
one
my...
more.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is that I play League of Legends in Spanish, so I play with people who are from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Costa Rica,
Racist.
Colombia,
Latin
America in general, pretty much. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is that we try, all of the, what I'm saying is when I say that people call me an asshole, they call me an asshole in Spanish, and it just gets, it gets.
Yeah, I was about to say the Spanish trash talking. My God.
Yeah. It's really big.
First off, don't talk to me about Spanish trash talkers. Do you know how many Latin American people play fighting games?
Oh yes.
That fighting
King of Fighters, it's all Brazil.
Oh yes. And honestly, I like how, and also note the culture in Brazil. It is a very dank, just horrific culture over there. In terms of just being oppressed in general. If anybody knows oppression in terms of Latin America, it's kind of them. and that's their one escape event. Is games, and that's another thing. Video games, video games helps a lot of people cope with things that they don't want to see.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is that the trash talk also happens in Spanish and other types of. Well, I guess in Latin America it happens a lot, especially in sports.
Okay, can I maybe change the subject up a bit, because we have been circling around this particular bowl. I was thinking about actually going back onto the journalism aspect.
Yeah, actually, I want to make one more note before we get back on there. May I?
Please do.
Sure, go ahead.
So we've been talking about trash talking culture, right? Just in general, trash talking culture.
Sure.
So it's in general a trash talking culture rather than all being misogynists.
Indeed.
Okay, I just want to make that point across.
Yeah. I mean, it's trash talk, or at least, it's generally in certain competitive fields, but you can see it in journalism.
But it's not misogyny.
No. I mean, well, unless you ask Kama Sutra, then suddenly
only happens to women, which is absolutely untrue, especially in the FGC.
I can understand that. There's trash talk. I've never seen somebody who attacks someone because of their sex, especially in sport, in competitive video games. So I guess there's that plus.
Have you wait? Let me ask you
Like
something.
I have never seen.
Why are you being offended for other people? Let me explain. Have you seen any of these FGC guys or girls actively complain about these issues?
About the competitive games?
No, yeah, but just fighting games
Yeah,
in general.
actually, yeah, just competitive games in general, because I got
No,
experience in this too.
No, what I'm saying is like in competitive games, there's mostly trash talk. There's not like people attacking somebody or being misogynist. That's what I'm saying. Like there's that plus.
Answer his question. Why are you offended for other people?
You mean why I don't want people to trash
Why
talk?
are you offended by other people when they're not?
Because I feel bad for them. I feel bad that somebody else
For
has to go
what?
through that. Because
They're having fun.
Because it's a normal human emotion.
Yes, but in order to feel bad for somebody, in order to feel bad for somebody, something bad has to happen to them. They have to feel bad about what's happening to them. They don't.
It's like, how can I say? It's like if somebody talks a lot of stuff to one person, it's like you're gonna see that and you're gonna see, okay, that is wrong.
If
and
they
I should
feel bad
defend that
about it,
person.
if they actually feel offended by it, go right ahead. But if they're taking it in the chin and sometimes even biting back in their joking manner, like we in the FGC does, why
Like we all
are
do.
you speaking for them?
Because
that is stealing their voice.
And you're making them look weak.
No, I'm not looking.
Not your shield.
Like human emotion is not a weakness. It's a human basic emotion.
Yes,
It's like it's okay
But
to
the
feel.
people partaking in those games are experiencing an emotion. Let them deal with it.
And then you criticizing an emotion that they feel of competition, of joy that they like, and you're saying that they're wrong for liking and that they should feel bad for liking it. I'm talking about the female who does get all that. You're talking for them. That is wrong in any sense of the word. Because
Okay,
you're
first,
telling their voice for them.
If there's a person who actually enjoys that, and it's like if you see that this person is not being too much effective, then I don't see nothing problem. There's nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is, if there's a person out there who is getting trash talk again and again and again, and you feel this person is getting angrier and angrier and angrier, then that's where I feel like I have to step in and say, no, you should stop talking
And
or
at
you
no
stop
point
writing
do you
because that is
think
wrong.
At no point do you think to go to the person who's getting angry and go, hey,
Ask them.
relax.
Ask them. Yeah. Or
It's just words.
See,
Because
what I would do would be telling them to calm down, or get them out of the.
Yeah, most
Well,
online
person-
servers have kick options. If a person is being disruptive or harassing others, you can kick them.
And that's another thing. Nothing is stopping you from muting your opposition. Nothing is stopping you from muting your teammates. Even if you just want to talk, and you don't even have to. Like when I play League, I only talk to my teammates.
Wait a minute. Isn't there a specific program that can actually help you just talk to your teammates where you can actually mute that game? Yeah, TeamSpeak. Yeah.
TeamSpeak, Roger Wilco, all kinds.
You can use Skype.
Or just use Skype. Yeah, Skype.
Skype works beautifully, even
Google
though
Plus isn't too bad.
Nope.
That's provided you have friends who play the game.
Yeah.
PlayStation Vita has the party chat.
So you can just sit there talking to your friends all day, who will trash talk you, but they'll do it just enough for you not to get so insulted as to go away. And that's really what you're after, isn't it? You want a bit of trash talk, of course. You don't want it to be boring, but you don't want it to go too far.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, tough shit.
Wait, what? No.
Yeah, tough shit, mate. It ain't gonna happen. You can try, but all you're gonna do is you're gonna make it so it is really, really, really boring. That's what you're
gonna do. Really hard.
Just to save your precious feelings. When your precious feelings don't actually amount up to much in the great scheme of things. If you're going to use your precious feelings as your guide to everywhere you go, you are going to be living in a world of disappointment everywhere you go. This is not a gaming message. This is a message for you personally and for life.
Gaming. Sports. workplace, there are gonna be a-holes around you.
I understand that, but I wish that like it wasn't so much. Like we could like moderate it.
Wouldn't
Just
we all?
people.
Wouldn't we all? Let's basically make sure that nobody can say what they want to say, just in case someone gets offended.
Not even that.
With
Not even that.
Thing is, we do moderate our own community.
He said moderation, right?
Yes,
Yeah, we do
moderation.
moderate our own community.
Don't League of Legends have a? Don't most of these games have reports?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this game,
Kicking.
Actually,
Yeah.
Dota actually encourages people to play nicely. It actually works towards their advantage.
Boom.
Yes, but there's
And
still
League
like,
is one of the few
Problem
games
solved.
that actually rewards you. Rewards you
yes, it
for being
rewards.
a kind and a kind player that does snuff out people that are trolling, saying stupid stuff. It embraces it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the problem is that
Well, then what? And a lot of other games do that too. I know Dota does it. I know as a person who's in the FGC that insulting people based on racist or sexist views, that'll get you hung on a noose in the FGC.
No, you won't be invited to any events. You won't be
That's my thing.
included.
You will be hung on a noose
yes.
doing that shit.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, for example, League of Legends, particularly that aspect, or no, yes, I guess League of Legends, is that even though they do have this mechanism where they do reward a person for being a good person, it seems like it's still the issue is still hasn't gone away. Like they right now they're making some.
It's not going to.
No, you're talking about changing. Like
People.
you're talking about changing emotion. You're talking about changing human emotion. That's just not going to happen.
Like right now,
let's,
League of
let's
Legends.
circle round here, guys, because we're actually talking about the whole point of this in the first place. No, it's all right, guys. I'll just explain this. Is that what you're being talking about is exactly what you are advocating within games journalism, where you've got a series of supposedly different people who are suddenly now all saying the same things with each other. Now, may I ask you, what if it was going the other way? How would you feel if you had somebody who was saying, right, I'm going to make it so that I don't really want to be playing the games that I don't like to play, so I want to get banned, say, platformers. I don't really play.
Okay, that's a whole different issue.
Yeah, but what the thing is that they're very, very solitary sort of games. I like team games. You see, I want people to play as a team all the time. So I'd like to get rid of single player games because that they don't really sort of involve much teamwork. You see, so I think we should get rid of single player games. We should get rid of this game or get rid of that game, or essentially start badgering people as these press officers have done. Because I've spoken to a few developers about this. And imagine yourself, if you will, you're making a brand new computer game with lovely graphics. It's been beautifully done. The buildings are wonderful. It's like this medieval castles and knights and all this sort of business. And somebody goes up to you and goes, "There's not a lot of black knights there, is there?"
No.
What? What relevance has that got? Well, it's not very inclusive, is it? Well, it wouldn't be. It's medieval England, for crying out loud. There wasn't that many about.
You're trying to fight for inclusion by being excluding. How does that make any sense?
Well, this is the point.
Like I said,
this is why we move over to the journalism, chaps. Let's have a look at what's going on with what is the problem. Let me say this. I mean, what is the problem with having anyone with whatever political idea or ideal that they have, getting a load of companies together, having all of those different magazines get themselves into a position where they've got some popularity, and then saying, right, we're going to rule the waves now. We're going to decide what you can and can't play. Would you like that?
But that's not what's happening right now.
I beg your pardon,
kind
mate.
of what happened.
This is why we're here, my friend, because we've been seeing this for the last 15 years. You have not been aware of this because there's not a lot you've been aware of, it seems. And one of the things that you've got to understand is that there are people out there that would love for computer games to be turned over to their own political gain, whether they be on the right or whether they be on the left. And you know why they've left us alone for so long? Because they were worried about something like this happening. Now, that little worry has been confirmed, and we are going to make it hurt. We are here to make it hurt for them. We are going to make it so that they understand that never, ever, 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 ever are they to do this again, because you do not want to piss off the gamers. Don't annoy the gamers. Go after the filmies. Go after the art people. Don't worry about them, but do not piss off the gamers. This is what we're doing. So we are cleaning house. Carry on.
Well, for example, well, it's kind of ironic because right now, okay, I'm seeing Twitter and there's like a news from League of Legends that says like League of Legends to block toxic players from joining ranked queues. So there's one way that they're dealing with the toxic community. So, and the other thing about this is like nobody's trying to get rid of those games. Like people want.
I hope you've been banned by that. I hope you have. I hope you've been mistakenly banned from that because somebody didn't like you. I hope you get that. Not for some sort of griefing thing, but for you to understand that there are people out there that will just be picked off by this. I didn't like the way he played. He was trolling me. I didn't like the way he was doing this, so he was trolling me. I'm going to get him banned. Did you not? Have you not noticed how many people on Twitter have been blocked and counter-blocked and blocked? Yeah, they've been literally. You've just had these people that you think are so bloody inclusive and don't want to get rid of trolls. And they have actually completely stopped, say, Thunderfoot from even speaking on Twitter.
They tried to the quiet farts continue, but farts continue returned with a vengeance.
Now you're telling this is not discourse. This is not good discourse. You are encouraging people who will game the system to game the system. Do you understand what that means, to game the system?
To control the system.
Not to control the system, but to game the system, to play it, to play other people. So to use your own... You don't like somebody from the right? Well, you can get rid of them in another way. You don't have to just basically argue with them.
No.
You can do something else. You can make sure that their game never gets out. What about if you don't like somebody from the left? Well, I'm gonna basically ignore that person because he's on the left. He's a left-wing gamer. He's a right-wing gamer. He's a middle gamer. He's a Ron Paul gamer. He's a this guy. These are all of the political bullshit that gaming has done its level best to avoid. And now it's coming on our door, and we are going to open the door and blow its fucking head off.
Okay, that is... okay.
It is what's happening, my friend. It is what is happening. Be assured of that.
I just disagree with that.
Oh yeah, disagree all you like, but you can understand that it will be happening. This is happening. We are going. This is a consumer revolt.
Not only is it happening, it's right in your face.
And we're not asking you to understand. We're not asking you to change your ways. We're not asking for some leader to come and join us and meet in some sort of
We need no leader. This is the communal revolt.
We are cutting down the trees, and we are leaving the new shoots to grow up all on their own, like we did before all those years ago. That is all. Now, once everyone's behaving themselves again, we'll get back to what we're doing. The grown-ups, the adults, the people that are paying these fuckers rent.
I have something for Nas. Is it? I don't know his
Cos.
Yes. You said on a live stream that games. You said earlier about games in general not being diverse in terms of a female antagonist or protagonist.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes, I do remember that. I did say that there's not a lot of diversity. Like there is.
Let me, guys.
There's not enough diversity.
Like there is games where there are female protagonists, but if you compare them to men's protagonists, there's difference between both. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
We're here. We're good.
Where is he?
No, he muted his mic.
A little bit of a bandwidth issue there.
Yeah. Had you played Final Fantasy VI? Because I strictly remember there being one woman who's the main protagonist, another woman.
Yeah, like Final Fantasy
Actually,
is one
in
of
Final
those
Fantasy
franchises.
VI, if I'm not mistaken,
Any
they
Final
are all
Fantasy, really.
main characters.
Every single one. Heck, Final Fantasy V had Ferris, a cross-dressing female, in the 90s.
Yes, that is. I don't
Well, it
really
does
relate
come
too much
from
with Final
yeah.
Fantasy, but I
It's
know
the
that Final
90s.
Fantasy is very diverse.
A lot of games are diverse. Y'all, people
Gaming
just
is
tend,
diverse.
people ignore it. People part.
You
Y'all
can't cherry
don't
pick
focus
facts
on the
and say it's not
no.
diverse.
It's worse than that. They're so negative that they focus on the bad when there's so much good out there in terms of of female protagonists. There are many great ones. There are many amazing ones that can hold their wicks not only against their fellow male party members or protagonists, but sometimes even better, like Jay from Beyond Good from Beyond Good vs Evil. She is an amazing character. Period. Probably one of the best that came out during that 2000 rise into gaming. He's probably one of the best protagonists I've ever seen.
I can
And
actually.
I'd like to point out in the 80s and early 90s as well, there were plenty of. One thing that you've got to understand is, even from the early days, you know, when you look at Pac-Man, have a look at Pac-Man and Pac-Woman. Pac-Woman, these are very early games. They were always, right from the start, we wanted to include the ladies. Right from the start. And you know what? You know, somebody goes, "Oh yeah, but it's a bit dry and pathetic, isn't it? They just put a little bow on her and give her a bit of lipstick." And said, "Well, you've got about 8 pixels to play with, guys. I mean, you know what the
And
girls?
plus,
Oh look, she's got a little bow. That's all I needed."
Even more so. If you're expecting an arcade game to have a story that isn't Dragon's Quest, that isn't Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, you'd feel as if, well, can I get to use my 10 pence now, please? You know, can I use my
Actually,
quarter?
then there's going to be the beat 'em ups. The beat 'em ups sort of have a loose story. And then you've got I actually argue
Wait, doesn't Final Fight 2 and 3 have female characters you can play
Well,
as?
same with Streets of Rage, really. Think about it.
Oh,
guys, let's be honest. When it comes to beat 'em ups and the stories behind them, that's just keeping the creative team busy.
yeah, good point.
Most definitely.
I actually do want to say that King of Fighters does actually have.
Oh, I can name him. King, who, for all intents and purposes, in terms of the definition, is transgendered. Or at least she was in her original state before she actually set that off in the early game.
Yeah.
In Art of Fighting 2, she was, for all intents and purposes, supposed to be transgendered. Supposed to. In terms of identifying herself as a male.
But I mean, like, even like some specific fighters have very deep storylines and very, very strong characters.
Leona.
Yep.
Leona definitely
Or
counts.
even look at Blaze Blue. There's plenty of strong female leads.
It's like people. That's my only problem with this. That's my only problem in terms of the SJW side. Yeah, y'all talk about the bad examples of female characters. What about the good ones?
Well, that
If
is
you
very
want-
easy to answer. Oh yes, continue.
If you're gonna say there's few and far in between, I'm gonna call you bullshit on that one.
No. What, like I said, it goes to the what I said before. Like, there is nothing wrong with these characters. Like for example, Princess Peach.
No,
Princess...
but it's no. You completely missed my point. Why do they not talk about the good, strong female characters that actually help in writing them more, and writing them in better places that aren't these pigeonholed?
Why don't they?
One character I want to bring up. One character I want to bring up because it'll help this discussion is Mai in King of Fighters. She's always going to be brought up.
Yeah.
Um,
One of every 8 characters in that game who dress like that. Heck, even Vice Immature in King of Fighters 13 dressed significantly more covered.
I would say more professional because she's wearing basically a suit.
Yeah, both characters.
Yeah.
Well, with Mai,
Even King.
if you have to look into her character as well,
We're
she's
moving
actually
into the slut shaming angle here, which I don't actually think is necessarily right at all anyway. Because when you think about slut shaming, imagine if you were a feminist and you walk past a girl who's all dressed up and she's getting all attention from men. Would you think that if she went over there and said to that girl, "You're dressing like a whore," how would Yeah, that was
Which I thought third wave feminism.
Here's the cowardice. Well, here's the cowardice of the Sarkeesian movement. This is how cowardly they are. They're actually slut-shaming girls who cannot speak for themselves. That's how cowardly they are. They found a target to pick on that doesn't even defend itself.
I'm seeing the King of Fighters character May, and okay, there are 2 outfits. There's one where it is like, holy shit, this character's outfit. There's one outfit that is really.
Who are you talking
about?
Mai.
King of Fighters May.
talking about
Mai. And there's one outfit where it's like.
But there's the thing about that. She's a Kanoichi. Dude, that's what Kanoichis used to do. They used to use
Well,
their
actually, no. She is very flamboyant about it. But the thing is,
it's like no, it is
actually
way too much. It's like too much.
And what are you doing annoying the rest of the characters who don't dress like that? Yuri doesn't dress like that. King doesn't dress like that. Elizabeth doesn't dress like that at all.
Yes, but it still doesn't mean that she is not dressing like that. She is dressing like this, and it's like that is way too much.
You complain about diversity, and yet there's a whole diverse amount of characters in this game that doesn't look like that, and you're complaining about that one.
Actually,
pick your choices.
What I'm saying is like, okay,
look into the entire character of Mai, her whole personality, how she is,
deep breaths, Kenny.
what she is about.
Dude, I just
understand.
I want to stay away from this character.
I thought we could talk about it.
Like, for example, like, okay, I'm gonna tell you easily. Okay, there is nothing wrong with liking this character, but you also have to understand that it's okay to criticize this character. Like, nobody's gonna tell you that this character should not be a fun character, or you shouldn't play this character. What I'm saying is that there is, if somebody criticizes this character, then it's okay.
And you're doing that, and we're showing you how wrong your criticisms.
Why is it okay to criticize?
I have my right. Yeah, you have your right to criticize the character, and I have the right to call you on your bullshit.
And this is what we're doing. The thing is with Miss Sarkeesian, for example, is that she is not willing to be called on a bullshit. Show me where she actually, and I mean actually, debates.
She blocks her comments. Anybody who does disagree with her just slightly, even if they are kind and actually courteous with their criticism, are blocked and sometimes even ridiculed
as misogyny, which is rather a strong way of calling it.
It's a black and white issue to them, and it's really not.
It's stark stupidity.
I guess the problem is that there's too many people attacking her. So it's like if she
shut up about the fucking harassment.
Oh
yes,
no! Don't even get into that. Yeah, there might be people attacking her. I'm not gonna say anything otherwise because I don't know. But to ignore criticism because of that, especially with YouTube's new comment section.
I can ignore that actually. I can ignore people who are being criticised. I can. You know why? Why are we not giving the Westboro Baptist Church a bit more of a say in our lives? You don't think these people aren't getting harassed? Westboro Baptist Church. You know about these people?
I am a Christian, and I do not like Westboro at all.
What do they get? Do they get hassle? Do they get death threats?
Well, the problem is that they
do they? I'm asking the question. Simple question.
Answer the question.
Damn it!
Okay. So why should we?
Damn it, bro.
It's a
You're
simple
saying why
question.
why should we
No,
be
no, no,
critical
no.
of the Westboro Church and not
No, no, no,
about
no,
anything?
no. You're not. You're trying to change the
Don't
narrative. You
sideswipe the
see,
question.
this is the point. This is the point. You've got your ego is going in front of facts. You've really got to take this to the side and have a think for a second. If the Westboro Baptist Church are going and actively protesting gay people, okay, for being gay in their funerals and going around saying God hates fags,
Or how about how they treat the military?
exactly, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
They are going to get some death threats. They are. That does not mean we should listen to them. That is not good enough.
Well, for once,
For the vitriol that they do indeed.
No, Kenny, let him speak. I want to hear this. It's personal.
like I said,
This is gonna be fun.
like I said again, nobody should be. No one deserves to get death threats. No one. Nobody deserves to get harassed or death threats or being attacked. You can be critical about someone or
Hitler
ignore
does.
someone.
Hitler got harassed, didn't he?
Well, Hitler got.
shit.
Well, it's Hitler.
Yeah. Well, I think he deserved it. I think he might have deserved that. You know.
But then
Hitler
again,
got harassed, didn't he?
Not even in a sense that they deserve it. Here's
Yeah.
my issue. Yes, he's getting harassed. Have you seen what happened with Milo?
With who?
With Milo.
The guy from Britbart.
He got a syringe, which can be borderline.
That's right.
Which can be borderline.
And toilet roll. Don't forget the
borderline-
toilet roll.
Which can be borderline chemical terrorism.
No, the toilet roll was funny though, wasn't it?
It was funny.
You know, in a
Hey, he got
comfortable
3-ply.
way.
He got 3-ply. That is.
Yeah, I asked for some because he's in London. I was going to get some. We run out.
Like 3-ply. Oh my god.
Like I said,
that's
in
what-
that aspect,
but that's
I
what-
completely disagree with the person who did that. Nobody
don't.
should get
I
harassed.
don't.
Nobody should get.
I
So
don't,
you
'cause I was
see,
gonna get free
our
toilet
problem
roll.
here. You see
Whoa.
our problem here. We have our
Nobody should
minority
do
that
that.
does this shit, and you have your minority that does that shit. Are you going to generalize your own people for that shit? Absolutely not. Stop generalizing us.
But I'm not generalizing.
Yes,
I
you
already-
are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying.
So
You
hard.
are.
Hold on, let's clear this up. Are gamers misogynists?
No. There's only a group of people who are inside the community. Of
Are gamers harassers?
Only a small group of people.
Answer just yes or no. Are
And what-
gamers harassed?
Like it's more complicated. It's not everyone that is a harasser.
Then
So
what?
when
Then-
8
if it's a
publications, massive
if-
publications, all produce the same thing, stating that gamers, not a percentage of gamers themselves, all of them, have suddenly decided to become misogynistic pigs.
And you expect people
And
not
are-
to be angry about that.
And well, apart from that, to be honest with you, that wasn't the thing that worried me. What worried me, and has worried quite a lot of people in the gaming community, is the idea that 8 publications all decide to say the same thing. It isn't that, oh yeah, they all decided to rate this game the same. They pushed a political objective forward, all of them. This is not what the games press is for. Can you not understand that principle? Regardless of you know, let's not talk about harassment, as I've said. Regardless of whether this person is right, whether this person is wrong, this does not matter. The crux of this, the very point of our existence here right now, we are occupying journalism. We are occupying games journalism and saying to them, you will not do this ever again. And they will not, because they'll have learnt a lesson. This is going to be one hell of a spanked bottom by the end of this, I assure you. That is the crux of the argument. The fact that you keep on going on and on and on, but oh yeah, there's griefers and there's this and there's that. These are all just problems that gaming suffers.
But it shouldn't be excusable. It's not excusable.
It's none of your fucking business. Really. This is the bit that you don't understand.
Even
If you don't think it's excusable for people to grief people online, then walk around and just police the planet right now, because you're going to turn into a totalitarian. You're not going to manage it, and you will basically end up having your throat ripped out by the proletariat. You will become worse than you ever thought you'd despise.
Hey guys, I just want to jump in and say something here. It's kind of a little bit off topic, but you know, in regards to GamerGate.
Go ahead.
Go
seen
ahead.
on Twitter that someone posted a paste bin doxing people like Milo and things like and other people tied with the game.
Wait. Milo was doxxed?
Sweet.
Wait,
Milo,
hold on.
Milo,
Hold on.
I'm going over
Hold
his
on.
place tomorrow.
Everyone, hold on. It's unconfirmed that it's a legitimate source. So everyone just remember, don't jump any
It
guns.
is a paste bin.
Oh, here.
Yeah, it's a paste bin. So don't fall for bait or anything like that.
We should ask the people themselves.
But here you go, look, this is the sort of thing that we're talking about here. It seems that the same people that are accusing others of using bully tactics are, by the looks of it, hiding behind this harassment that you're talking about. You're talking about really, to be honest with you, and I think I can speak for everybody as a gamer here, most of the concerns that you've had so far have been pathetic. I'll be honest.
Not even pathetic.
Yeah, I would concur.
They're really, they're not,
pathetic.
these aren't opinions. This isn't opinions, this is just a whine. Okay? Now, we are actually got these people using your, we'll say opinions, just for the sake of diplomacy, for nefarious purposes. I'd like you to wiki that word.
Don't. Let's not insult intelligence here.
Okay, well, I'm going on facts here. Think about the fact that maybe you might not want to have people with political ideals running your industry. Did you not think that that might not be a good idea? Did you want people with their own political agenda to decide what you do and do not do?
Hey man, I don't want Costa Rica to turn into North Korea.
No.
I love Costa Rica. I lived in Ormatina for a while, over by Alajuela.
I want to visit there sometimes. I don't want.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Go to Los Sueños.
Yeah, and let's say this: this is actually a message to America as well. You've really got to stop getting pissed off about the fact that you've got enemies and start working out why you've got the fuckers.
Hey, man! I have nothing to do with that.
Don't look at us.
No. I think you guys probably know about this just as well as I do. But this is the same principle. It's somebody who walks across, pokes a bear in the face, and then starts complaining about the fact that they haven't got a face anymore.
Well, my argument to that is that shit's been going on before I was born.
Precisely,
It really has
but it
been.
doesn't mean that we can't stop it now. I mean, this is why we are here,
Hey,
gentlemen.
I ain't disagreeing.
I'll give you a call
Won't
when
let
I'm
it stop.
in Congress. How about that?
I'll tell you what, yeah. When your leader tells you to fight me, and my leader tells me to fight you, we'll kill them both. Deal?
Definitely. We'll have a beer afterwards.
Done.
Hey, let me
Well,
put
Pete,
in on that
sold.
one. You already know. Sorry, let the black guy mic
All
up.
right,
No,
let's move on. Let's move on.
Let the black guy speak.
No, I was saying, we already on agreement on that. So
Black guy drops the mic.
All right.
Just want to let you guys know I'm Chinese.
Awesome.
Uh-oh, don't worry, man. Yeah, we love the Chinese. Don't.
bro.
Hey, we got problems with people, not their politics. I mean, we have problems with politics, not their people.
Actually, I stand proud for Hong Kong. I stand proud for Hong Kong.
Hey, no problem.
You guys rock. It's cool.
Again, I have.
This is the great place about the thing about gaming more than anything else. You've got all of us here, yeah, and you just think if we were any other sort of, if we were a news outlet or whatever like that, yeah, we'd be talking such horrible shit at each other all day. and we don't. And guess what? We don't want it in games. This is why we're here. We can say this stuff to each other and laugh.
Look at
Americans, you
it.
fat fuckers, yada yada yada, you know, and they'll
Look
go,
at
"Oh,
me
shut up,
right
you
now."
limey English twat with your stupid teeth." And I
Well,
just
that's
think
one of the
we
things
have
with
terrible
gaming
teeth, right? You know, it's just breaking balls, man. It's just breaking balls, and it's a bunch of very, very, very white, very, very, very rich, hoity-toity ladies who kind of go, "Oh, this is so uncouth. Maybe we'll change it so that I might be interested in it later." They were never interested in it in the first place. They're just using it as a political football. Sarkeesian is using gamers as a political football. She has no interest in gaming, very little interest in feminism, but she does have an interest in making a lot of.
And as somebody who has a mother who was a second wave feminist, kind of pisses me off. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm looking. I mean, you're a lefty, yeah? Well, me too.
No, I'm not even. I'm not even. In terms of politics, I'm pretty much anti-stab, but I have no problems with any other political members.
I very much doubt you'd be too balanced towards the right, though, would you? I'll say that, and I think that's a lot of us in this sort of circles where we're looking around at political parties and thinking none of the above, if I could. But we're really, we're the people that are actually interested in the actual arguments themselves, the ideas themselves, not the ideals. And that's the difference. And this is where the gaming community actually beats the pants off every single community on this planet. We're interested in the ideas.
Because in the end, your race does not matter. Your gender does not matter. Your religion does not matter. Oh,
none of it makes you a better player.
No, it's what you bring to the table that matters. That's true for anything in life.
Can you beat my butt?
It should be true. It should be true.
Can you kick my ass in King of Fighters?
I don't know. We want to fight?
That's my only question.
Let's say this. Let's say this. Is there
I
anybody?
got King of Fighters 13 on Steam. Let's fight.
Yeah,
oh!
You can't buy your way into winning a game, can you?
Hey, we've got Arcana Heart.
King of Fighters 13 on Steam. So do I.
Yeah, we got any Eve Online players? How many Eve Online players we got here? Anyone played Eve?
I used to fly for test back in the Delta.
I tried for 2 hours.
Okay, well, my point is something along these sort of lines. Did anyone ever get meet anyone who paid their way a bit? They thought, I know what I'll do is I've got this crap ship. I haven't got a lot of money, so what I'll do is I'll go and speak to this dodgy geezer and get some ISK.
No, I knew a guy that bought.
I knew a guy that knew a guy.
Yeah.
And he bought all these really nice ships with it, and he couldn't fly them for shit. And he kept getting blown up.
Pay to win, man. You can't pay to
Yeah,
win.
you can't do it. You can't do it, and that is the problem for them. That's the problem for very rich people in life. That in some cases, no matter how much money they pay, they can't beat you still.
No.
And it winds them up. Oh, it winds them up so much. But I can afford to win. In this case, no. You're actually going to have to use some sort of skill or
You gotta use your moxie.
Yeah. And yeah, this is the one thing about gaming that's always been the leveler. I mean, I'm talking to people that we've probably got an age group running 20 years here. Yeah. I'm talking to
20, 30, yeah.
Yeah, I'm 37, I think. Am I the oldest here? Anyone older than
I'm
me?
the oldest.
No.
Oh God.
I'm in the middle.
It's all right, Robin. You're the elder leading us.
Yeah. I've got my wispy beard and my hat.
Yes, you get
But to be honest, you know what? Yeah, you guys have given me more hope than anything else, because I'm looking at all of you guys here, yeah, and you learnt the lessons that people when we were kids and we were doing this sort of thing. These are the lessons we were hoping you would learn.
Why? Something that I've exactly. Why must we bear the ashes of our forefathers?
Sorry?
Why must we bear? That's what I said. That was what I was thought. Why should I bear the ashes of my forefathers?
Damn right. Nobody does. I mean, you should see my dad.
Why should we end up exactly? Why should we end up exactly like? Why should we take both the bad and the good from our forefathers, knowing that the crap that they've done, what white people did with Indians, how
I can't make up for all of that.
Yeah.
I can't do it. And you know what? I won't.
But
I won't.
And the only way to make a better future.
That's right. Moving forward.
Right.
So yeah, when you're talking about discouraging women from gamers, if you want to worry about someone discouraging women from gamers, you are Anita Sarkeesian, because she's just basically told a bunch of girls that Mario's sexist. She just basically said that lovely lady Peach who looks after you while you're doing this, that, and the other. She's just some slag. She's just some useless nothing.
That's the thing anyway, though.
I have to agree with
her
that.
audience is non-gamers, and they're the ones that are paying the most attention to her. So
Yeah.
how are they supposed to get into it when their paragon is telling them all of this bullshit?
That's your fucking ambassador for gaming, who's basically just written off many, many computer games, heroes of ours, friends of ours.
Okay, hold on.
Women that we love.
Cause, what is she saying about Peach then? If that is not what she's
She's
saying,
not saying anything about Peach. She's saying that there is a trope in the game where Peach is. Like I said, like nobody is criticizing the game in general.
is
Nobody's
she
saying that.
saying Peach is unable to help herself?
No, what I'm saying is that there is a trope. Like I said, like there's nothing wrong with Peach, there's nothing wrong with Mario, there's nothing wrong with the game. It's just that in this game there is one trope, and that is the damsel in distress. And that trope doesn't make the game bad. It's just this trope does exist.
But
Suggest a different trope. Suggest a
Okay,
different trope.
all right.
Suggest a different trope for that game.
Then why is she trying to, like, the way she words it, even saying stuff like she's just a ball in the game of patriarchy.
Yeah.
Like an object.
Like,
But
that is very demeaning.
Yeah, look. Well,
right,
look how
that's
object-
completely ignoring all of her other roles in different
Mario's
games.
an object.
Like
She's
Super Mario Brothers
play it that
2,
way.
Super Mario 3D World.
Well,
Or even Smash Brothers. She is one of the best characters in the
Oh
game.
my God! Even the game in which her worst qualities are exaggerated. Super Princess Peach.
No, this is the problem that I think the GamerGate has. It's like you're thinking that we're attacking Peach or that criticism is for Peach. It's like no, Peach is a great character.
You're attacking the devs as well. Ask
No.
Daniel Valva.
Wait. Like when Anita
Ask Daniel
criticizes,
Valva.
when Anita criticizes,
Gamergate is nothing to do with Anita Sarkeesian. I just want to say that Gamergate is not anything to do with Anita Sarkeesian. This is a side issue, an academic issue, which is for academics.
That's the same thing that you've been hearing every single day. It's about sexism. Yeah, that's what I've been told by every single person I've discussed this with. Like, oh, so you don't believe the sexism in gaming? That's beside the point. That's not what Gamergate's about.
People are forgetting. Well, that's the whole point. This is the same people with their social justice warrior mates trying to get that involved. Why? Because it distracts from the fact that 8 publications all decided to push a political agenda directly onto the gaming community.
like I said, like the trope. What I'm saying is
You
that
didn't even hear me, did you? You didn't even hear what I just said.
Wait, I'm responding.
I think we could say over and over again and over and over again. You know?
Like I said, I'm responding to Kenny. I'm responding to that when you say like why are they criticizing Peach if Peach is a weak character in this or in all of these games? But that's not the problem. The criticism is not about one character or the entire game. It's about a trope. It's about a stereotype. And I think that people misunderstand the stereotype with criticizing a particular character. For example,
yes, we've never understood storylines or story arcs in our
that
lives.
stereotype
We've read
invokes-
books and stuff, but we haven't got a fucking clue.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Guys. Okay, I have a question. I want to ask you something about this. Okay, I want you to think if this is sexist, but don't quote Anita. Don't use her. Don't use what she says. Continue your own thoughts. Use your thoughts. What do you think about it? Don't use Anita's thoughts.
Okay, I think that there is an issue and there is a problem because we have seen this in anime. Well, the first time that I saw that, and this was way before I was in high school when I saw this trope, and it was when I was getting into anime. This is the first time that I saw an anime. It was a harem, and the first time that I saw that, I was like, "Oh, this is just great!" Like, it's a guy's fantasy where there's just one guy, and there's all of these different types of women who wants to get with this entire guy. It's awesome. There's comedy, and then I started watching that same genre again, and again, and again, and again, and then I just came to realize that there is a humongous stereotype. It's called the harem anime trope. And it's like, well, I just seen so many of them that I got bored of it.
Well, I gotta stop right there. I gotta stop right there.
Watch
All right,
something
all right.
else!
One at a time.
All right, here's what I gotta say. All right, you're referencing anime. You're referencing anime. All right, that's not a Western thing. That is purely Japanese. And guess what? They don't hold the same values. They practically don't give a fuck, especially right now.
They're laughing their asses off at you lot right
Exactly.
now.
Right now, you are a laughing stock. Your ideals are a fucking laughing stock.
Yeah.
Making the left.
They are not having this debate right now.
Japan, in terms of sexuality, it's very open.
Exactly. So you're referencing anime. You're referencing Princess Peach. You're referencing Mario. You're referencing all these things. These are all very Japanese things. Japanese in origin. They do not care.
They like sex.
One interesting thing.
Male and female. Female and male. Male and male.
They are tight. They're a small
Male
people.
The bodybuilder.
I will say this as a person of experience: the Japanese are not built for Caucasian bodies.
Absolutely not. I lived in Korea for a year. Let me tell you about that.
Stings, doesn't it?
The bodybuilder body type actually has a different stereotype in Japan than over here in the West.
You've really got to go for a girl who's been around the block if you're going to get anywhere.
Wait a minute. I want to hear what Sis has to say. Go ahead, man.
Okay, me.
Yes, Seek.
Okay.
In Japan, the bodybuilder body type, like guys, they are typically seen as gay.
Yeah.
Or
Oh yeah, I see no gay.
however, over here in the West,
Hey, you remember that hard gay guy on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
No.
Are you referring to Bera?
There's a game about that. There's a shooting game about that trope. It is hysterical.
Or how about Final
the
Fantasy?
thing is, over here in the West, it's seen as a very masculine thing.
Right. Different culture.
Exactly.
And when you step into a different culture, well, when in Rome, do what the Romans do.
Or if a Roman's in your town, you're in Rome.
But then there's another thing, though. Is there anything wrong with the trope?
There is nothing wrong with the trope. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can like that trope. Like, there's a reason why this trope does exist.
Yeah. Why vehemently oppress it? Why silence it?
Because here comes the problem. Like, for example, when I was, like I said, I was watching all of this harem, and I was like, okay, this is getting too much for me. So I stopped watching that type of harem.
Is it getting too much? How do you mean? Did you come over in some sort of sweat?
It's the same trope. It's like one main character, and then you have all of these generic characters who you have the shy one, the sundeer one, like the mad one, like the crazy one, the intellectual one, like all of this.
Do not watch Sleeping
Watch
Beauty.
something else. Please scream that.
Wait.
Let the black guy do this. Let the brother do that.
Let me stop everything for just a second.
Talk straight
My
to
question is for Kaz here. Is there any examples of this in Western media that you can share with us?
There's a lot of wait. First, let me finish this example.
Let
then I'll
Kaz
give you an example.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, like, I was watching this and then I stopped. I immediately say, okay, I'm gonna stop watching this. And then I found out that there was like harem, but in a different way. Like harem, for example, reverse harem, where instead of having the guy being the main character, we have the woman being the main character. Then I started watching all of these different harems, which were like ones were deconstructing the whole style of harem. The other ones were the main character wasn't so stereotypical. The other ones were more post-apocalyptic. So I was watching all of these different types of harems inside this genre. Some of them were making fun of the harem trope. Some of them were embracing it. Some of them were saying like, and we're gonna go as wild as possible.
And
so when I see
that means it's self-aware.
Yes, it's self-aware.
Can I get on this for a second? Okay, you're right about that. And you need to realize that these things are a free market.
Yes.
Yes. Now, if you want to see more of that, buy it. Support it. If you want to see more of that stuff, let your money speak for you, homie. Let that speak for you and what you want to see. Your voice ain't gonna mean shit to these companies.
Okay,
the only thing they care about is the almighty dollar. That's all they care.
That's true.
So, now, with that said, that's the first thing I want to criticize. Now, you're saying that you're seeing all these different different takes of it and such. How is that not diversity? How is that not exactly what you're already trying to harp for? These differences in the trope, these deconstructions, or heck, even reconstructions in some sense of this trope. That's, by its very nature, is the diversity.
Yes,
You have that diversity, and you're complaining, and your only problem is that, and you're saying that there's not enough of it, where there are many examples of it being not the case.
There's another thing: is trends come in cycles. Often the case. One thing will come in, and another thing will die out, and then later on it might come back.
People seem to forget Call of Duty was around long before Modern Warfare.
Yeah, I was thinking about starting a trend of that ilk, actually. I'm going to start a Kickstarter campaign, and I'm going to be asking for about 150 grand. What I'm going to be doing is following Anita Sarkeesian around to wherever she goes to give her talks, and then letting the kids know about what confirmation bias means.
Hey, I'll contribute to that.
Excellent.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Let's start.
Are you alright with that, Cos? Are you up for that?
No.
Oh.
I don't think.
That's some sort or something like that. Yeah.
Of course not. Confirmation bias is a tendency to search for or interpret information in a way that only confirms one's beliefs, which is what you're doing right now.
Okay, I understand.
Welcome
that.
to planet Earth.
That's exactly what you're doing right now.
Well, let me give you an example.
No, think about it. Think about it. Just
no,
quiet.
I'm not gonna think about it. No.
No, because that's exactly what you're doing.
No.
You're looking up other sources for the interpretation that you already have.
I'm not going to think about it. Can I quote you on that one? Can I have that as my take home of this evening? I'm not going to think about it. Can I quote you on that?
Sure. I don't see no problems.
So you're not one for thinking. Is that what you're saying?
No, not in a particular aspect
of thought.
Can someone bring up?
Am I in the fucking Twilight Zone here? Am I talking to a human being who's managed to live their entire life without thought?
Can somebody do an impression of the Twilight Zone guy right now? That would be really fitting. I'm a bit too dark to do it. So.
You're not prepared to think. You've just stated that to me. Yes, I implore you to take that back.
No. Guys, I want to. I need to change the location right now. So I'm gonna, like, you can call me. There's no problem. But I need to change the location. Okay, so I'm gonna.
May I just do something? Can anyone hear what this is?
What?
Do you hear that? That was me face palming as loud as I could.
How about that with the mic drop, homie? I actually have a mic here that I can drop. So.
Okay, so he has to change location. So.
Go ahead.
And mind. Not prepared to think. That's a worry.
Question. I only heard about Cos before I came here. Is he represent anybody, or is he just an opposing voice?
He's just an opposing voice.
Okay.
He's an SJW perspective from all of this, which
I'm
is.
I'm not sure if he's. Yeah, I don't think he's officially speaking for anybody.
Okay, fair enough.
In any capacity.
I hope not.
I think
I wouldn't let him run the bar.
He said he was speaking for himself.
I had to put down the dog myself.
Are you prepared to think?
That was so horrible.
No, I'm not prepared to think.
And that's the worst thing.
Hey, Kenny, if you're serious about the King of Fighters fight, I'll take you up on it.
I'm sure you've played enough.
I actually haven't played on Steam yet. I have it on Steam, but I have it on PS3 as well.
But I lost my PS3 in a robbery, and all I have is my PC version. So
well, at least
I'll
they
play
didn't
on that.
shoot you for it.
The best version.
Get this. I was away at QuakeCon. These assholes raid my apartment.
I'll play Arcana Heart with you guys. I got the.
I don't have Arcana Heart yet.
Somebody knows you.
Wait, do I have Arcana Heart?
Arcana Heart 3 just came out, the updated version.
Yeah, because I actually had an incident with my own most of my fighting games are now gone in terms of my PS3. I've been mostly using my PC machine as my main machine. Glorious PC gaming master.
Welcome.
I actually have the
Welcome to the
Arcana
kingdom,
Heart
my friend.
3.
It is glorious.
Isn't it?
Oh my! The first time, because I actually just recently discovered Steam.
What you get?
Oh my gosh!
What rig you got there?
Huh?
What rig you got set up?
Right now I have a 4 gigabyte NVIDIA GTX in here with a 128 solid state and 1 gigabyte hard and 1 terabyte hard drive.
What processor are you running?
Huh?
Do you know what processor you're running?
Crysis. You saying if I can run Crysis? Yes, I can. Very well.
Okay, I'll say that. Okay, you're not quite into the kingdom yet. You still have to work out what you're actually running. Have a look at your processor.
No, like, hey, are you running? Are you running i5? Are you running SLI 680s like me? Are you running
i7?
Are you running SATA SSDs? What are you running, bro?
i7. Like I said, I'm not exactly into it yet.
Oh my.
No, I'm full master race. I could talk about this all day.
Oh yeah, I've got 12 cores, 12 thread. I've got a 6 core, 211 pin. Absolute beast. 32 gigs. 32 gigs on board.
Some of us actually need to pay for other things, bro.
Dude, no. Actually, I have to use it because I got to like run around with 4K video and things like that. So you do need.
Oh yeah, you look at your
I'll tell you what. I'll show you my well, no, I do video as well. I'll show you a film we did. I'll leave it on the link for you.
Awesome.
Okay.
And then I thought for a while it was gonna be a waste of money, but then I saw the money I save on Steam sales.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
But how many games have you left unplayed through Steam sales?
Oh god, I got like 150 games I never touched.
Double Knight. I still have to complete Cave Story. I still haven't completed Brutal Legends again. I want to try for I still haven't even touched Team Fortress 2. I have it, but I haven't touched it.
There's a link to that
play
video.
Team Fortress 2, I'll play with you.
Oh, I see it. There we go. Vimeo.
I've been playing Team Fortress 2 since like 2007 or 2008, so.
I used to play the original Team Fortress, Quake World Team Fortress. So
dude. You're now my best friend.
Oh mate, you know Thunderfoot as well. It's one of the reasons I started listening to him because he was an old TF player.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just did the whole lot. I was. I'll tell you what.
Because I know a lot of people who don't. A lot of Team Fortress players who don't like Team Fortress 2. What do you think about Team Fortress 2?
I think it's a bit sexist.
It's a good lane game. I never played on my own.
There's not enough women players in there, though, is there? Really? You know. I really should have more women.
Video has a chicken in it.
And it's always the boys' colours, red and blue. Where's the pink? You know.
I want to.
Call Anita. Oh shit! Call Anita.
Misogyny at work.
You know the thing. Do you know the thing that really annoys me more than anything else is that nobody can see how silly this is. I've tried to point this out, and I've said this to Troy a couple of times as well. I just go, has nobody seen the search for extraterrestrial intelligence? You know SETI, yeah?
Yeah, I know SETI.
How serious?
I just SETI at home for a little while. Holy shit!
How serious? How much vitriol do you think they would get if they posted up and saying, "Stop the hate, please stop depicting aliens this way"? You know?
I don't know, man. I seen Independence Day. I'm not totally trusting of aliens.
Well, exactly. You know, I mean, Christ Almighty. I mean, we don't see Peter talking about the animal cruelty in computer gaming, do we? You know, for a reason.
Oh, wait. No, wait. No,
Pokemon. Mario jumping on the turtle.
Yeah, like was it?
Exactly. Oh
Hey,
my
Pokemon,
God.
Nintendogs, they got called out on that shit.
Wait
Oh,
a
the
second.
humanity.
Wait, Assassin's Creed Nintendo.
Everybody. Just remember, PETA has a game up on their website that is anti-Mario, but pretty much shits all over. What's the Raccoon Mario? What's Raccoon Mario? Somebody say it.
Tanuki suit.
Yeah,
Tanuki.
shits all
With
over.
no knowledge of what a Tanuki actually freaking is.
Right.
Yeah.
But you don't need knowledge, or you can just make sensationalist claims for the converted. Or, who needs evidence?
Exactly.
They didn't have enough knowledge of a Tanuki.
Hey, Robin, could you do me a favor? Robin, could you do me a favor?
I can do you loads of favors.
Say hi to. I need you to say hi to my friend Sean.
Hi, Sean. I'm a big fan of yours.
Wait, I don't get to say hi to Sean?
I
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave now.
Okay,
You guys are
everyone
feel free to
say hi
call
to
me back
Sean.
anytime.
Sean, why'd he leave?
I don't know. Let's see. How long have we been going here?
Who cares? Carry on.
No, I
At
know.
this point, yeah, who does care?
Let's see. Wow, close to 4 hours.
Ah,
Well,
Are
you know,
you
it's
saying you're
fitting.
quitting? Is that what you're telling me right now?
No, I'm
you're gonna race quit on me, bro?
let's
Wait,
go.
hold on.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, this is hardly a session, man.
Yeah, we're not here for view. Like, I appreciate everyone that's here viewing, but this is a discussion. We're
Yeah,
here to
it's
have
just
a
an
discussion.
open discussion.
Yeah.
Anyone can see this from years from now and actually understand what the hell's
I'm
being going on.
probably going to regret this.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
regret nothing.
You see that these are knowledgeable jokes, mate. You know, give it a try. Have you noticed this chap has not got much of a sense of humour? Anyone?
Wait, are you talking about Kaz?
Yeah, this is
Wait,
a lack
Kaz, I want to. Oh, Kaz, I want you
His
to.
language,
joke.
man.
I want a joke.
Yeah, I want a joke from Kaz.
A joke?
Yeah,
I'm not
tell-
really.
Go on ahead, a joke. Come on.
Anything, man. Anything. We're not here to judge you.
I don't know. Do you guys know why the chicken crossed the street?
Why?
I don't know.
See,
That's a hell of a punchline. That's
No, that's only half a joke.
That's
Hey,
so good though.
it's good.
That's a huge question. I'm really questioning my existence now. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
That's all we needed, man.
I'm gonna give you claps, Kaz. I appreciate the joke. Thank you. No sarcasm, being 100% honest.
Yeah, he's just being facetious.
Yeah.
Just so you know that even though we're, you guys are from the GamerGate and I'm from the other side, I guess, we all still play games. It's not like
Yeah, that's our thing.
That's the thing, yeah.
At the
Yeah,
end,
but we're also all film watchers. We're also people who eat. We like water.
like at the end, if something happens to the journalist, we will all still be we will all still be playing games. regardless.
Exactly.
Unless
Yes.
there's too many damsel in distress tropes.
Yeah,
And then
there
you're
is.
going to get
We'll
upset
still be
and you're not
playing
going to play it
games,
anymore.
yeah. But to you said that gamers are dead. So
We'll be
if
enjoying
gamers are
games,
dead,
not trying
then
to
how
tear
can
them
people
apart.
carry on playing games?
I said, people tend to confuse the gamers are dead to people who play games are dead. When they say gamers are dead,
No, no, dude. Read those articles.
It's pretty hard to confuse the intent behind those articles.
like I am really sure that that's what they said. Like I'm really sure that they're not speaking for people; they're speaking for the gaming culture in general.
Okay, well, let's have somebody from the gaming culture. What was this person with a slightly more authoritarian English voice than me?
That wouldn't be me, would it?
Yeah, it sounds like you. Yes, it looks like you'd be my director and I'd be manager.
Huh.
How about you have a crack, my friend?
What are we talking about here? Because it's all.
Well, talk about yourself first of all and explain why you're here.
Ah, right. Well, I'm obviously a long-time gamer myself. I'm currently sitting on most of the next gen. In fact, pretty much the only thing I don't have now is a PS4.
I give you props. Props. Yes.
I will say the only reason I didn't get a PS4 was because the only argument I could think of for getting it was better graphics, and why do I need that when I have a gaming rig? But that's
PC Master Race Unite.
We've all got our own little kingdoms.
This whole thing just stinks. One of the main issues I have with the whole Anita Sarkeesian side of things, I couldn't give two shits about Quinn. It makes no difference to me. Is the fact that before her videos, I'm looking at these games and she's cherry picking all of the time. I'm thinking, I've played that. I've put hours into this. She's taking this well out of context. It just drives me absolutely insane that people are buying it, and these so-called professional gaming journalists are also buying into it when you'd assume that they play the games as well, and they would know that what she's doing is taking these things out of context, cherry-picking her claims, and just spreading absolute bullshit to her already converted masses of ignorant morons.
Political agenda.
There was this article from Polygon. About they're not. Oh crap! There was this article in Polygon about Anita Sarkeesian, and them claiming that there hasn't been any, that there wasn't any strong female protagonist since before 2011. Do you know how much that pissed me off?
What
Well,
is
that's the
lightning?
kind of thing. You just see these people good research, but you know.
No, you don't assume they researched. You would assume they played.
What year did Bayonetta come out? That's always one that I always come back to.
I actually thought that was more of a misandrist game than anything else. I thought it was, a
Right.
man hater.
Well, I don't know. I would have thought that the a lead female protagonist
What
who
game?
uses body hair as a weapon would be a.
Well, I was saying Bayonetta, but who was she beating up? Who the fuck was she hurting?
Angels.
Wasn't other girls.
Beating up angels.
Aside from her rival.
Male angels.
Yeah, mainly men.
Well, that
Wait.
game came out in 2009.
Wait, and let's remember something. Bayonetta, drawn by a female.
Yeah, the whole design process was drawn by a female. In fact, I think all the female characters were, at least the human ones anyway. Can't test the angels and demons and whatnot.
But once again, this all comes down to somebody not actually paying attention to what they're supposed to be doing because they've got something else going on in the back of their head. And what's that?
I actually have a wiki character archive that I've made that I'm hoping to get a lot of gamers into, because you know how many games there are out there. There's countless characters. There's no way I can do. There's no way I can make a complete archive myself. So yeah, I just wanted to make that plug here. It's vgca.wiki.com.
Put it up on the GamerGate thing as well. I mean, I think it's important that we've got to realise, guys, that there are a lot of us here that are wanting for the future of gaming to be as strong as it's always been, and we know that this is a weakening of the gaming industry in a way. We've got a certain erosive force that we obviously have to clean off. But
one thing we can rely on is that the developers will just want to keep making money, so they're still going to cater to the people who are most likely to spend that money, which right now is clearly us, the voice of the actual gaming industry, the gamers themselves, not the pandering SJWs that don't actually play games.
well, the journalists themselves, to be honest with you, they're everyone's sick and tired of. Nobody really, we don't want the clickbaiters. We never did. I mean, I don't think many gamers, actual proper people who are into games, don't read themselves. I do it myself. I post What the hell happened there? Hello.
I have no clue.
That was scary.
We got rebooted.
Oh, they're talking about me on the escapist forum.
What is happening? Are we being attacked here? What?
Wait, okay, there we go. We're being DDoSed.
We're good.
We're good. We're good. Not
Okay,
that.
were we DDoSed?
We're DDoSed.
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh, they were.
This is
What are we talking
really,
about?
I keep having to think, defining GamerGate and what's it's fucking about, really. And it's really to do with the fact that we have certain elements of the mainstream that would like to enter in. But they don't want to enter in on our terms. They would like to enter in on their terms.
They want to take in a very American. Yeah, I'm gonna say this because I'm an American and I'm.
Well, then shut the fuck up. You don't speak for the world.
Wait. America says we speak for everyone. We're
And
political.
England says you don't speak for everybody.
No, dude. I'm not saying. But let me elaborate. By what I mean by taking a very American take.
You know I love you.
Hey. No, we don't want to respect your traditions and culture. We want you to embrace ours.
Indeed.
Yeah. Stop trying to change it. Embrace it.
Whoa, I hear you.
Hey,
Okay.
Hi, I hear you too. What's up?
Hi, Randy. Hi,
Oh. Kenzo. Just call me Kenzo.
Kenzo.
Kenzo?
I can swear at you in Cantonese.
Do it, please.
Du lei lao mao.
That's the one everyone is taught.
The only one, the other one I've got is Chow Hai, and that's it. That's my.
That
entire-
one I don't recognize as anything
I
Cantonese.
probably accented it wrong, but you know.
It's a tonal language, and you're coming from a non-tonal, so it's going to be awkward.
Oh yeah, I must just sound like I'm speaking through my nose to you people all day.
Hey, wait.
Now,
Yeah, it's quite the pretentious accent you have there.
and that's not the way that you get rid of problems. In fact, you can escalate problems that way. Some people can argue, I'm not saying the truth, but some people can argue that's kind of what's happening in the Middle East right now.
Well, this is one of the reasons why it's such a hot potato for people, is that we are actually watching exactly the same behaviour to us as America or England or any country really decides. If it's expedient to me politically, they will be my enemy. If it's expedient to me politically, they will be my friend. Now, people in computer games know all about this. We are perfectly aware of this trope. We form alliances all the time. You know, we make friends with complete strangers all the time and say, right, I'm sure I can put a rocket in that person's face quite easily from here. You know, we're quite aware of these sort of tactics. And as I say, does anybody want to have their games decided to them by some right-wing zealot?
Nope.
I'm not particularly. But
I
even
don't
though
think
so,
I don't want anyone.
I don't want my game. I don't want my
Yeah.
game decided from anyone. I want the dev to make exactly what they
That
want.
is right. That is right there. We don't want a lefty in there, and we don't want a righty in there. But if a lefty goes in there, the righties will come, because
And
then
so-
they'll be having to counterbalance it.
So here's my question to Kaz. Really, all
Well,
right.
is-
Are you still here?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Kaz. All right. What's so wrong with playing your games and doing all this stuff and checking your politics at the door?
You mean like being politically correct?
Oh no, yeah, politically
Politics.
correct. Anything you
Politics,
define,
got it.
your personal views, your personal politics. What is stopping you from checking your views at the door before you power on your game? Because my point I'm trying to make is, all right, let's take for example a recent game, GTA 5, a very violent game, very misogynistic game by definition, but it's also